Chapter 1966. It felt like a long time had passed, but it also felt like an instant. The grand heaven overseeing tower started to emit a pure white light, before the light gradually brightened and started to shine. After a few breaths of time, the bright light shot into the sky, like a monarch descending upon the world, illuminating the entire battlefield. The chaotic battlefield that was filled with intense fighting immediately froze. Almost all the Gu Immortals raised their heads and looked at heaven overseeing tower. The three regions' Gu Immortals had pale expressions. They had defeated expressions. Meanwhile, many of the celestial court's Gu Immortals were crying at this moment. Rank 9 Fate Gu has been repaired successfully. Yuan Qiongdu did not let us down. He did it. This is too amazing. Heaven overseeing tower has returned to its peak. It is perfect. We won. The celestial court's Gu Immortals cheered. Their morale rose to the peak. Retreat, retreat quickly. Be it Wu Yong, Yao Huang, or Shen Songxing, they all shouted at the same time. They had lost their will to fight. Bing Sichuan was still controlling Calamity Luck Altar. He had an unresigned expression as he transmitted to Fang Yuan, "Quickly do something." Fang Yuan's immemorial sword dragon form also started to retreat rapidly. Duke Long gave up on Fang Yuan. He used Dragon Gate to enter heaven overseeing tower. Fate Gu, Fate Gu. When he saw the complete Fate Gu, he could no longer restrain the intense excitement in his heart. Tears flowed down his face as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Back then, the one who damaged Fate Gu was his disciple Red Lotus. To make up for this mistake, Duke Long took up the heavy responsibility of repairing Fate Gu. Hong Ting, I've finally made up for the huge mistake you've made. I will not let down the Celestial Court. I will not let down humanity. Duke Long breathed in deeply. He gradually calmed down. His eyes flickered with a sharp light as he looked outside the tower. Now is the time for all of you to die. Duke Long shouted as he activated heaven overseeing tower's strongest defensive method. Immortal killer move, Fate Vanquish. Light, light that filled heaven and earth. It was everywhere. It illuminated the universe and shone into people's hearts. In just an instant, all the rank 7 immortal Gu houses collapsed. The Gu Immortals inside survived. Even Calamity Luck Altar and Dragon Palace were in a terrible state. Bing Sichuan, Wu Shuai, Zhan Budu and the rest immediately did their best to repair them. The remaining historical rank 8 experts of Northern Plains were all hit. Their figures slowly dissipated. More than half of the Nian beasts and Fang Yuan swordsmen who wreaked havoc on the celestial court were instantly slaughtered, and blood flowed like a river. Mao Li Qiu's perfect pair killer move was forcefully broken. Di Zongxing was also suppressed to the ground. He could not get up immediately. Only the primordial sword dragon that Fang Yuan had transformed into was safe and sound. He was a complete otherworldly demon. He could not be targeted by Fate Vanquish. He was naturally immune. You're the only one left, Fang Yuan. Duke Long stared at the primordial sword dragon with intense killing intent and hatred. It was this otherworldly demon in front of him. He destroyed the immortal graveyard and destroyed a large portion of the foundation that the celestial court had accumulated over the past 3 million years. This was an unforgivable crime. He must die a horrible death. Boom! Duke Long flew out of heaven overseeing tower, tearing through the sky as he charged towards Fang Yuan. Stop him, Fang Yuan. Don't think you can escape. Duke Long shouted. His voice reverberated in the world. Destiny song played at the right time. Fang Yuan's retreat speed fell sharply. Immortal killer move, Qi current scissors. Duke Long got closer and opened his palm. Countless sharp Qi currents formed into sharp Qi blades that rained down on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan deactivated reverse flow protection seal and broke through the encirclement of the Qi blades, leaving behind traces of blood in the air. Myriad Year flying warship quickly flew over and met up with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stepped onto the bow of the warship and turned into the immemorial Year monkey again. He turned around and waved his arm. Immortal killer move, Summer Fan. Strong winds blew and destroyed the Qi current scissors. Fang Yuan stepped on the ground again. Myriad Year flying warship buzzed and let out a dazzling light as he used the time path killer move, Myriad Year hunting. Swish, swish, swish. The phantom of time below myriad year-flying warship continued to surge. Countless year beasts were summoned again and entered the battlefield of the celestial court, spreading everywhere. At this time, Feng Jioge also arrived in front of Duke Long. Immortal Killer Move, Submission Song. Immortal Killer Move, Song Warrior. The power of Submission Song condensed into a human figure that moved among the countless year beast groups. Wherever it went, year beasts, regardless of whether they were strong or weak, betrayed Feng Yuan and joined Feng Jioge, becoming used by Feng Jioge. Well done. Seeing this, Duke Long was pleasantly surprised. Feng Jioge had been using Destiny Song to maintain the battlefield. He could not use other methods, but now that he had time, he immediately displayed his abundant methods. Duke Long got close to Myriad Year-Flying Warship again. He used killer moves like Dragon Claw Strike and World-Shaking Dragon Hammer in turn. Breaking Daybreak Swords were scattered and cracks spread on Myriad Year-Flying Warship. A large number of goo worms died instantly. Feng Yuan was forced to retreat again and again. While repairing Myriad Year-Flying Warship with all his strength, he was barely able to resist Duke Long and Feng Jioge's joint attack. It is time for us to counterattack. Prince's Impatience was the first to launch a wave of counterattack. With a piercing phoenix cry, his entire person transformed into a fire phoenix. He spread his wings and soared, igniting flames in the air wherever he flew. The raging flames formed a sea of fire that filled the sky. Baizong Shui attacked almost at the same time at the other end of the defensive line. Swish, 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 pale white waves surged into the sky, splashes and pillars of water shot out continuously. Jun Shunguang moved like a meteor, piercing through the battlefield. Zhou Xiongxen was accompanied by the Information Path Tiger. Whirling Boy and Yi Xiaozi attacked together, while Zhao Shanhe and Yu Zhuzi used the killer move Sitting and Eating Mountain Empty to deal with the enemy Immortal Goo Houses. Because of Duke Long's divine might, the three regions Goo Immortals had tried to hide inside their Immortal Goo Houses. Celestial Court launched a wave of counterattack. Calamity Luck Altar, Dragon Palace, Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building, and others could not resist the momentum. They retreated while fighting. Celestial Court's side used Heaven Overseeing Tower and Demon Judgment Board as the core to push forward, suppressing the three regions Goo Immortals' space to dodge. Qin Dingling also flew out of Demon Judgment Board, using all kinds of luck path methods to maximize her side's offense. After all, Goo Immortals hid inside their Immortal Goo Houses and could not attack casually. They could only use the methods inside the Immortal Goo Houses. The three regions Goo Immortals retreated continuously. They were hit by Fate Vanquish earlier and were in low spirits. Most of the Goo Immortals had no choice but to repair their Immortal Goo Houses with all their strength. They could only take a beating passively for now. Left without a choice, Mao Liqiu, Wu Yong, and the rest had to take a risk and fly out of their Immortal Goo Houses to fight against Celestial Court's main forces, to gain precious time for the Immortal Goo Houses behind them to repair themselves. Hold on. If we can't hold on now, retreating from Celestial Court is simply an extravagant hope. Be careful of Heaven Overseeing Tower, especially against Fate Vanquish. How is Feng Yuan's situation? He is the only one who can resist Fate Vanquish. Like in the previous life, the Immortals placed their hopes on Feng Yuan again. Even though many Goo Immortals had hatred towards Feng Yuan, the current situation forced them to rely on Feng Yuan. But to the disappointment of the Immortals, Feng Yuan's situation was not good either. He was facing a pincer attack from Feng Jioge and Duke Long. He was barely able to block them with Myriad Year-Flying Warship. Fate Vanquish, which used Fate Goo as the core, had no effect on Feng Yuan. But Feng Jioge's Destiny Song, even though it was only rank 8, was of a higher level. Not only did it contain fate, it also contained luck. Luck was naturally effective against Feng Yuan. Before this, Feng Yuan had used luck path methods to help him cultivate many times. Destiny Song was effective against Feng Yuan. It caused his condition to fall greatly. It almost negated the amplification of heroes among people. In contrast, even though Duke Long was not affected by heroes among people, he had Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand and Triple Chi Retraction, as well as Destiny Song. His battle strength rose to an incomparably shocking level. Relying on Duke Long's main offense and Feng Jiuge's support, Fang Yuan retreated again and again. He could not resist their attacks. Celestial Court will not lose. Duke Long's punches and kicks whistled. They tore through the air and smashed onto Myriad Year Flying Warship. Myriad Year Flying Warship was like a small sampan in a storm. It was thrown down and crashed onto the ground with a loud sound. Fang Yuan, take another move from me. Duke Long charged down like a meteor. He was about to charge at Myriad Year Flying Warship. Fang Yuan looked up at the sky and snorted coldly. Myriad Year Flying Warship flashed with golden light. The 12 Zodiac Ancient Battle Formations separated and turned into a gray stone giant. The giant waved its palms, standing on the ground of Celestial Court. It faced Duke Long head-on. Boom! With a loud explosion, Duke Long and the giant collided fiercely. Killer moves collided and created an intense explosion. The terrifying light and heat expanded like a huge ball before exploding. Hurricane-like air waves swept in all directions. Fang Yuan and Myriad Year Flying Warship that was on the verge of falling apart flew back. Whoosh! With the sound of wind, Duke Long's huge demonic godlike figure suddenly appeared behind Fang Yuan. Immortal Killer Move, World-Shaking Dragon Hammer. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. He had no time to turn around. He directly activated Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Swoosh! Reverse Flow Protection Seal finally reached its limit. It completely shattered. Fang Yuan was hit by Duke Long's fierce attack. Even though he had transformed into the immemorial Year Monkey, his entire back was almost pierced. The huge force sent Fang Yuan flying. After crashing on the ground, he created a long trail of blood. He smashed through 3 immortal goo houses on the ground before stopping. Duke Long grunted. His body was on the verge of collapsing. Reverse Flow Protection Seal reversed the attack. He also absorbed all the force of the punch that landed on Fang Yuan's body. It was even more severe than Fang Yuan. After all, Fang Yuan was weakened by Reverse Flow Protection Seal. He also had the powerful body of the immemorial Year Monkey. Duke Long breathed heavily. He could not do anything for now. He quickly healed his injuries. At the periphery of the battlefield, the Immortal Treasury had already been ransacked by Spectral Soul and his servants, but they did not find the Door of Life and Death. Strange, the Door of Life and Death was clearly placed here. Fairy Myrtle frowned deeply. It seems that Duke Long did many things behind your back. Spectral Soul said coldly. The Door of Life and Death was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. It contained countless souls. It was very important to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, but he could not find it now. Master, Fang Yuan can't hold on any longer. Should we help him and stall for time to buy for us? Old Man Jing Yuan asked. Spectral Soul looked at the battlefield. When he saw Fang Yuan's current location, he suddenly smiled. No rush, there is still a venerable who has not made a move yet. In front of Embroidered Tower, Fang Yuan was lying in a pool of blood. 3 pieces of Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's bloody skin were sewn in the air. When the wind blew on the battlefield, these 3 pieces of bloody skin loosened, fluttering like flags in the wind. Chapter 1967. Fang Yuan was bathed in blood. He was covered in injuries. He snorted coldly and stood up, looking at Embroidered Tower in front of him. Embroidered Tower was a mortal object. It was a dowry left by primordial origin Immortal Venerable to his disciple's star constellation. It was just that according to the customs of that time, it had more symbolic meaning. But after Star Constellation became venerable, she turned Embroidered Tower into an immortal goo house, giving it incredible power. Over 1,000,000 years ago, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable invaded Celestial Court. He charged forward, passing through Immortal Emperor Garden, Void Accumulation Pavilion, Sumeru Swamp, Eternal Sand Cave, Million Heavenly King Gallery, Embroidered Tower, Central Great Hall, and finally stopped at Heaven Overseeing Tower. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable suffered a loss in front of Embroidered Tower, so Embroidered Tower used its trump card, Dao Embroidery. 7 embroidery needles danced like spirited sparrows, moving gracefully. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable had to give up 3 layers of blood skin to pass. After that, these 3 layers of blood skin were sewn in the air by countless Dao marks as threads, not moving at all. Embroidered Tower's damage could not be recovered. Next, it was used on Tian Mountain to deal with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. The new losses made its situation even worse. The cause and effect caused Embroidered Tower to be damaged. It could not be used now. In the sky above Embroidered Tower, not only Fang Yuan, even many Gu immortals, including Duke Long, saw the movement of the 3 blood skins. They were like 3 blood-red flags, fluttering in the wind. The flag on the left depicted a bird with 6 legs but no wings. The blood flag in the middle depicted a wild beast. It opened its mouth but had no sharp teeth. The blood skin on the right depicted a fish. It was very lifelike, but it clearly had no gills. The blood skin fluttered. It was like an ancient wind had passed through 1,000,000 years, whistling in everyone's ears. It was like an intense battle between 10,000 armies. The sounds of metal clashing and battle cries resounded in the air. The blood flags fluttered more and more. They were like volcanoes that were about to erupt after 10,000 years, or like fierce beasts that had accumulated strength for a long time and were about to attack. Roar! The fierce beasts roared. They violently broke the Dao mark threads that were binding them, and then turned into 3 balls of blood light that fell around Fang Yuan. Amidst 3 strange or high-pitched beast cries, the bloody light completely dissipated, revealing 3 enormous beasts. It was a strange yellow bird with a body like a small mountain. Its 6 legs were thick and sturdy, and its beak was long and hard. It was shining with light, but it had no wings. An azure leopard with a big belly was lying on the ground, yawning non-stop. There was not a single sharp tooth in its open mouth. There was also a fish with dark green scales floating in midair. Its head was tall and its mouth was tightly shut. There was no trace of gills on either side of its eyes. The big fish was motionless, like a jade statue. The immortals were shaken. Even Duke Long's expression turned solemn as he paused his attack. The 3 pieces of bloody skin left behind by reckless savage demon Venerable have undergone a mutation. The auras of these 3 monsters are so shocking. Did Fang Yuan trigger a Venerable's technique? Wait a minute, why do these 3 monsters look like the ones recorded in The Legends of Renzu? The Legends of Renzu's 4th chapter recorded such a story. Renzu wandered alone in the vast land. His hair was disheveled and he was in a daze. Sometimes he cried, sometimes he sat in a daze, sometimes he laughed foolishly. The manipulation of fate Gu caused him to be separated from his children. Losing wealth Gu drove Renzu crazy. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Renzu was at a loss and in a frenzy. One morning, a flock of birds flew past the human ancestor. These birds did not have wings. They took turns running on the ground with their 6 legs, causing dust to fill the air. Renzu saw these birds and jumped in joy. So I am a bird. He also started running, merging into the group of birds. The birds screeched at Renzu, "You are a human, you walk with 2 legs, you are not a bird. Go away, don't disturb us, we are chasing after freedom Gu, we want to take back our freedom." Renzu asked, "Why are you looking for freedom Gu?" The birds said in a heavy tone, "We once possessed freedom Gu, but we did not realize it. When we lost it, we found that we no longer have wings, we can no longer fly. When we regain our freedom, we can spread our wings and soar." Renzu realized, "I understand, humans also need freedom. A man without his freedom is like a bird without its wings." "That's right. I remember now." Renzu clapped his hands, laughing. "I also want to seek freedom, to break free from the restraints of fate, to go wherever I want, to be with whoever I want, never to be separated." The birds looked at Renzu in astonishment. "Oh human, how can you have such thoughts? Look at us, how can we live without wings? Thus, it is our duty to pursue freedom. And you humans are destined to be lonely, all the happy gatherings will only lead to separation. Oh human, you want to pursue freedom, but you also need to abide by your duty, don't let your imagination run wild." Renzu rubbed his head, showing a puzzled expression. "Is that so?" The birds left a final sentence. "Oh human, let us give you a piece of advice. If you obtain freedom in the future, you must cherish it, don't let it go so easily like us. Don't let freedom Gu fly away, otherwise you will regret it. Renzu separated from the birds, gradually forgetting his identity and pursuits. One afternoon, a group of running blue leopards passed by him. The crazy Renzu saw these blue leopards and was very happy, shouting, "So I am a leopard." Renzu charged into the leopard group. But the leopards pushed him out, shouting, "You are a human, you are not a leopard. You walk on 2 legs and we walk on 4. Leave, don't disturb us, we are pursuing freedom Gu, we need to get our freedom back." Renzu heard this and asked, "Why are you looking for freedom Gu?" The blue leopards had gloomy expressions. "Sigh, we once possessed freedom Gu, but we did not realize it. When we lost it, we found that we no longer have sharp teeth, we can no longer tear and chew our prey. When we regain our freedom, we can happily eat." Renzu realized, "I understand, humans also need freedom. Without freedom, humans are like beasts without teeth." That's right. Renzu clapped his hands, laughing, "I want freedom, I want to get rid of the restraints of fate, I want to have endless delicacies and wine, endless wealth, and all kinds of warm and beautiful clothes." The blue leopards were stunned and burst into laughter. They mocked the human ancestor and said, "Human, how can you have such improper thoughts? Look at us, are beasts without claws? Thus, it is our duty to pursue freedom. And you humans are destined to come empty-handed and leave empty-handed. Oh human, if you want freedom, you need to abide by your duty, you should not let your imagination run wild." Renzu scratched his head, saying with a gloomy expression, "Is that so?" The leopards left a final sentence. "Oh human, let us give you a piece of advice. If you obtain freedom in the future, you must cherish it, don't let it go so easily like us. Don't let freedom Gu fly away, otherwise you will regret it." After Renzu separated from the leopards, he gradually forgot his identity and pursuits. One night, a group of fish swam past him. Renzu saw the fish group and was very happy, shouting, "So I am a fish." Renzu charged into the group of fish, wanting to swim with them. The fish group went into a commotion, pushing Renzu away as they shouted, "You are a human, you are not a fish. You have 2 legs, while we do not have any. Leave quickly, don't trouble us, we are chasing freedom Gu, we need to get our freedom back." Renzu asked, "Why are you looking for freedom Gu?" The fish group sighed, "We once had freedom Gu, but we did not realize it. When we lost it, we found that we had no gills, we could no longer breathe in the water. When we regain our freedom, we can swim freely in the water." Renzu realized, "I understand, humans also need freedom. Without freedom, humans are like fish without gills, they cannot breathe." That's right. Renzu clapped, laughing, "I want freedom, I want to get rid of the restraints of fate, I want to breathe freely, I want to exist forever, I want eternal life." The fish group sneered, "Oh human, how can you have such thoughts? Look at us, gills are necessary for a fish, so it is our duty to pursue freedom. And you humans are destined to have no fate with eternal life, you will grow old and die of sickness. Oh human, you want freedom, but you also need to abide by your duty, you cannot let your thoughts run wild." Renzu frowned, showing an annoyed expression, "Is that so?" The fish group left a sentence, "Oh human, let us give you a piece of advice. If you obtain freedom in the future, you must cherish it, don't let it go so easily like us. Don't let freedom Gu fly away, otherwise you will regret it." Renzu separated from the fish group, gradually forgetting the bird group, leopard group, and fish group's advice. "I am a human, I want to pursue freedom. I want to get rid of the restraints of fate, to never be separated from the people I love, to live a luxurious life, and to live forever." Many living beings heard Renzu's words and shook their heads, moving away from him. "Let's go, he is Renzu, he is speaking nonsense again. He has already gone completely crazy. How can he think like that?" One day, freedom Gu flew towards Renzu from the other side of the road. Renzu was overjoyed, grabbing it. "Freedom, I have finally obtained freedom." Renzu was very happy, but also confused, asking freedom Gu, "This is really strange, the flock of wingless birds are chasing you, the toothless beasts are chasing you, the gill-less fish are chasing you, but you are flying towards me. What is going on? Freedom Gu replied, Of course I am not flying towards you. O human, you once tried to deceive me with your attitude, use love to bind me, and use wealth to bribe me. I hate you and I hate you. The reason why I am flying towards you is because I was attracted by cognition Gu in your body. Cognition Gu floated out of Renzu's body, smiling as it explained, That is because you are crazy, Renzu. You let your thoughts run wild all day, wishing to never be separated, wishing to live a carefree life, desiring eternal life. If this is not madness, what is? Freedom Gu sighed. Freedom of thought is the greatest freedom. It is these random thoughts that allow me to strengthen myself. O Renzu, even though I am captured by you, I will not work for you. Let go of me. Renzu shook his head, gripping even tighter. Freedom Gu, I will not let go. Freedom Gu sneered. Then prepare yourself, don't get pressed down. The moment it said that, Responsibility Gu flew over, pressing down on Renzu's shoulder. So heavy, so heavy. Renzu was almost unable to straighten his back. Cognition Gu sighed. Freedom and responsibility go hand in hand. Oh Renzu, if you want freedom, you need to bear responsibility. At least, you need to take responsibility for yourself. Renzu gritted his teeth, sweat poured down like rain as he knelt on the ground. He saw the spider silk again. Fate Gu's spider silk coiled around his body. Renzu was already barely able to bear the burden of responsibility. He had no strength to struggle free of the spider silk. Fate Gu's spider silk tightened, causing bloody marks to appear all over Renzu's body. Renzu shouted, What is going on? Cognition Gu explained, Oh human, the more freedom you have, the more you will feel that you are restricted. Freedom Gu laughed. Let go of me. The longer you hold on to me, the more the spider silk will coil around you, and the tighter it will get, it might even strangle you to death. Renzu shook his head. No, I will not let go. Oh Freedom Gu, I want you. Countless spider silk stabbed into Renzu's flesh. Renzu screamed in pain, rolling on the ground, but he did not let go. Ha! Renzu laughed foolishly again. I can feel a Gu in a distant place. Just this feeling makes me feel happy and satisfied. Cognition Gu said honestly, that is natural. Whoever can obtain freedom Gu will be able to sense the location of bliss Gu. Renzu gritted his teeth, sometimes crying in pain, sometimes laughing in joy. The spider silk tightened and coiled around his bones, causing cracks to appear on his bones, but Renzu did not let go. Eventually he fainted from the pain. After a long time, he slowly woke up. Fate Gu's spider silk no longer tightened, responsibility Gu no longer exerted more pressure, and cognition Gu had disappeared. Wait, where is freedom Gu? Renzu could not sense the existence of freedom Gu. He panicked and quickly opened his hands. Just as a crack appeared, freedom Gu suddenly flew out, leaving Renzu. When people have freedom, they often do not realize it. Only when they lose it would they suddenly realize it. Renzu saw freedom Gu fly away and was stunned. He thought of the bird group, leopard group, and fish group's last words. He was filled with regret. He tore his hair in pain, rolling on the ground. Chapter 1968. In the battlefield of Celestial Court, be it friend or foe, everyone's gazes were focused on one place. Fang Yuan looked around him. He was surrounded by 3 monsters that had suddenly appeared. But the 3 monsters did not do anything to him. Instead, they were protecting him while looking at the surroundings with hostility. Their attitude was clear. Reckless savage demon venerable. Fang Yuan was shocked. Even with reckless savage demon venerable's method helping you, you will lose for sure. Duke Long shouted, his voice echoing over 100 li. He charged down from the sky like a red meteor. Even with reckless savage demon venerable's method, his fighting spirit was unwavering. He wanted to destroy all demonic path cultivators. He wanted to suppress all rebellions. Immortal killer move, Qi Breath Mountain. Duke Long aimed his palms at Fang Yuan from afar and slammed them down. Rumble. With a loud sound, a huge Qi mountain enveloped Fang Yuan and the 3 monsters underground, suppressing them. Duke Long had used triple chi retraction before. He had many chi path Dao marks on his body. Now that he used Chi Breath Mountain, these chi path killer moves, their power rose by countless times. This chi mountain was not only larger than before, it was also very condensed. Be it quality or quantity, it had a breakthrough. Seeing this, be it Wu Yong, Bing Sai Chuan and the rest, they all had solemn expressions. Just this chi exhale mountain alone was already difficult to block. The best way was to dodge. However, there was still Duke Long, this powerful extraordinary character. Behind the chi breath mountain, he would definitely stop them from escaping. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He was about to attack. But at this time, one of the three monsters formed from blood skin, that blue leopard, suddenly opened its mouth and inhaled deeply. Swoosh! At the next moment, the entire chi breath mountain shrunk. It was directly sucked into Lan Bao's stomach by an indescribable force. The Immortal's hearts shook. The pupils of Zhao Shan, he who cultivated food path, shrunk. He could see signs of food path from Lan Bao's body. Even Duke Long was stunned. Such a powerful chi breath mountain was actually broken like this. The blue leopard swallowed a mountain of chi, and its shriveled belly bulged up slightly by 10%. Its eyes were sparkling as it stared at Duke Long. Its gaze was terrifying, as if it was staring at a delicious feast. Duke Long was courageous and fearless. Even though the three monsters were unfathomable, he still charged towards Fang Yuan. Not only did he not slow down, he even increased his speed, directly piercing through the atmosphere and causing a loud sonic boom. Fang Yuan was on standby when one of the three freaks, green fish, suddenly moved. With a slight movement of its tail, it suddenly appeared in front of Duke Long. Its speed was so fast that it seemed like it was teleporting, but it didn't seem abrupt at all. Everything was as natural as moving clouds and flowing water. A moment ago, Duke Long's field of vision was wide, but in the next moment, his vision was filled with the mountainous body of the fish monster. The fish monster jerked its head violently. Bang! The fish monster's head sent Duke Long flying. Duke Long was sent flying at a speed even faster than when he was diving. He had transformation path and chi path Dao marks. He was powerful to an unprecedented degree. After using triple chi retraction several times, he could defend against ordinary rank 8 attacks. He no longer needed the 9 dragon marks to protect himself. But when he crashed into the fish monster's head, he felt like he was using his bare fist to smash a reef. In an instant, Duke Long's bones were all shattered, his organs were almost crushed by the immense force, he was bleeding both internally and externally. Triple chi retraction. Duke Long shouted, his weakened aura surged up again. Duke Long immediately used chi path healing methods. In a few breaths of time, his injuries healed at an astonishing speed. But because he chose to heal himself, he allowed himself to be sent flying. He crashed into the limit of the sky of Celestial Court. Celestial Court was a public grotto heaven. The limit was the aperture wall. Duke Long crashed into the aperture wall. There was still a huge amount of energy left in his body that poured onto the aperture wall in the sky. The Immortals heard a loud sound of impact. Next, they saw that in the sky behind Duke Long, several cracks suddenly appeared and rapidly spread in all directions like a spider web. The Immortals drew in sharp breaths. The strength of the fish monster's head was simply unimaginable. Even Duke Long could not resist it. The fish monster was merely a method left behind by reckless savage demon Venerable. It had existed for over 1,000,000 years, but it still had such power. Then how strong was the Gu Venerable who used this method, reckless savage? It was unimaginable. The Immortals could not help but think of reckless savage demon Venerable's evaluation. The world recognized him as the strongest Venerable in terms of strength. Now that they saw it, it was indeed so. This is reckless savage Venerable's method. We have not lost this battle, we can still fight. Lord Duke Long is back, his injuries have healed and his aura is even stronger. What are you afraid of? We have the complete fate Gu, heaven's will is on our side. The three regions Gu Immortals were surprised and happy at the unexpected reinforcements. Their morale rose again. Meanwhile, the Celestial Court's Immortals were also in high spirits. They had ample confidence in Fate Gu, and Duke Long dived down again and fought with the three monsters. But this time, he had learned his lesson. He mainly used Chi Path to attack from afar, avoiding close combat. The strength of these three monsters was truly terrifying. Even Duke Long did not want to be sent flying again. The strategy he had chosen was quite wise. The three monsters' strength was shocking, but their methods were nothing to write home about. After a dozen or so rounds, Duke Long understood. The six-legged yellow bird was extremely fast. It could shoot out yellow lightning from its mouth, but it could not fly. Its beak was extremely hard and sharp. Even an immortal goo house would be pierced. The green fish monster could float in the air. Its effect was comparable to Space Path's flash, but it was very natural and could not be defended against. No matter what kind of attack landed on this fish monster, it would almost instantly recover. Its strongest aspect was its astonishing recovery ability. It was even stronger than Duke Long's Chi Path healing methods. But it also had a flaw. Although its attacks were fierce, the rhythm was too slow and the frequency was very low. After attacking, it would need to rest for a long time before it could attack again. As for the toothless blue leopard, it could also fly in the air. Its strongest method was to open its mouth and swallow all attacks. Not just that, it could even devour heroes among people from Gu Immortals. Zhao Shan he was dazzled by this. His food path methods were far from being able to amplify devouring. This contained the food path profundity that he did not possess. If he could comprehend it, he would definitely advance further. At the same time, the toothless blue leopard's greatest weakness was its devouring ability. Every time it swallowed, its stomach would swell. After being purposely fed moves by Duke Long and the rest, the toothless blue leopard's stomach became round and its movements became increasingly inconvenient. However, even though Celestial Court's side quickly understood the three monsters' details, they still could not resist and gradually fell into a disadvantage. Although the three monsters had all sorts of flaws and their strengths were very obvious, they charged forward with no one daring to block them. Adding on Fang Yuan, Wu Yong, Bing Sai Chuan, Shen Songxing, Song Chi Yuan and the rest, they countered and dispelled all sorts of methods of Celestial Court, causing Celestial Court's side to be extremely passive. The three monsters targeted Heaven Overseeing Tower. They seemed to have a natural hatred towards Fate Gu. Heaven Overseeing Tower did not dare to resist the three monsters' strength. It could only retreat continuously. To protect Heaven Overseeing Tower, Duke Long withstood the huge pressure and suffered heavy injuries again and again, but he had to turn around and fight again and again. His purple hair danced wildly, his eyes were blood red, his whole body was bathed in blood and his dragon scales were dyed. His battle intent had always been increasing, and it had never dropped. Both sides surrounded the three monsters and Heaven Overseeing Tower. Celestial Court and the three regions Gu Immortals fought fiercely. They fought back and forth. It was extremely intense. The battle continued to move. Everywhere they went, killer moves were like raging waves. The aftershocks destroyed everything and created countless ruins. The great Celestial Court that was meticulously managed by the Gu Immortals was almost completely destroyed in this battle. Seeing that the three regions Gu Immortals had the upper hand, Heaven Overseeing Tower suddenly stopped. At the next moment, Immortal killer move Fate Vanquish erupted again. "Be careful!" Wu Yong shouted. The three regions Gu Immortals were already prepared and quickly responded. After the white light dissipated, Celestial Court's battlefield erupted with a grand explosion again. The intense battle erupted once again. But this time, Celestial Court had the upper hand. The three regions Gu Immortals had no choice but to resist while repairing their immortal Gu houses and their own injuries. The three regions Gu Immortals gradually stabilized their footing. Compared to the first time they suffered Fate Vanquish, their situation was much better. It was because they had three monsters to rely on. The monsters were still rampaging under their attacks. The Celestial Court's Gu Immortals were gradually dragged into a deadlock again. They were then suppressed by the three regions Gu Immortals. At this time, Heaven Overseeing Tower activated Fate Vanquish again. After a series of fierce battles, the Heavenly Court was reduced to ruins. The three monsters' momentum had clearly fallen. The attacks of the two sides Gu Immortals were no longer as ferocious as before. They had to start considering the problem of their immortal essence expenditure. Oh no, the situation is getting worse. Wu Yong's expression was grim. The three monsters' battle strength was no longer the same as before. They were constantly being ravaged by fate vanquish. Back then, reckless savage demon Venerable's attack on Celestial Court failed. These three monsters were merely a method he left behind. They naturally cannot resist the power of fate vanquish. Bing Sichuan's heart gradually turned cold. If the three regions' Gu immortals did not obtain a breakthrough during the three monsters' battle, they would definitely suffer a crushing defeat and slaughter. This was an obvious matter. But Celestial Court's side used the wisest battle tactic. They constantly moved and evaded the enemy's attacks, forcefully expending the enemy's energy. Especially when Fate Vanquish was used time and time again, the three regions' Gu immortals would lose the advantage that they had obtained with great difficulty. They would have to start from scratch again. And because of Demon Judgment Board and Heaven Overseeing Tower, there was a base to reinforce them at any time. Once the Celestial Court's Gu immortals were in danger, they would hide inside, thus they did not suffer any casualties. Of course, this was also because both sides started to cherish their immortal essence. Their attacks slowed down. Master, the situation is not good. Even reckless savage demon Venerable's methods cannot change the situation. Celestial Court has the complete fate Gu after all. Far away, Fairy Myrtle analyzed coldly. Spectral Soul had already returned to human form. His body was translucent. His hands were behind his back as he looked at the battlefield, before looking at the distant Imperfection Regret Pavilion. Inside Imperfection Regret Pavilion, the two venerable silhouettes were still playing chess. The chessboard was filled with chess pieces, but the mystical thing was, whenever the venerable silhouettes placed a chess piece, there would always be a place to place it. But compared to before, the frequency at which the two venerables placed their chess pieces had decreased by a lot. Star Constellation's silhouette held a chess piece in her hand as she looked at the chessboard, before looking at Spectral Soul's direction. Is this good? Spectral Soul has stolen a portion of our chess results. Star Constellation's silhouette said. Limitless Silhouette smiled. Since he could escape and steal our results, it is his ability. These are all helpful to him. I am looking forward to the day when he can reach a level that we have yet to reach. Star Constellation's silhouette was silent for a while before sighing. You are truly a pure Tao seeker. It is a pity that heaven and earth are a cage that prevents me from seeking Tao. Limitless Silhouette replied. That is why I want to pursue freedom. Star Constellation's silhouette immediately retorted. But your freedom is to directly break this cage. You and I both know what it is like outside the cage. Limitless Silhouette shook his head. Our standpoints are different, there is no point in talking. His figure was turning increasingly illusory, only his eyes were shining brightly. Limitless Silhouette held a chess piece in his hand as he looked at the chessboard for a long time without making a move. This game had reached its most crucial moment. On the chessboard, Limitless Silhouette's situation was very bad. He was clearly at a disadvantage. It was like he was surrounded by Star Constellation's chess pieces. Star Constellation's silhouette had a clear advantage. However, even with the accumulation of the Celestial Court, Limitless Silhouette could see the strength of his opponent, Star Constellation. Star Constellations will had to resist Providence on one hand, she also had to make arrangements in the 5 regions on the other hand, she had to consider countless aspects. Her schemes included the present and ancient universe. Not to mention the failed plans of the 3 venerables to attack the Celestial Court. Just look at the current situation. Spectral Soul regained his freedom but did not obtain the door of life and death. This was likely Star Constellation's doing. After all, even Fairy Myrtle was kept from her. Duke Long's scheme was unlikely. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was worthy of being the only Wisdom Path Venerable in history. However, Limitless Silhouette might not lose now. His main chess pieces were gathered together. It was hard for the opponent to take them down. If he tried to take them down forcefully, he would suffer huge losses. It would be like giving the initiative to Limitless Silhouette. But if Limitless Silhouette tried to break out of the encirclement, he would lack some strength. The entire encirclement was formed by Star Constellation's schemes. If Limitless Silhouette attacked blindly, he would fall into Star Constellation's trap. Thus, Limitless Silhouette could only choose to defend and wait for reinforcements. This chess match between two venerables that had started since the Olden Antiquity era and lasted for over 1,000,000 years had finally reached its most crucial moment. Indeed, Limitless Silhouette had reinforcements. He had waited for this reinforcements for over 1,000,000 years. Both sides were aware of this. Now, it depends on the quality. Star Constellation's Silhouette looked around the battlefield before fixing his gaze on Fang Yuan with a complex expression. Chapter 1969. Fang Yuan had been fighting at the front lines all along. On one hand, he had been fighting intensely against Duke Long and the rest, but on the other hand, he had been maintaining his ice-cold calm, planning for the overall situation. But ever since Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's method was activated, there was a voice in his ears. Look closely, Junior. The 3 monsters in front of you are formed from my 3 immortal moves. These 3 immortal moves were created from the pursuit of freedom chapter in The Legends of Rinzhu. I created them to pursue freedom. The first move, Thunder Rush Yellow Bird Transformation, using Attitude Goo as the core. Have you ever been envious of birds, wanting to fly freely in the sky? But us humans are restricted since birth. We don't have wings. How can we talk about flying? An even crueler situation is often like wingless birds. They have already experienced the wonderful feeling of flying, but have lost their wings. No matter who you are, no matter where you are, you will face all sorts of restrictions. If we are unable to change, unable to break free from all of this, like wingless birds, we want to pursue freedom but are unable to do so, what should we do? This is the core concept of this move. Remember, Junior. Remember, Junior, even if we face the strictest restrictions and are unable to pursue freedom. But at least we still have freedom. That is, we can freely choose what kind of attitude we use to face the cruel reality. Remember, your attitude is very important. The second move, Devouring Blue Leopard Transformation, using Mutation Goo as the core. Freedom is not a bad thing, but it is also not a good thing. It can make you better, but it can also make you worse, just like the effect of Mutation Goo. If a fierce beast lacks teeth, can't it live? If there is no freedom to bite, what harm is there in swallowing it whole? Who knows, it might even train your digestive ability. The third move, Internal Breathing Green Fish Transformation, using Adaptation Goo as the core. Compared to it, the world is so ugly and dirty, we will be attacked by the cruel reality, we will be tortured by pain and hopelessness. We walk on our own paths, sometimes we will be covered in injuries, we will have nowhere to hide, we will not be able to escape. Humans are changing, the world is also constantly changing. If we cannot keep up with the times, we will be eliminated by the world. So, be adaptable. Without gills, we will use our mouth to breathe. If we cannot even use our mouth, we will use internal breathing. No matter how slow you walk, even if your face changes. The voice was thick and powerful as it explained the background and origins of the 3 monsters in detail. These were the 3 transformation path killer moves left behind by Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. Ever since Fang Yuan triggered Reckless Savage Demon Ancestor's method, this voice had mysteriously accompanied Fang Yuan, and no one else had noticed it at all. Could this be the voice of Reckless Savage Archdevil? As Fang Yuan was guessing, the voice suddenly changed. His voice, which was originally steady and thick, became lively and frivolous. Hey, you've said so much. It's my turn, my turn. Ha, kid, no matter who you are, you must be an otherworldly demon. Because only otherworldly demons had hope of destroying Fate Goo. That's why I left behind this legacy, only otherworldly devils can inherit it. But other than that, you need to possess at least one of the 3 Goo worms. Attitude Goo, Mutation Goo, Adaptation Goo. These 3 Goo worms correspond to 3 killer moves. They can trigger my killer moves. When you come to the sky above Embroidered Tower, you can activate the killer moves and transform into monsters, becoming your powerful helpers. You can use them however you want, be it killing, plundering, or benefiting the world. Of course, it would be best if you can get rid of the Celestial Court's Fate Goo, because I really don't like it. Ha! Of course, if you can activate all 3 moves, then these 3 moves can be combined into one. This is a super killer move that I meticulously created. Once you grasp this move, you can use your human form and possess all the advantages of the 3 moves, without any other shortcomings. That is to say, you will be like a wingless bird, moving as fast as lightning and breathing out lightning. You will also be like the gill-less fish, possessing extremely powerful recovery and self-healing abilities. You will also be like the toothless beast, swallowing everything and storing it in your stomach. Are you stunned? Isn't it super powerful? Ha, worship me. The frivolous male voice seemed to be chased away as it was replaced by the solemn male voice. The final combination move is called Incomplete Freedom Transformation. It uses attitude, mutation, and adaptability as its 3 cores. It is extremely complex and detailed. Although you can use the 3 monsters that I left behind to combine them into one, it is much easier than activating them independently, but please do not try it rashly. Because this move acts on your body, once it fails, you will suffer heavy injuries at best, or even death at worst. Remember this, remember this. The solemn male voice spoke with deep sincerity, but soon, the frivolous male voice appeared again. Please, what you said is not the main point. Lad, let me tell you the main point. Once you activate this move, you will be able to suppress all immemorial desolate plants and immemorial desolate beasts, turning the 3 monsters' methods into your own innate ability. You will become a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus, fighting heaven and earth, rampaging through the world. You will immediately possess pseudo-venerable battle strength. Of course, if you meet a venerable like me, you will still have to kneel. But these are not the most important points. The most important point is that you need to remember. When Fang Yuan heard this, he could not help but concentrate. The frivolous and lively male voice continued. The most important point is that once this move is activated, the 3 monsters will fuse into one and turn into a bloody cloak that will cover your body. This cloak is really super cool. Junior lad, you must try it. It is truly too cool. You will not regret it. Fang Yuan was speechless. Along with the voice, all sorts of information flowed in his mind. He had a clear understanding of the 3 killer moves. Different from the male voice's description, these 3 killer moves and the final combination move were not complicated. The steps were also not complicated. Reckless savage demon venerables era was the olden antiquity era. The style of Gu cultivators was either grand or rough. It was far from the complexity of the current era. Mastering these killer moves was not difficult, especially for Fang Yuan who had deep wisdom path attainment. Then I should combine them like this. Fang Yuan was done preparing. He retreated and activated the killer move. In an instant, the 3 monsters that were fighting at the front turned into 3 rays of light, 1 yellow, 1 green, and 1 yellow. They entered Fang Yuan's body. Such a shocking change caught both sides off guard. The 3-colored light enveloped Fang Yuan, emitting a grand aura that spread out in all directions, repelling all people and objects. The 3 lights quickly fused and turned into a blood-red color. The blood light condensed into one and covered Fang Yuan's back, turning into a huge bright red cloak. The cloak fluttered in the wind like a battle flag. The sound of it flapping resounded in everyone's ears. What change is this? It seems like Fang Yuan inherited reckless savage's true inheritance. Both sides were shocked again. Seeing this familiar cloak, Star Constellation's silhouette, who was inside Imperfection Regret Pavilion, recalled. Over 1,000,000 years ago, a man barged into Celestial Court. He walked over step by step. Each step seemed ordinary, yet it caused the heavenly court to tremble, heaven and earth to tremble. His body was extremely muscular. He wore beast skin and his muscles bulged. Numerous tattoos surrounded his skin and flesh, depicting countless strange beasts and plants. Some of them were savage, while others were intelligent and refined. He emitted a grand aura that was like a majestic mountain range, like a vast ocean. The Gu immortals of Celestial Court only took a glance at him and felt a suffocating pressure. He wore a cloak on his back. This beast skin cloak was extremely large. It was made from human skin. Only Reckless Savage Demon Venerable had a tall and muscular body. If it were an ordinary person, the cloak would drag on the ground. Every time Reckless Savage Demon Venerable killed a rank 8 enemy, he would peel off the enemy's skin and sew it onto the beast's skin cloak. This was originally a custom of the beastmen, but Reckless Savage had learned it and imitated it when he was young, even before he became a venerable. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Halfway through the invasion of Celestial Court, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable stopped in front of Embroidered Tower. In the air, star constellations will appear. "Oh, Reckless Savage, you cannot destroy Fate Goo. Your strength comes from your fate. It's like you can't lift yourself up without using other means." "Of course I know this." Reckless Savage Demon Venerable chuckled. "Then why are you here?" "I am here to fight." Reckless Savage Demon Venerable raised his head and said in a frivolous tone. "Star constellations will." Reckless Savage Demon Venerable continued to laugh. "When I became a venerable and became invincible in the world, I felt an intense sense of loneliness. No one can fight me now. I have already killed most of those variant human rank 8s. The old and weak who are still alive have all gone into hiding. I have no interest in finding them. Looking at the 5 regions, only Celestial Court is interesting. To preserve Fate Goo, you must have left behind many methods. Back then, Limitless was blocked by you. Come, use all your methods. Let us have a good contest." Star Constellations was silent for a while before entering Embroidered Tower. "This Immortal Goo house in front of you is one of the methods left behind by my main body back then." Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's eyes shined. "Then I will go." The battle ended quickly. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable clenched his fists and licked his lips, mumbling in dissatisfaction. "What? Just 2 or 3 moves and your Embroidered Tower is about to collapse. It was quite good at the start. But don't worry, I won't tear down your building. We are on the same side. Also, I will leave these 3 layers of blood skin here. This is my inheritance. No matter who it is, even if you are a member of Celestial Court, as long as you can inherit my inheritance, I will leave it to you. Take it as a souvenir of me coming to Celestial Court. Don't destroy it. I am really looking forward to it. I wonder which junior will obtain my inheritance. Will they be awed by my grand strength? Will they be subdued by my wondrous thoughts? Of course, it would be best if this junior can destroy Fate Goo. If he can't do this, I am really unhappy." Star Constellations was silent for a long while before speaking. "So destroying Fate Goo is your objective?" Reckless Savage Demon Venerable shrugged his shoulders. "Of course. I will leave the blood skin here. If you have the ability, then destroy it. But I have to remind you out of goodwill. These 3 layers of blood skin are already connected to the Dao marks of Celestial Court. If you carelessly destroy it, it will cause the most direct damage to Celestial Court. Unless a descendant has transformation path attainment like me, they will not be able to safely destroy it." Star Constellations continued. "If you want to destroy Fate Goo, there is actually a better way. That is, you will become an immortal venerable and become the Lord of Celestial Court, living with Fate Goo day and night. I think with your wisdom, you will definitely find a way to destroy Fate Goo." Reckless Savage Demon Venerable shook his head without even thinking. "I don't want to." Star Constellations frowned. "Why?" "Because the title of Demon Venerable sounds cooler than an Immortal Venerable." Star Constellations It was very strange. When Reckless Savage Demon Venerable said this reason, why did it feel like it was only natural? Reckless Savage Demon Venerable turned around and looked at himself, waving his arm. Look at my thighs, how firm they are. My arms, how thick they are. This is beauty, this is handsomeness. And this cloak, it is covered in blood and made of human skin. It is so majestic and domineering." Star Constellations was in a mess, only speaking after a long while. "So, you did not create this cloak to repay the debt of blood, to take revenge on the variant humans? Of course there is a secondary reason, but the main reason is because it is cool." Star Constellations Oh, that's right. The 3 layers of blood skin I left behind can form a move. After the move is formed, it is a blood skin cloak. It is very similar to the one I am wearing. If a junior wears it in the future, they will definitely be super cool. Chapter 1970. Because of Fang Yuan's shocking change, the entire Celestial Court's battle slowed down. Duke Long was the first one to react. Immortal killer move, spiraling dragon Fang. Fang Yuan's situation was unclear. The 3 monsters suddenly turned into a blood-colored cloak that draped over his body. Duke Long did not dare to be careless. He had some reservations after being beaten up by the 3 monsters earlier. He immediately used spiraling dragon Fang to probe from afar. Dragon teeth danced in the air, sharp as blades. Fang Yuan did not dodge. He wanted to probe his current defensive strength. Clang, clang, clang. The dragon teeth landed on his body, creating waves of golden sparks. After wearing the blood battle cloak, Fang Yuan's defensive strength immediately rose to a terrifying level. Duke Long's pupils shrunk at this sight. Fang Yuan's current defensive strength was already more outstanding than his. At least, when the dragon teeth landed on Duke Long's body, white marks would be left on his dragon scales. But Fang Yuan was completely unscathed. There was nothing wrong with him. His defense is already so shocking, his other aspects should not be lacking either. Seeing how Fang Yuan blocked the dragon teeth killer move, the immortals present had the same thought. The Celestial Court's side was even more wary, while the 3 regions Gu immortals looked at Fang Yuan with expectant gazes. These Gu immortals did not know that at this moment, there was a voice in Fang Yuan's ears criticizing him. Lad, you are the junior who inherited my true inheritance? Ayaya, you are so ugly. Look at yourself, your face is like a woman's. Your arms and legs are too thin. Why is your skin so white and soft? Where is your toughness as a man? Oh heavens! My inheritance was actually wasted in your hands. Fang Yuan. The 3 monsters fused into one. During the process of incomplete freedom transformation, Fang Yuan needed to instill his own will. However, after the blood battle cloak formed, Fang Yuan's will actually transformed into the image of the reckless savage demon Venerable, transforming into reckless savage's will. This method was truly unimaginable. It could be seen that even though reckless savage was a transformation path Gu immortal, his wisdom path attainment was also extremely shocking. However, Fang Yuan soon discovered that the source of the change in his willpower was the 3 freaks. To him, the so-called reckless savage will was not harmful and even had many benefits. Reckless savages will could oversee the blood-colored cloak and help maintain the killer move. It could even speed up Fang Yuan's understanding of the true meaning of incomplete freedom transformation after the 3 moves were combined. Kid, hurry up and make your move. After so many years, there isn't much power left in my main body. Quick, quick, rush up and crush fake Gu. Reckless savages will laugh loudly, shouting impatiently. You talk too much nonsense. Can you shut up? Fang Yuan replied indifferently. Reckless savage's will was stunned. He held his cheeks with both hands and shouted in disbelief, I've been despised. I, the dignified reckless savage fiend Venerable, was actually despised by a junior. And such an ugly guy at that. Next, reckless savage's will started to mumble. Who could have thought that the mighty and domineering reckless savage demon Venerable was actually a chatterbox? But even without his reminder, Fang Yuan could feel that this combination move, incomplete freedom transformation, might have astonishing power, but it also expended a huge amount of the 3 freaks foundation. This move had a time limit. In that case, Fang Yuan squinted, staring at heaven overseeing tower with malicious intent. At that instant, the Celestial Court Gu immortals in heaven overseeing tower felt a chill in their hearts. Be careful of Fang Yuan. He is attacking. Steady, steady. The Celestial Court's side suddenly tensed up, everyone's heartstrings were stretched taut to the extreme. Boom. At the next moment, Fang Yuan suddenly moved. His figure drew a straight line of blood light in the sky, brazenly moving towards the place with the most enemies, heaven overseeing tower. Fang Yuan's explosive speed was so shocking that even Duke Long, who was already prepared, was greatly surprised. Fang Yuan, don't even think of leaving. Duke Long reacted and chased with all his strength. It is finally getting interesting. At the edge of the battlefield, Spectral Soul laughed heartily as he saw this, ordering, "Old man Jing Yuan, make your move, activate everybody's vision. I want everyone in the world to see this interesting scene." "Yes, master." Old man Jing Yuan was a key that held authority. He was specialized in activating the human path methods of the past venerables of Celestial Court. And this everybody's vision killer move was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan had displayed its unique power in the previous life. It was based on the human path killer move People's United Hearts. It could allow Central Continent's mortals, Gu Masters, and Gu Immortals to share their vision. This way, the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals would be able to see all of Central Continent's enemies. They could also incite the hatred of Central Continent's people and gather even more human will. The accumulation of more human will could in turn boost the power of other human path killer moves, like heroes among people. This cycle continued to grow stronger. It was the style of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's killer move. Immortal killer move, everybody's vision. At once, Central Continent was in an uproar. The 5 regions were in an uproar. What in the world is going on? My eyes, there is something wrong with my eyes. The mortals were indescribably shocked. It is the battle situation of Celestial Court. What kind of method is this? It allowed us to see the current situation. Which side has the upper hand? Almost all the Gu Immortals of the 5 regions knew the inside story. In the previous life, Central Continent's humans enjoyed the effect of everybody's vision. But in this life, because of Shen Shang's interference, the 5 regions' human wills were gathered together. Everybody's vision allowed all the people of the 5 regions to see the battle situation of Celestial Court at the same time. The first scene that the people of the 5 regions saw was Fang Yuan charging straight towards Heaven Overseeing Tower. Who is that person? Even if it was an ordinary mortal, when they saw Fang Yuan, they would feel an intense and suffocating aura of fierceness. Fang Yuan, don't even think of succeeding. At the crucial moment, Guyue Fangzheng and Qin Ding Ling controlled Demon Judgment Board together, blocking in front of Heaven Overseeing Tower. That is the Rank 8 Immortal Gu House, Demon Judgment Board. The Gu Immortals who saw this, no matter which region they were in, shouted in shock. Fang Yuan did not slow down. He directly charged towards Demon Judgment Board. Is he crazy? This is a Rank 8 Immortal Gu House. However, at the next moment, the 5 regions' Gu Immortals could not help but open their mouths. Their faces were filled with shock. With a loud sound, Fang Yuan directly crashed into Demon Judgment Board. The huge impact forced Demon Judgment Board to fly backwards. Even though Guyue Fangzheng and Qin Ding Ling were inside the Immortal Gu House, they were already using all their strength to activate it. Get lost! Fang Yuan shouted, raising his fist and punching fiercely. A huge pit was created on Demon Judgment Board's surface. Countless fragments flew everywhere, turning into Gu worm corpses that filled the sky. Guyue Fangzheng coughed out a mouthful of blood. He fell to the ground, unable to conceal his shock. Fang Yuan's attack almost pierced through Demon Judgment Board. Demon Judgment Board was smashed to the ground by Fang Yuan. Before Fang Yuan stomped on it, a huge force surged towards it. It could not resist it at all. Demon Judgment Board was like a mountain pressing down on it. It rapidly fell to the ground. Fang Yuan jumped up. His speed surged as he charged towards Heaven Overseeing Tower again. But at the next moment, Duke Long had already caught up to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan! He shouted, his voice reverberating in the sky. Fang Yuan turned around. The bloody cape on his back swung as he waved his fists, creating a storm of fist shadows. Duke Long had already come with a killer move. His palm slammed down with Chi Breath Mountain. Next, his left hand formed into a claw as he used Immortal killer move Dragon Claw Strike, while his right hand clenched into a fist as he used Chaotic Dragon Fist. At the same time, he spat out teeth that turned into countless spiraling dragon fangs that surrounded his body. The 9 dragon tattoos protecting Xiao Chen's body took the initiative to appear. Bam 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 bam. Fang Yuan and Duke Long fought fiercely, attacking fiercely as their fists landed on flesh. On one side was a venerable inheritor, an otherworldly demon. On the other side was a Tao guardian, the teacher of an immortal venerable. The battle between these two broke the record since the start of the battle. Just the aftershock alone caused intense winds to blow, pushing away all people and objects. The terrifying collision force could directly destroy immortal goo houses. Even rank 8 immortal goo houses like Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building and Calamity Luck Altar stopped in their tracks. And those rank 7 immortal goo houses hid far away. Are these two monsters? What kind of shocking battle is this? The 5 regions goo immortals saw this through everybody's vision killer move and swallowed their saliva, their hearts pounding. As long as venerables did not appear, this battle between Fang Yuan and Duke Long was definitely at the peak of the current era. The mortals also gradually understood some of the details. This is incredible. We are seeing immortals. There are really immortals in this world. Immortals are fighting. They're killing each other. It's just too terrifying. Look, it seems like even heaven has been destroyed by them. The mortals screamed in shock. This scene had surpassed the limits of their imagination. The storm of attacks did not stop. Both sides were in a deadlock. Even though Duke Long did not receive the support of heroes among people, he had the help of Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand and Destiny Song, as well as Triple Chi Retraction. This method was a foreshadowing left behind by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. Duke Long was only the key. At the edge of the battlefield, Spectral Soul looked at the battle between Fang Yuan and Duke Long as he smiled. Since it has already reached this stage, I might as well give it a hand. Zheng Yuan, release all of your human wills. Old man Zheng Yuan was slightly dazed. Weren't the human wills all released already? How could there be any left? If there were, why would old man Zheng Yuan not use them earlier? However, as Spectral Soul continued to guide, old man Zheng Yuan was shocked to find that a portion of human wills was stored in a corner of Celestial Court. Spectral Soul's understanding of Celestial Court was so thorough, he was even clearer than old man Zheng Yuan. How many secrets of Celestial Court does he know? Also, why would the previous venerables secretly keep a portion of human wills? Old man Zheng Yuan was filled with questions. Stop guessing, just release it. The following facts will tell you the answer. Spectral Soul chuckled. Old man Zheng Yuan had already been subdued by Spectral Soul. He nodded and activated his method without hesitation. The human wills were completely released. Chapter 1971. At this moment when human will was completely released, be it the goo immortals of both sides, they seemed to be able to hear the discussions of countless people. You must grow up safely and healthily, my children. It is truly a good thing that lovers can be together. May the world be peaceful for generations to come. I would rather be a dog in peace than a person in chaos. Kill all these lawless bandits and villains. The righteous path will definitely win. I believe that even though justice and fairness may come late, they will never be absent. You must win, Celestial Court. I cannot do anything, I can only pray for you like this. The morale of the Celestial Court's goo immortals rose, but soon, confusion appeared on their faces. Their enemies were also strengthened, and it seemed like the 3 regions goo immortals received a greater boost than them. Kill these hypocritical righteous path people. Destroy the Celestial Court, it is high and mighty, who knows how many generations of Central Continent's people it has exploited. Even though I admire the spirit of the Celestial Court, I will never be able to reach it. I am a Central Continent goo immortal. I admit my selfishness, I am only an ordinary goo cultivator. But Central Continent's resources are all taken by the Celestial Court, they are all occupied by the 10 great ancient sects, they are all plundered by the Celestial Court. Join the Celestial Court? That is too difficult, they even want me to offer my immortal aperture. How can I bear to do that? Destroy the Celestial Court. The more damage we cause to the Celestial Court, the less pressure we will have on the other 4 regions when the 5 regions merge. The heavenly court has been the #1 force of the human race for far too long. If it is overthrown, it will be very interesting. Both sides fought again. The celestial court's immortals were shocked to find that the other party's heroes among people was indeed stronger than theirs. Why was that? Heroes among people was clearly our celestial court's method. Why did heroes among people help the enemy more? The celestial court's immortals were uncertain. They were gradually suppressed. Wu Yong once again led the crowd. He was the first to charge out of clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, valiantly charging at the very front. At this moment he fully displayed the martial style of the southern border's Wu clan. His face was gloomy and his eyes flashed with a cold light. The will to destroy Fate Gu had always been so intense and turbulent. In the past, he stood in front of his mother Wu Du Xiu's coffin, mourning in silence. While he was grieving, he also discovered that there was a hint of relief and joy in the depths of his heart. Am I being unfilial? Wu Yong questioned himself and gradually understood his true feelings. It's not like that. I was full of filial piety and respect for my mother. However, she was truly too powerful. In her shadow, I could only choose to submit and cower. Only when she's gone will I have the space to relax. Back to the present. Wu Yong's fighting spirit was as strong as steel. His gaze was ice cold, and he revealed the fervor in his heart. So, destroy Fate Gu. I will mourn you like how I mourned my mother. Only when you are gone can I, Wu Yong, have the freedom to pursue my ambitions and aspirations. On the other side, Calamity Luck Altar suppressed Demon Judgment Board. Bing Sichuan had never felt so powerful. Hot blood surged in his chest. You still don't understand, Qin Dingling. You are Lord Giant Sun's lover in vain. Fate is fixed, luck is a variable. Why do you think Lord Giant Sun created Luck Path? Why did he create Luck Path? In a way, this is the hope of all living beings in this world. When all lives were predetermined and all encounters were predetermined, then what was the point of living? What is the difference between this and a puppet or a walking corpse? This isn't just a guess, but something Sir Giant Sun personally told me. And I inherited his will. After 300,000 years, I will still fight to the death. I am an old man who is willing to fight for this will. Immortal killer move, Grand Rumble. Shen Songsheng actually took the initiative to attack Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge controlled Destiny Song. Under Shen Songsheng's frenzied attacks, he retreated continuously. His main goal was to stabilize his side. Shen Songsheng screamed, Feng Jioge! We are both Sound Path Gu immortals. Even if we can't see it, can't we hear it? Listen. This is the voice of most people in the world. They do not want to be restrained, they want freedom. No matter how impractical this freedom is. Sometimes, it is like the daydream of a lunatic or a fool. I will speak the truth. Shen Songsheng said this as he shed tears of emotion. I have never felt this before. It is like there are billions of people standing around me, they are cheering for me and encouraging me. Maybe this is how the Celestial Court's Gu immortals feel when they fight for humanity. I was right to come to this battlefield. Bam 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 bam. Close combat, punches landed on flesh, Feng Yuan and Duke Long attacked fiercely. After a while of deadlock, Duke Long started to fall into a disadvantage. Even though Duke Long gritted his teeth and wanted to resist, it was to no avail. At this moment, he started to feel what it meant to be powerless. Among everyone present, Feng Yuan's heroes among people killer move had the highest power. But, why? You are clearly a demon who brings disaster to the world and commits all sorts of evil deeds. Why are you receiving the most human will's help? Duke Long shouted in anger. Do you still not understand? This era is different. People's hearts have already changed. In the olden antiquity era, humans sought survival. Thus, when the three demon venerables invaded the celestial court, they held back. And now, more than 1,000,000 years have passed since the olden antiquity era. Your celestial court can no longer represent the will of the billions of people. Feng Yuan's words were sharp, they were like blades sharper than dragon fangs, directly piercing through Duke Long's heart. Fang Yuan did not only use his fists, every joint on his body was turned into a weapon as he attacked Duke Long. Chi Breath Mountain was destroyed, spiraling dragon fangs were scattered, Duke Long's Dragon Claw Strike and Chaotic Dragon Fist were suppressed by Fang Yuan step by step. Boom 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 boom. Every time he attacked, Fang Yuan's fists would create sonic booms. The Blood Battle Cloak released a bright red halo that enveloped Fang Yuan's entire body, giving him a terrifying boost in all aspects. Duke Long's fingers were broken by Fang Yuan. His fists collided with Fang Yuan's fists, revealing the bones in his hands. The 9 dragon patterns on his body were howling in pain. Most of them had already been scattered by Fang Yuan. Countless years ago, there was a pair of lovers. The man was called Tu-Ji, the woman was called Ruali. Tu-Ji was a rockman, while Ruali was a human female immortal. I cultivate rule path. Of course I believe in the rules of this world. Everything in the world has its own path, that is fate. I have always been following my fate. I believe that I could meet you and fall in love with you because of fate's kindness towards me. Tu-Ji said. Ruali said, then what if I tell you that I am fated to be killed by reckless savage demon Venerable? What? Tu-Ji was shocked. Ruali, how many times have you predicted this prophecy? Actually, just once is enough, but I have indeed predicted it many times, and the result is the same every time. Do you know why Wisdom Path Gu Immortal's prophecies are so accurate? That is because the path of fate is fixed. Me dying at reckless savage's hands is my fate. Tu-Ji was silent for a while before saying in a resolute tone, then I don't believe in fate. Why must I die at reckless savage demon Venerable's hands? Why can't my lover live a happy life? If this is fate's arrangement, then I will not accept it. Duke Long was forced to retreat continuously by Fang Yuan. First, blood seeped out of his mouth, then his 7 orifices started to bleed. This was caused by Fang Yuan's fists hitting his body, causing his organs to bleed. Awesome. Truly awesome. Reckless savages will shouted from within the cloak, waving his hands and legs excitedly, Kid, although you are ugly, your style is like me. I have to say, my impression of you has changed somewhat. But for some reason, I feel like something is missing. Reckless savages will thought for a while before suddenly clapping, I got it. Kid, you should roar in excitement, shout in joy, that is the heroic fighting spirit of a man. However, Fang Yuan's expression was cold as ice, his eyes were pitch black like a deep abyss, there was not a trace of expression on his face. For him, the reason why he used this method was because he was making use of the strength of incomplete freedom transformation. With the 3 monsters' strength, Duke Long was already at a disadvantage fighting him in close combat. But Fang Yuan had the attitude of attacking heaven overseeing tower. Duke Long had no choice but to tangle with Fang Yuan. Duke Long's situation was getting worse. He was clearly defending more and attacking less. He roared and roared, but he was still forced back by Fang Yuan's attacks. In southern border, there was a Gu immortal called Taozhu. He's Taozhu? Is he an idiot? In order to research some secret of the 5 regions, he actually gave up on such a marriage. He is a lunatic. There was a period of time when I saw him crawling into the regional walls, causing his head to bleed. He was in a pathetic state. In order to research the 5 regional walls, he sacrificed almost everything. He put his heart and soul into it. He endured the ridicule of countless people. He resisted the secret suppression of many people. The most fatal thing was that fate played a huge joke on him. In the near future, the 5 regional walls would vanish completely. Even if Taozhu's research produced results, it seemed to have lost its meaning. But so what? If this is fate, I, Taozhu, am unable to resist or change it. So what? I will continue to research it. Even if I fail in the end, if I cannot research it, my entire life will be a failure. I will not accept my fate. Even if I understand that there is a world wall called fate in front of me, I will still charge straight through it. Even if I crash into the wall and die, I will die with my head held high. Why should I accept my fate? Damn it. I want to do this. Chapter 1972. quickly reinforced Duke Long. The celestial court's Gu immortals quickly moved. They did not dare to watch this anymore. Duke Long and Feng Jioge were the two pillars of the celestial court. If Duke Long was defeated by Feng Yuan and fell, the entire battle situation would become unpredictable again. Boom! Feng Yuan kicking Duke Long's arm to the side. Duke Long's back was wide open. Feng Yuan used this chance to get close, grabbing Duke Long's purple hair with his left hand. Next, he raised his right fist. Fist shadows flew everywhere, punching at Duke Long's face and chest like cannonballs. In a moment of desperation, Duke Long could not escape. He could only shout, "Triple Qi retraction." Qi currents surged again, gathering on Duke Long's body. Duke Long's condition tripled again. Bam bam bam. Feng Yuan beat Duke Long violently. He continued the beating. Over 1,000,000 years ago, Genesis Lotus became a venerable. He disguised as a mortal and traveled the world. One day, he came to a poor and dilapidated village in Western Desert. Here, because of his identity as a Gu master, he helped the villagers settle some small matters. He was warmly welcomed by the villagers. A child was the most excited. He admired Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable so much that he almost prostrated himself before him, because he saw a new hope in life. Lord Gu Master, I beg you, I beg you." The child knelt on the ground, grabbing Genesis Lotus's clothes. He looked up at Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. His innocent eyes were filled with tears and pleading. "Speak, child, don't kneel, I will definitely help you if I can." Genesis Lotus helped the child up gently. The child showed a joyful expression. "It is great that you can help. Please revive my mother. She is the person I love the most. She is also the person who loves me the most in this world. My father abandoned me and my mother a long time ago. I was able to grow up because of my mother's hard work and painstaking efforts. But my mother died a few days ago. She died of exhaustion and illness. Before she died, she even stuffed the remaining half of the cake into my hands with her shivering hands so that I wouldn't have to eat it. I can't lose my mother. I can't live without a mother. I beg you, Lord Gu Master. You were able to dig so deep into the sand and accurately find the water source. It will definitely be able to resurrect my mother." Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was silent. The child was naive and did not know that resurrecting a dead person was far more difficult than digging a well for water. But Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was a venerable of the current generation. He could do what others could not. But he could not. He was an immortal sovereign, the immortal sovereign of the celestial court. Thus, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable rubbed the child's head as he sighed. "That is not possible. No matter what living beings are, they will live and die. Your mother's death is her final destination. Isn't it also a kind of liberation? You need to be more open-minded, live on bravely and happily. I believe your mother will definitely want you to live like this." "I don't want to." The child shook his head furiously. "I want my mother to resurrect." Genesis Lotus shook his head as he sighed again. "I cannot resurrect your mother." "But you can clearly do that." The child stared at Genesis Lotus with wide open eyes. Genesis Lotus shook his head again, not saying anything else. The child screamed as he pointed at Genesis Lotus. I hate you, Gu Master. You can clearly help my mother, but you don't want to do it. You are too cold, you are truly cruel. Just because she's not your mother? If she were your mother, would you reject her so coldly?" Genesis Lotus fell into deep thought. He placed himself in the child's shoes and got the result, replying with an extremely serious expression. "Yes, I will do that. I will accept death peacefully, no matter who it is. Because I know this is fate's arrangement." "Fuck your fate," the child screamed. "I don't care about your fate, I just need my mother, I want my mother." The child was quickly stopped by the villagers who came over after hearing the commotion. The village chief quickly apologized to Genesis Lotus. Genesis Lotus waved his hand, expressing that he was not a hindrance. He looked at the struggling child who was being forcefully helped by the villagers and was suddenly stunned. His entire body and mind shuddered intensely. At this moment he suddenly understood. Why did he feel a vague sense of unease when he traveled the world? The hearts of humans change, their desires were hard to satisfy. When humans became the overlords of the world, their desires were no longer to resist the domination and suppression of variant humans. Instead, it was more of a crazed fantasy. Genesis Lotus looked at the child in front of him in a daze. He suddenly realized, isn't the current human race the child in front of me? He is struggling crazily under the restraints of fate for an unrealistic hope? But is this really an unrealistic hope? Resurrecting a dead person? Is it impossible? Genesis Lotus was clear that this could be done. But he could not do it. This was not allowed. But if it was not allowed, would no one do it? Genesis Lotus suddenly felt a sense of loss and hesitation, a deep helplessness that seeped into his bones. Even if he was a rank 9 venerable, the number 1 person in the world, he could do all he could to stop the people of the world from doing this, but what about after he died? Even if he did all he could when he was alive and no one did it, could he, Genesis Lotus, stop the people of the world from thinking this way? And the most terrifying thing was precisely this kind of thinking. What right did he have to stop people's fantasies? He could not stop the various desires in people's hearts. Duke Long was ruthlessly beaten by Fang Yuan. He retaliated with all his strength at first, but Fang Yuan forcibly withstood Duke Long's counterattack. His expression was as cold as iron. Duke Long was beaten beyond recognition by Fang Yuan. His chest caved in, dragon scales scattered everywhere, his aura plummeted. Triple chi retraction. Duke Long roared again, his aura rose again, his injuries instantly healed. Boom boom boom. Fang Yuan was still beating Duke Long. Duke Long had just recovered his appearance, but he was once again beaten by Fang Yuan. Soon, his bones were fractured everywhere, blood spurting everywhere. Duke Long did not retreat. He defended with all his strength, shouting again, triple chi retraction. His condition recovered again. Reckless savages will cheered from within the cloak. Continue beating him, continue beating him. Beat him to death, beat him until he explodes. I want to see how much foundation the Celestial Court has to be able to exhaust him like this. Ha! But Fang Yuan was calmly calculating the remaining strength of the 3 monsters after they fused. Their strength was constantly weakening. Back then, when the 3 monsters had just appeared, Green Fish could smash Duke Long's entire body with a single headbutt. But after so many battles and the baptism of fate defeat, the 3 monsters did not have much strength left. Fang Yuan activated incomplete freedom transformation. Even though the 3 monsters combined their strength, their defense, movement, healing, and other aspects were greatly consumed. In terms of foundation, they could not compare to the Celestial Court. The sky full of fist shadows suddenly condensed. Fang Yuan raised his fist and punched with all his strength. Boom! With an explosive sound, Fang Yuan's right fist sank into Duke Long's face. Next, a terrifying power erupted. Duke Long lost consciousness. He flew across the sky like a meteor, crashing heavily on the ground. Then, he continued to sink, using his tough body to smash against the thick ground of the Celestial Court, creating an unprecedented crater. For a moment, Duke Long lay at the bottom of the crater, unable to move. But triple chi retraction was activated again. Another round of chi gathered towards him from all directions. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He loosened his hand. A large amount of long purple hair scattered in the wind. It was torn when he beat up Duke Long earlier. Fang Yuan thought about it calmly. Triple chi retraction was not activated by Duke Long. It was a method left behind by primordial origin Immortal Venerable. Even though Duke Long lost consciousness, triple chi retraction was still supporting Duke Long. Incomplete freedom transformation did not have much strength left. Once this killer move stopped midway, it could no longer use reckless savage demon venerable strength. If he wanted to use it next time, Fang Yuan would have to rely on his own strength. Duke Long paused for the moment. Fang Yuan immediately turned around, using every second to chase after Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower had been moving, but because of the 3 regions Gu Immortals, it did not get too far away from Fang Yuan. Stop him, quickly stop him. Stop Fang Yuan. We must stop him at all costs. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals were like moths flying into a flame, charging towards Fang Yuan. Yi Xiao Zi blocked the way. Fang Yuan's punch pierced the wooden armor, directly shattering it. Zhao Shan he pounced at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's leg flew up and directly stomped his body until it exploded. Whirling Boy screamed, suddenly appearing behind Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan grabbed his tiny head, and with a loud sound, Fang Yuan clenched his fingers into a fist, forcefully crushing Whirling Boy's head into pieces. Ha, just like that? Kill them, destroy them. Then, charge forward. Within the blood cape, reckless savages will laugh loudly, waving his hands and cheering for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, don't even think about it. Duke Long flew up again, attempting to block Fang Yuan. A palace suddenly appeared in the sky above him. Dragon Palace. The former Dragon Palace Lord, Wu Shuai, his life seemed to be filled with tragedy. The secret of Dragon Man extermination was like a guillotine, hanging above his and the Dragon Man race's heads. The dream realm enlightened him again. To solve the problem of Dragon Man extermination, he needed to use rank 8 Dragon Palace, and also conduct experiments on the Dragon Man body. But to do this, Wu Shuai alone could not do it. Thus, he gathered the Dragon Man Gu Immortals and told them the truth, asking for their help. In the huge Dragon Palace, there was an unprecedented gathering. Almost all the Dragon Man Gu Immortals were here. To do experiments, we need a vast number of Dragon Men. Almost all of them will die. Even if they survive, their lives will be worse than death. Thus, I cannot make this decision alone. If anyone objects, please speak up. Wu Shuai said. I object. Someone immediately jumped out. Everyone looked at him. He was of the same generation as Wu Shuai. He was Wu Shuai's 7th brother in terms of bloodline, the 7th young master that ancestor Duke Long doted on the most. The 7th young master pointed at Wu Shuai on the throne, cursing, 8th brother, you scoundrel, you are truly crazy. To gain the trust of the celestial court, you killed your most loyal brother. To conceal the secret of Dragon Man reigning supreme, you caused the death of your own father. To refine Dream Token Immortal Gu, you actually used the woman who loved you as a Gu refinement material. Now, to deal with the Dragon Man extermination killer move, you even want to harm countless innocent Dragon Men. You want to use them as experiments. Why are you so vicious? Why are you so cold? You think we will believe you just because you gave us this so-called evidence? You are too laughable. Do you think we are fools? No, you are not laughable, you are pitiful and pathetic. You wanted to give your woman happiness, but what happened in the end? She was sacrificed to refine a Gu. You wanted to be your father's pride, but what happened in the end? You killed him. You killed him personally. You gave Huang Wei a great cause, you gave him hope. But you killed him because of it, and now what happened to the cause? The 7th young master laughed maniacally, tears flowed down his cheeks. You tried all ways to lead the Dragon Man race to rise, but what happened in the end? The Dragon Man race is going to be destroyed, it is going to be extinct. It's you. If not for your wild ambitions, occupying South Flower Island and migrating your people to develop, creating conflict between the Dragon Men and humans, why would so many things happen? If the Dragon-human race had always been peaceful and stable, the old ancestor wouldn't have been tempted to exterminate the Dragon-human race. Wu Shuai, oh Wu Shuai, you are an expert second only to old ancestor in our Dragon Man race, but what you brought to our Dragon Man race was not glory or hope, it was not equality or dignity. It was destruction. You are truly a tragedy. Your entire life is a tragedy. The hall was silent. Wu Shuai sat on his throne with an expressionless face. At this time, a Dragon Man Gu Immortal slowly walked out of the crowd, standing in front of Wu Shuai before turning around to face everyone. This Dragon Man Gu Immortal said solemnly, I support Lord Wu Shuai. The 7th young master was shocked. Third uncle, you? The 2nd Dragon Man Gu Immortal walked out of the crowd, standing in front of Wu Shuai as he turned around to face the Dragon Man Immortals. This Dragon Man Gu Immortal shouted loudly, I agree with Lord Wu Shuai's plan. The 7th young master was shocked. 5th uncle? Next, the third, fourth, fifth, all the Dragon Man Gu immortals stood in front of Wu Shuai. In the blink of an eye, the seventh young master was the only one left. He shouted in disbelief, "Are you all insane? If this is insanity, then we are all lunatics. He, I am willing to become a lunatic like Renzu. Oh Shaoqi, do you still not understand? If we are not free to live or die, if we are controlled by someone, how tragic would that be? Even if that person is our ancestor, we cannot do that." Wu Shuai slowly stood up from his throne. His face was already covered in tears. "Everyone, I, Wu Shuai, swear here." Wu Shuai's voice was very hoarse. "I will live and die with the Dragon Man race. I will dedicate my heart, my blood, my spirit, and my battle intent for the liberation of the Dragon Man race. Even if I fail in the end, I will fight until the very last moment of my life. Even if I die in the end, my spirit and will be passed down. Even if my spirit and will no longer exist, even if I only have a title left, I will continue to fight. I will fight relentlessly." Chapter 1973. Boom. Under the amplification of heroes among people, Dragon Palace blocked Duke Long with difficulty. Scram. At the next moment, Duke Long sent Dragon Palace flying with a dragon claw attack. Duke Long's vision cleared up again, but he did not feel any joy, because Fang Yuan was already close to Heaven Overseeing Tower. Not just him, Wu Yong, Bing Saichuan, Shenshang, and the rest also attacked fiercely. This wave of attacks was extremely terrifying. Duke Long could not stop them in time. Seeing the scene, he could not help but be furious. At this moment, even if Heaven Overseeing Tower turned phantom, it could not avoid the danger. Because Fang Yuan had dream path methods to begin with. Even though Feng Kim Hong could restrain it, she was only a mortal Gu master after all. To resist Fang Yuan in his current state, there was no way he could do so. Quickly use Fate Vanquish. Duke Long shouted. The Gu immortals in Heaven Overseeing Tower shuddered. Not caring about friend or foe, they activated their killer moves with all their might. The sky turned white. There was light everywhere. White light. It filled the world, in all directions in the universe, in all directions. This was Heaven Overseeing Tower's strongest method, a supreme killer move that used the complete rank 9 Fate Gu as the core. Be it Celestial Court or the 3 regions Gu immortals, both sides were extremely familiar with this killer move. White light filled the entire battlefield, mercilessly covering both friend and foe. In an instant, no matter who it was, no matter which immortal Gu house it was, they were all heavily injured and forced to retreat. Damn it. Wu Yong gritted his teeth, blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth, he felt his ambition dissipating like snow in the white light. This again. Every time there is a breakthrough, Fate Vanquish will be used to save Celestial Court's situation. Wu Yong's gaze suddenly focused, and then he revealed a wisp of a complicated expression. On the empty battlefield, there was still a trace of blood red. What was that? It was a cloak, fluttering like a battle flag. Oh. Within the cloak, reckless savages will clenched his fists tightly and continuously pounded his chest like a gorilla in heat. He was extremely excited and shouted, "That's it. That was it. Between heaven and earth, who else but me can do it? At the critical moment, you still have to rely on me. Handsome, so fucking handsome." If it was just the 3 monsters, they would not be able to withstand the might of Fate Vanquish. However, when they combined into one move with Fang Yuan as the main, with Fang Yuan's complete otherworldly demon identity, Fate Vanquish was no longer a hindrance. Amidst the endless white light, Fang Yuan was dressed in a white robe. His black hair and blood-colored cloak fluttered wildly in the wind. He was charging. He advanced. Without the slightest pause. We still have hope. Calamity Luck Altar was retreating, but Bing Saichuan's eyes were wide open as he stared at that red figure in the white flames. Shen Tsongsheng vomited blood and fell from the sky. He was also looking at Fang Yuan with all his might. He shouted in his mind, "Fang Yuan, you damned demon. Now it's up to you." Fang Yuan was like an arrow shooting into the sky, He was also like a star of calamity that rose from the ground to defy heaven and create chaos in the world. Charge, charge. A man's pride is on the way to charge, oh yeah. Reckless savages will shout it in Feng Yuan's ears. Be it Duke Long, Feng Jioge, the immortals of the celestial court, or the people of the three regions, as long as they could barely keep their eyes open, their gazes were focused on Feng Yuan. The world was pale white, and in this pale white, the path of charging seemed especially long. It seemed to run through the river of history, from ancient times to now. 3 million years ago, when variant humans were at their peak, there was an inconspicuous human slave. His name was Wei Yushu. He inquired about the location of the celestial court. He was no longer willing to be a slave. He escaped and was captured. His master asked sternly, Wei Yushu, when I bought you back then, you were only a youngster, you did not even know what cultivation was. I was the one who nurtured you step by step, raising you to become a Gu immortal. Is it because of my love, my indulgence and my protection that you've become so audacious? Tell me, why did you betray me? When did I, Princess Yitong, mistreat you? You lived a life of luxury, you only needed to serve me, and I had never been cruel to you. Wei Yushu smiled bitterly. However, no matter how good my life was, I was only your slave. The female Inkman immortal was even more furious. What's so bad about being my slave? There are many Inkmen who want your life, but they do not have such an opportunity. Wei Yushu's gaze was dazed. He said slowly, I did not think it was bad in the past, but when I heard that there was a celestial court in this world, and that there were people living like that, I finally understood why I was depressed all day. Because I'm lacking something. I had clearly read The Legends of Renzu. I was really too stupid. I was even more stupid than those wingless birds, toothless beasts, and gillless fish. At least they knew they had lost their freedom. They desperately ran around, trying to find freedom. But what about me? I did not even know I had lost my freedom. So you wanted to escape to the celestial court? The female Inkman immortal sneered. You are too naive. You can even believe the bewitching words of such a demonic and heretical path? Wei Yushu closed his eyes, speaking in a hoarse voice. It is not that I believe it, but I am willing to believe it. The celestial court has never been the main point. Even without the celestial court, there will still be an earth court. There will also be a human court. There will always be a place, a group of people who are pursuing freedom. A million years ago. Duke Long snorted coldly. Tell me, Hong Ting, who in this world can do as they please? Your thinking is too childish. You think becoming an immortal venerable? You think leading the righteous path means that there are no sacrifices? Is there anything in this world that you do not need to pay? Do you think the word righteous path is so shallow? Protecting the righteous path of the celestial court requires the most effort, requires the most sacrifice. If you do not even have this bit of sacrifice, then let me tell you, you do not even have the qualifications to join the celestial court. Duke Long's eyebrows rose, his expression was cold as ice. Who do you want to revive? Everyone who sacrificed themselves for my position as an immortal venerable. My parents, Lu Shuxian, and many others. Even if it is a terrible tragedy, I will choose to endure it. Master, disciple has always had a question, why? Why do we have to accept fate's arrangements? If there is no fate, will this world really become chaotic? Is there no possibility of it becoming better? Hong Ting's tone was anxious as he asked questions. In the present era. Huang Er, do you believe in fate? Duke Long looked at Feng Kim Hong, saying solemnly, Huang Er, you need to understand, you will be the future great dream immortal venerable, surpassing all the venerables of the past. You will create dream path and roam the world unhindered, invincible. You will definitely shine for eternity. You will become an immortal monument of our human race. Don't be afraid, don't hesitate, you will succeed time and time again, you will advance courageously until you reach the peak of this world. As Feng Kim Hong listened, the light in her eyes became brighter and brighter. When she smiled, it was a beautiful sight. Duke Long also smiled. Feng Kim Hong said, If all of this is predetermined by fate, then I don't believe in fate. Boom. Fang Yuan directly broke through the roof of Heaven Overseeing Tower, charging in. The celestial court Gu Immortal inside tried to stop him. Fang Yuan's hands pierced into his chest and tore. The celestial court Gu Immortal was torn into two. Blood rained down on Fang Yuan's face. His skin was as white as snow and as cold as ice. Blood rained down on Fang Yuan's black hair. It was as black as the night, emitting a deep, eerie light. Blood rained down on Fang Yuan's bloody cloak. The cloak fell to the ground. It was like an ambitious and ruthless overlord had walked on a bloody path to conquer the world. Fang Yuan walked in with large strides, arriving at the center of the roof. Fate Gu was right in front of him. It had always been there, as if it was being worshipped for millions of years. Fang Yuan grabbed Fate Gu. At this moment, reckless savages Will, who was inside the cloak, was stunned. He shut his mouth and looked at Fang Yuan blankly. Because he realized, this was a crucial moment for the whole of humanity, no, the whole world. At this moment, Fang Yuan looked at Fate Gu in his hand, his gaze revealing a complex emotion. He had finally caught Fate Gu. This was a situation he had imagined countless times. His goal was achieved at this moment, but he did not think of himself. He thought of the legends of Renzu. Renzu said, he wanted freedom, to get rid of the shackles of fate, to go wherever he wanted, to be with whoever he wanted, never to be separated. The birds rebuked him. You humans are destined to be lonely in life. All joyful gatherings will only lead to separation. Oh human, you want freedom, but you also need to abide by your duty. Don't let your imagination run wild. Renzu said again, he wanted freedom, to get rid of the shackles of fate, to have endless delicacies and wine, endless wealth, as well as all kinds of warm and beautiful clothes. The beasts sneered at him. You humans are destined to come empty-handed and leave empty-handed. Oh human, you want freedom, but you also need to abide by your duty. Don't let your imagination run wild. Renzu said again, he wanted freedom, to get rid of the shackles of fate, to breathe freely, to exist forever. He wants eternal life. The fish group rejected him. You humans are destined to have no fate with eternal life. You will grow old and die. Oh human, you want freedom, but you also need to abide by your duty. Don't let your imagination run wild. Renzu was confused. Renzu was unhappy. Renzu was fed up. Renzu went crazy. How can you think like this? Why can't I think like this? Why can't a person be separated from his lover forever? Why can't a person live without worries, be rich and powerful? Why couldn't a person live forever and never grow old? Is it because fate doesn't allow it? Is it because fate doesn't allow it? I can't do it. Can I think like this? But why the fuck? Why can't I think like this? Why can't eternal life work? All right, if I think like this, I'll go crazy. Then let me become a madman. If I pursue like this, I'll become a demon. Then let me become a demon. Fang Yuan looked at Fate Gu in his hand and sneered. He exerted some force in his hand. A soft sound echoed. Fate Gu was directly crushed into pieces by him. Rank 9 Fate Gu. Chapter 1974. Fate Gu was destroyed by Fang Yuan. The entire battlefield returned to its original state. The white light formed by Fate Vanquish vanished into thin air. Crack crack. A series of crisp sounds echoed as countless cracks spread on Heaven Overseeing Tower. But at the next moment, with a loud sound, the entire Heaven Overseeing Tower shattered. The huge celestial court fell into deathly silence. There was no wind on the battlefield, but the immortals felt like a hurricane was howling in their hearts. Heaven Overseeing Tower turned into countless fragments of various sizes, along with the corpses of the Gu immortals, helplessly falling to the ground. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's hidden painting path method turned into a ray of light and tore through the sky, flying far away. Fang Yuan ignored it, quietly hovering in the air as he turned around to look at Duke Long, Feng Jioge and the rest. He was expressionless and did not say a word. He only slowly opened his palm, letting the immortals and the killer move everybody's vision to see Fate Gu's completely destroyed fragments. Fate Gu is destroyed? We won. The three regions Gu immortals looked at each other, seeing the shock and bewilderment on each other's faces. Unbelievable, we really did it. This battle will definitely be engraved in the minds of future generations. After reacting, the three regions Gu immortals shouted and cheered in joy. In contrast, the remaining Gu immortals on the Celestial Court's side had ashen expressions. They were like wooden puppets. Fate Gu was the banner of the Celestial Court. It was their spiritual pillar. Its use was not just a rank 9 Gu worm. Since primordial origin Immortal Venerable's time, he had relied on this Gu to show the status of humanity, giving humanity hope of freedom and the courage to resist. After 3 million years of inheritance and development, Fate Gu had become even more significant to the Celestial Court. It was the foundation of the Celestial Court, it was a symbol, and it was a banner that would fly forever. But now, this banner was forcefully destroyed and torn apart by Fang Yuan. The Celestial Court's immortals saw this and felt like the pillar in their hearts had been taken away. The sky was collapsing. When the three regions Gu immortals did not attack, they did not have any external stimuli, they were all at a loss and did not know what to do. Even Feng Jiogo was silent. The song of destiny that had been resounding throughout the battlefield also stopped at this moment. Far away, Feng Kim Hong was hiding in a secret underground Immortal Gu house. He was sobbing uncontrollably. Fate Gu has been destroyed. Why was this happening? Everyone is obviously working so hard and sacrificing themselves. Qin Dingling's eyes were lifeless, and she was also in a daze. She was like a lifeless stone statue. The tattered demon judgment board rose into the sky. Fang Zheng looked at Fang Yuan with a complex expression. Fang Yuan, you actually did it. In the Celestial Court, under the pursuit of venerable methods, Fate Gu was destroyed. So the gap between us is still so huge. This gap made Fang Zheng feel despair, but the subtle thing was that Fang Zheng didn't feel any pain at this moment. Instead, he felt a sense of relief. It was time to give up. A person like Fang Yuan should have been different from the start. Wanting to be on par with him had always been an extravagant hope, a delusion from the very beginning. Damn it, we failed, Fate Gu was destroyed. Many of the Celestial Court's Gu immortals were crying. They gave their all, they put in all their effort, some crawled out of their graves to fight again, some persevered to the end, but they still failed in the end. We are truly ashamed of our comrades who sacrificed themselves. I have no face to face the seniors of my sect. Shame appeared on the faces of the Celestial Court's Gu immortals. Many of them even had the urge to commit suicide on the spot. Don't panic. Right at this time, Duke Long suddenly spoke. His voice resounded over 1,000 li, causing all the Gu immortals' hearts to shake. Duke Long flew to the highest altitude. His expression was solemn. He knew this was a crucial moment. Fate Gu was destroyed. Duke Long could not be upset or blame himself. He was the leader of the Celestial Court. He needed to do his best to resolve this problem. What made him anxious was, even the experienced Celestial Court's Gu immortals were so shaken, then what would the people in the world think of this? If Fang Yuan's repeated attempts to harm the Celestial Court was like a ruthless slap to the Celestial Court's face. But now, Fang Yuan destroyed Fate Gu. This was simply shaking the foundation of the Celestial Court, destroying the status and reputation that the Celestial Court had accumulated for over 3 million years. Duke Long had to rally the morale of the troops and raise their morale. Fang Yuan, do you really think you destroyed Fate Gu? Duke Long suddenly laughed heartily. He did not seem to be shaken or dejected at all. Fang Yuan did not reply. He only looked at him quietly and slightly raised his palm. Immediately, the three regions Gu immortals mocked. Duke Long, are you blind? Don't you see the remains of Fate Gu? The eyes of the Celestial Court's Gu immortals flickered with hope. Is the Fate Gu that Fang Yuan destroyed fake? But Duke Long shook his head, still smiling. The destroyed Fate Gu is of course real. But Fang Yuan, even if Fate Gu is destroyed, is it destroyed forever and can't be refined by us again? The immortals were dazed. Immortal Gu were unique. It was an irrefutable truth of heaven and earth. If I have an immortal Gu, it is impossible for others to have the same immortal goo. But when this immortal goo is destroyed, everyone in the world will have a chance to possess it. Fate goo was destroyed by Feng Yuan. This was an irrefutable fact. But this was not the true end, because Celestial Court could refine it again. Does Celestial Court already have Fate goo's recipe? Shen Songsheng asked with a gloomy expression. Fate goo has been controlled by my Celestial Court for over 3 million years. During this period, there have been countless refinement path great experts and 3 immortal venerables. Take a guess, does our Celestial Court have Fate goo's recipe? Duke Long smiled, his whole body emitting confidence and calmness. Damn it. The 3 regions goo immortals were flustered and exasperated. Duke Long smiled again. However, even if Celestial Court does not have Fate goo's immortal goo recipe, so what? Everyone, I might as well ask you, was the immemorial antiquity era's Fate goo refined by Renzu? Of course not. Qin Dingling answered. She understood Duke Long's meaning. Anger appeared in her eyes again. Fate goo was born from heaven and earth. Duke Long nodded. That's right, immortal goo are born naturally, that is why there are so many wild immortal goo. Even if we do not refine it, heaven and earth will refine Fate goo. The newly born Fate goo might be rank 6, or it might even be rank 9. Who can say for sure? This time, it was the 3 regions goo immortals' turn to look at each other. After being enlightened by Duke Long, they suddenly realized that destroying Fate goo was not a big deal. So be it if Fate goo was destroyed, it could be refined again in the future. Even if we refine it, we can destroy it again. A goo immortal shouted indignantly, but he himself did not have much confidence. How much effort was expended to destroy Fate goo this time? Could such a success really be replicated again? Not to mention anything else, just the fact that only otherworldly demons could destroy Fate goo, who knew how many heroes and ambitious people had died. Didn't they see that even the 3 demon venerables did not succeed? Damn it, why didn't I think of this? A goo immortal was extremely vexed, but thinking about it, he could not blame himself for not thinking it through. After all, attacking the Celestial Court and destroying Fate goo, this goal itself was as lofty as the sky. Goo immortals needed to raise their necks and hope for it. To achieve this goal, goo immortals had already exhausted all their efforts. It was like mortals trying to ascend to heaven. This was a completely impossible goal. Even if they used all their strength and willpower, it would be difficult to achieve. Under such circumstances, who could think of what would happen after ascending to heaven? In fact, Central Continent was holding the Refinement Path Convention. Goo immortals of the 4 regions would attack together, but who could be sure that they could destroy Fate goo? No one. Even Feng Yuan, even the past venerables did not have this confidence. Everyone was giving it a try. After succeeding, the goo immortals were wild with joy. But what about after achieving this goal? Duke Long's words were also true. The 3 regions goo immortals suddenly realized that all their efforts, were all for naught? They were all for naught? The 3 regions goo immortals were silent, their expressions gradually turning unsightly. Wu Yong acutely sensed the change in people's hearts. Their morale was low. He immediately retorted coldly, Lord Duke Long has a good tongue. However, the Celestial Court's failure is still a failure. You put in so much effort and made so many defenses. Even if Fate goo is hidden in the Celestial Court, we can destroy it. In the future, even if you obtain Fate goo again, so what? In fact, you need to be careful. Don't wait until heaven and earth naturally produce Fate goo, you won't be able to refine it. At that time, Fate goo will become a wild immortal goo. Everyone will be able to obtain it. It might not necessarily belong to your Celestial Court. The 3 regions goo immortals heard this and their eyes shone, their morale rose. Duke Long was still smiling calmly. Wu Yong, you are right. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if Fate goo becomes a wild immortal goo and is obtained by one of you, so what? Can you use it? Can you use it? Facing this question, even Wu Yong was speechless. Duke Long smiled proudly. Fate goo has never been able to be used by goo immortals. Before the remote antiquity era, it was in the hands of variant humans. They could not use it. In the last 3 million years, The immortal venerables of my celestial court have never been able to directly use this goo. Countless geniuses thought of heaven overseeing tower, and in the last 3 million years, we have only been able to research a killer move that uses Fate Goo, that is Fate Vanquish. Do you know the killer move Fate Vanquish? Do you know how to construct heaven overseeing tower? The 3 regions Goo immortals fell into silence. Duke Long continued, only Providence can use Fate Goo. Back then, star constellation Immortal Venerable schemed against humanity. She did not hesitate to sacrifice herself and fused with Providence, interfering and influencing Providence. Thus, humanity rose up 3 million years ago, and 3 million years later, humanity is still the overlord of heaven and earth, flourishing continuously. And our celestial court established the immortal graveyard to support star constellations' will. The members of the celestial court would try to hibernate in the immortal graveyard, to provide endless help to star constellations' will. Thus, we can influence Fate Goo and influence the situation of the world. Which one of you can do this? Duke Long looked around. The 3 regions Goo immortals were silent. While the celestial court's Goo immortals puffed out their chests, someone said proudly, no one. In the entire 5 regions, only a force like our celestial court can do this. No, you are wrong, Duke Long. Bing Sai Chuan's rebuttal came from Calamity Luck Altar. Even if we cannot use Fate Goo, we can use it as a Goo refinement material to refine Destiny Goo. Fate Goo cannot be controlled by humans, but Destiny Goo can. This is the scheme of our giant son Immortal. Duke Long looked at Calamity Luck Altar, smiling in disdain. Even if you refine Destiny Goo, will Fate Goo disappear? Bing Sai Chuan could not reply. If Fate Goo was used as a Goo material, even if Longevity Heaven refined Destiny Goo, Fate Goo would be destroyed. In the future, a brand new Fate Goo could still appear. Duke Long sighed. No matter what you do, Fate Goo will still exist. Even if it is destroyed now, it will reappear in the future. As long as it reappears, all of your efforts today will have no meaning to you. The 3 regions Goo immortals were silent. Of course there is a meaning. Duke Long answered his own question with a heavy and hateful expression. The meaning behind this is to give variant humans a chance to rise up and cause unimaginable damage to our human race. If you cannot use Fate Goo, when can you refine Destiny Goo? You don't even have the incomplete Goo recipe of Destiny Goo. And once Fate Goo reappears, it will fall under the control of Providence. Humanity will decline, variant humans will rise up. And the ones who caused all of this are you. Duke Long scolded, suddenly pointing at Fang Yuan. Especially you. You have committed a heinous crime. You destroyed the immortal graveyard. Star constellations cannot interfere with Providence like before. If humanity perishes in the future, you will be the culprit, the culprit. Fang Yuan, oh Fang Yuan, do you think you have won by destroying Fate Goo? At best, this is just a farce. Our celestial court has always been thinking of humanity. We have protected humanity's benefits. We have bled and sacrificed for humanity. But you people, for your own benefits, destroyed the situation that our celestial court has maintained for millions of years. Our celestial court can refine Fate Goo in the future. We can refine it in secret. If we don't want to repair Fate Goo and let the 5 regions know about it, will you even hear of it? Can you stop us in time? Even if you stop us for the 2nd or 3rd time. What about in the future? Who can guarantee that you can stop us from refining Goo every time? We are only refining a rank 6 Fate Goo. It is far easier than repairing a rank 9 Goo. And every time we fight for Fate Goo, humanity will suffer severe losses and expend a huge amount of our foundation. This is a good opportunity for other variant humans to rise up. Duke Long sighed deeply as he said this. Who is this old man? To think that the celestial court has done so many things, they have always been thinking of humanity. Why are they attacking the celestial court? What are these Goo immortals who are attacking the celestial court thinking? These people are all demons for their own benefits. They disregard the big picture. They are all scoundrels of 1,000 kill. The mortals of the 5 regions resonated with him. Most of the mortals knew little about Gu immortals. And those Gu immortals scattered in the 5 regions heard Duke Long's words and fell into silence. The Celestial Court was powerful, the Celestial Court was domineering, the Celestial Court controlled almost all of Central Continent's cultivation resources, the Celestial Court had a very long reach, they actively interfered with the major matters of the other 4 regions. But the Celestial Court's contribution in protecting humanity could not be erased. This was the truth. Oh my, this is a little troublesome. Although destroying Fate Gu felt really good, I felt a little empty afterwards. This is a little troublesome. Inside the bloody cape, reckless savages will held his forehead and mumbled. Hee, Duke Long, are you done? Fang Yuan's expression was indifferent, but after crushing Fate Gu, he spoke for the first time, breaking the silence of the crowd. Duke Long looked at Fang Yuan and frowned, feeling something amiss. Fang Yuan was too calm. With Fang Yuan's intelligence, how could he not see the crux of the matter? Duke Long thought from another perspective. If he were Fang Yuan, he would have attacked with all his strength just now, not giving him a chance to speak. Once he spoke, the current situation would have been created. Duke Long's words restored the morale of the Celestial Court's Gu immortals. They suppressed the enemy's morale and raised the reputation of the Celestial Court. It was absolutely a turning point. Duke Long was worthy of being the #1 leader of the Celestial Court. Not only did he have terrifying battle strength, he could even display his leadership talent at the crucial moment, boosting morale and changing people's hearts. How could Fang Yuan not see this? But he did not stop Duke Long. In fact, from his gaze, Duke Long could vaguely sense a trace of anticipation. What was he, Fang Yuan, looking forward to? At the next moment, Fang Yuan laughed lightly. Oh, Duke Long, who told you that destroying Fate Gu would be the end of this battle? You seem to have forgotten someone. Duke Long heard this and his pupils shrunk. He realized something. He followed Fang Yuan's gaze and saw a river. That was the phantom image of the River of Time. Calamity Luck Altar carried Red Lotus Demon Venerable's method, unprecedented killer move. From the start of the battle, the power of this killer move had condensed into this phantom image of the River of Time in the air of the Celestial Court. The Northern Plains Gu Immortal experts that walked out from this phantom image in history were a huge threat to the Celestial Court. But as the battle continued, the phantom image of the River of Time gradually became weaker, fewer and fewer Northern Plains experts were summoned. Towards the end of the battle, this phantom image of the River of Time had almost no movement, not a single person could be seen. However, after Fang Yuan destroyed Fate Gu, this phantom image of the River of Time was like a fierce beast that had escaped its cage. It started to surge violently. Swish, swish, swish. The river water surged, creating huge waves. A confident and calm figure slowly walked out from the huge waves. The immortals in the battlefield heard him sing loudly. Back then, when I was young, flowery horses trampled and wine splashed. Love and hate came with the waves. The summer cicada's song wakes up the night. Red lotuses were planted in the River of Time. Beautiful memories returned, tears dried. At this moment, the vicissitudes of life ascended the dance pavilion. Myriad spirits awaited orders without restraint. He had the appearance of a young man. His eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life. He wore a red robe, his face was like jade, his eyes were like stars, and his skin was as white as snow. He walked out of the phantom image of the River of Time, entering the battlefield of the Celestial Court. The entire battlefield was silent as they watched. Looking around, his gaze stopped on Duke Long. Duke Long was shaken. He had a complex expression. He opened his mouth and wanted to speak, but no words came out. Chapter 1975. Wow, this person is walking out of the river. Why is there a river in the sky? This young man who is walking out is so handsome. I still think that red-cloaked fairy looks good. Because of the killer move everybody's vision, all the mortals in the 5 regions saw this scene. They discussed and made a lot of noise. Mortals and Gu masters might not know the severity of this matter, but most Gu immortals knew the mysterious young man's identity. At once, the 5 regions Gu immortals shook intensely. It was as if an apocalyptic hurricane was blowing in their minds. This Gu Immortal, don't tell me? Is he Red Lotus Demon Venerable? Among the venerables, Red Lotus Demon Venerable was the most mysterious one. Back then, the celestial court had nurtured him, but it was all for naught. Not only did Red Lotus not become an immortal venerable, he even became a demon venerable. He betrayed the orthodox path and damaged Fate Gu. There was even a scandal about the Dragon Man race. Thus, the celestial court used information path great experts and extraordinary methods to eliminate the influence of this matter. Moreover, Red Lotus Demon Venerable had reborn. He changed his style of doing things. He took into consideration the reputation of the celestial court and his master. He acted in the dark. Thus, many Gu Immortals did not know what Red Lotus Demon Venerable looked like. But they heard the mysterious young Gu Immortal called Duke Long Master. He had also come from the River of Time's illusory image. Everyone knew that Duke Long was Red Lotus Master. But how can this be? Isn't Red Lotus Demon Venerable dead? Who knows, he might be Duke Long's new disciple. Most of the Gu Immortals scattered in the 5 regions were indecisive, but these people in the battlefield of the Celestial Court were all experts with deep aptitude. They had the support of super forces. They knew a lot of information related to Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Thus, be it the Celestial Court or the 3 regions Gu Immortals, they looked at the young Gu Immortal in a daze. They were like statues. They were numb from shock. They recognized the young Gu Immortal's identity. It was the Red Lotus Demon Venerable. The 3 regions Gu Immortals were shaken, because Red Lotus Demon Venerable was Duke Long's disciple after all. Looking at his expression when he called Duke Long, he clearly cared and respected Duke Long a lot. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals did not dare to act rashly. Because Red Lotus Demon Venerable had once invaded the Celestial Court and damaged Fate Gu. Afterwards, the Celestial Court worked hard for over 1,000,000 years to repair Fate Gu, expending an immeasurable amount of manpower and resources. It had been repaired with great difficulty, but now it was completely destroyed by the successor of the Red Lotus, Fang Yuan. How infuriating! More importantly, the Red Lotus Demon Venerable's cultivation. He was a venerable with rank 9 battle strength. Once he showed himself, who here could stop him? Even the powerful Duke Long, even the mountain-sized Di Zongxing, even the bloody cloaked Fang Yuan were not his rank 9 Red Lotus Demon Venerable's match. No one doubted it. The young Red Lotus guessed the Immortal's thoughts. He stepped on the air and slowly walked to the center of the battlefield, smiling calmly. Don't worry, I am already dead. Fate Gu has been destroyed. Call of the Ancient's remnant power is insufficient. I am only a will. Red Lotus' will was so condensed and lifelike, like a real person. But if one inspected carefully, they would find that there were many minute differences between him and a real Gu Immortal. The Immortals tried their best to identify him, gradually letting out sighs of relief. Red Lotus did not lie. This was indeed a will and not a real person. His reputation was too great, his appearance was too terrifying, people could not help but think of that terrifying aspect. After being informed by Red Lotus, the Immortals realized. The bad feeling in Duke Long's heart intensified. Duke Long snorted coldly, shouting, "Red Lotus, even in death, you are not willing to give up on that disgraceful thought of yours? You won after all. Thanks to you, Fate Gu has been destroyed by your chosen pawn." Red Lotus shook his head. "Master, this is not a victory. Precisely because of this, I am here." "What do you want to do?" Duke Long frowned. The bad feeling in his heart intensified. Red Lotus answered with his actions. His figure flashed and appeared in front of Fang Yuan in the blink of an eye. Fang Yuan looked at Red Lotus' will with a calm expression. His gaze was as deep as the night. He had too deep a connection with this venerable in front of him. Spring-Autumn Cicada, which he had always relied on to turn the tables, was the core time path Immortal Gu created by this person. "You did well. You should have guessed what I want to do, right?" Red Lotus will nodded at Fang Yuan with a smile. Fang Yuan said, "I more or less guessed it. Even though fate is destroyed, in fact, to use it as a Gu material to refine Destiny Gu, an otherworldly demon like you is needed. Thanks to someone's help, You are now a complete otherworldly demon. Red Lotus will said this as he looked far away. That direction was at the edge of the battlefield. It was where Spectral Soul and his servants were hiding. Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Jingyuan were sweating profusely. Even though this was only Red Lotus will, it was too terrifying. It could see through their concealment. Inside their hiding spot, Spectral Soul had already returned to human form. He looked at Red Lotus Will with a complex expression. This was not the first time he had seen Red Lotus Will. Deep memories surfaced. Back then, he became a soul path venerable and entered the river of time to explore. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable cultivated soul path, but with his level, he could enter and leave the river of time freely. A mysterious fog appeared. A stone lotus island appeared in front of him. He stepped onto the stone lotus island. Red Lotus will welcomed him with a smile. I have been waiting for you, Spectral Soul. How about we make a transaction? Spectral Soul agreed to this transaction. At this point, he learned about Fate Gu. He also knew the truth behind the 3 demon venerables attacking the Celestial Court. Thus, he gave up on the plan to attack the Celestial Court. He went back to create the sovereign immortal Aperture Gu. Red Lotus will looked at Spectral Soul, using his gaze to tell him it was time to carry out the transaction. Spectral Soul chuckled. He ordered Old Man Jingyuan, gather all of the human wills and gather them around Fang Yuan. Old Man Jingyuan immediately took action. At once, countless wills emerged from the depths of the Celestial Court. These wills were all human wills. They were complex and colorful, filled with filthy desires and beautiful fantasies. They could mesmerize people to death. They were beautiful but also ugly. They made people yearn for them but also hated them. Red Lotus will looked at the surging wills. It was like a rainbow sea. He turned around and smiled at Fang Yuan, before flying into the sea of human wills. The human wills engulfed him. Next, flames appeared in the void. Lumps of fire burned like red lotuses, burning the sea of human wills. Duke Long was furious. This was not something that a mere will could do. Red Lotus, back then when you attacked the Celestial Court, you still had a backup plan. Before he finished speaking, Duke Long flew over, trying to attack the human wills. Don't even think about it. Wu Shuai was prepared. He controlled Dragon Palace to block him. Both sides fought. Dragon Palace was quickly repelled. How long are you going to stay in a daze? Duke Long shouted at the Celestial Court Gu Immortals. The Celestial Court Gu Immortals seemed to have woken up from a dream. They attacked Fang Yuan and the human wills in the sky. The 3 regions Gu Immortals naturally would not sit back and watch. Battle erupted again. No matter what Red Lotus is doing, he is definitely going against the Celestial Court. This is what I need to see. Wu Yong's eyes shined with bright light. He controlled the surrounding wind blades to shoot out. Di Zongxing roared. He coiled his body and surrounded Fang Yuan and the human wills. Using his body to block all kinds of killer moves, he roared in pain but did not retreat. Bing Sai Chuan controlled Calamity Luck Altar to block Demon Judgment Board. His gaze was a little complex. It seemed that Red Lotus Demon Venerable was also refining Destiny Gu. This was in conflict with Longevity Heaven's plan, but he could not stop it or retreat. He could only fight first. The fire burned the human wills, emitting a thick smell of blood. When Red Lotus will merged with the human wills, the endless human wills cooperated with Fang Yuan, moving towards the fire. Lumps of fire spread rapidly, forming a sea of fire in the sky. The surrounding temperature rose rapidly. If a rank 6 Gu Immortal did not have any protection, they would be instantly melted by the temperature. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply. The bloody cape protected him as he stepped into the center of the sea of fire, but did not make a move. A Celestial Court Gu Immortal saw through this and laughed loudly. Fang Yuan cannot make a move. It seems that he does not have Destiny Gu's recipe. Fang Yuan looked at the person who spoke through the sea of fire. He smiled coldly and said with a trace of pity, I do not have it, but there is one person here who does. Who? The fighting immortals had this question in their minds. Find him and kill him. The Celestial Court Gu Immortals subconsciously thought this. Find him, protect him. The 3 regions Gu Immortals also made a decision. Fang Yuan turned his gaze towards Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge also looked at him. Their gazes pierced through the sea of fire. They looked at each other. At this moment, it was as if the sounds of fighting in the battlefield were far away from them. Feng Jioge breathed in deeply. He slowly closed his eyes. Next, he started to sing. Destiny Song's voice resounded throughout the battlefield again. Feng Jioge has made a move again. Let's kill Feng Yuan together. Exterminate the human will. Exterminate the human will first. Feng Yuan is secondary. The celestial court Gu immortals were energized, but at the next moment, they cried out in shock. They did not receive any amplification from Destiny Song. Instead, the three regions Gu immortals received a huge boost. Feng Jioge, what are you doing? Duke Long was shocked and furious. He turned around and shouted at Feng Jioge like an enraged blood dragon. Father! Feng Kim Huang's shocked voice was also transmitted to him. Feng Jioge, why did you do this? You actually betrayed the celestial court. How dare you? How can you? Qin Ding Ling shouted in a shrill voice. She was extremely furious. In order to nurture Feng Jioge, she had given him Crackle Immortal Gu. But Feng Jioge made such a repayment. Feng Jioge had a calm expression. He continued to sing. Chapter 1976. Destiny's Song engulfed the battlefield, but at this moment, Feng Jioge attacked Celestial Court. Ignoring the shock and confusion of both sides, Feng Jioge was immersed in his own song. At the same time, memories surfaced in his mind. The second time he attacked Langya Blessed Land, Feng Yuan set up a formation in the Blessed Land, while Feng Jioge and Chen Yi were isolated by the formation. Feng Jioge fought against Feng Yuan alone. My Gu worms have mysteriously disappeared. How can this be? This method should be a theft path method. But I wonder if this is Feng Yuan's move, or the power of this super formation. Feng Jioge was shocked. Because of Feng Yuan's theft path method, he was at a disadvantage. As time passed, his Gu worms were stolen one by one, including several sound path immortal Gu. Feng Jioge's battle strength fell. He had to use fixed immortal travel to retreat. Suppress space immortal Gu. Feng Yuan used his prepared method, causing Feng Jioge's wish to retreat to fail. Immortal killer move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. Next, Feng Yuan finally stole fixed immortal travel. Feng Jioge's heart turned cold. He knew he was in a desperate situation. But at this time, he received Feng Yuan's transmission. Oh Feng Jioge, I will not kill you, nor will I steal Fate Armor Immortal Gu. You and I are not on the same path, but you and Celestial Court are not on the same path either. Look at your heart. What do you truly want? Let me ask you again, have you started comprehending Destiny Song? Feng Jioge thought this was a trap set up by Feng Yuan to disrupt his determination and battle intent, but soon he was bewildered. Because Feng Yuan had slowed down his attacks, he was no longer forcing him. Feng Jioge could not help but think, what does Feng Yuan mean? He knows I have Fate Armor Immortal Gu? His response to the attack on Langya Blessed Land was so outstanding and well prepared. Could it be that he used the Spring-Autumn Cicada to reincarnate? If he really was reborn, did something happen in his previous life? From his words, it seems that I will part ways with the Celestial Court? At this moment, Feng Yuan transmitted his voice again. Feng Jioge, I know you have doubts. Don't worry, you'll gradually understand what I mean. Next, I will open the formation and give Chen Yi the illusion that he was the one who broke it. I'm sure he'll see you out. Until we meet again, Feng Jioge. Feng Yuan, explain yourself. Feng Jioge transmitted his voice to Feng Yuan. But in the next moment, there was a loud bang, and the two halves of the formation space were connected again. Chen Yi saw that Feng Jioge was in danger. He shouted in shock, Hold on, I'm coming. Be careful. The enemy has a method to steal Gu worms. Feng Jioge hesitated for a moment before giving crucial information to Chen Yi. During the battle, Feng Yuan attacked viciously, heavily injuring Feng Jioge and activating Fate Armor Immortal Gu. In order to save Feng Jioge, Chen Yi used Karma Relocation. Feng Jioge was shocked. Feng Yuan is right, Chen Yi really has a method to send me out. Feng Jioge, you escaped this time, but that might not be the case next time. Feng Yuan's expression was normal. In Feng Jioge's ears, these words were filled with deep meaning. In the Battle of Langya Blessed Land, Celestial Court lost. After the battle, Feng Jioge had been thinking about Feng Yuan's words. He could have killed me, but he did not take my life. But Feng Yuan is a demon, he has a ruthless nature, he values benefits the most. There is only one reason why he let me go, that is, I will be of great help to him. But I am a member of Central Continent, a substitute of Celestial Court, the Dao guardian of my daughter, Feng Kim Hong. Don't tell me, there will be conflict between me and Celestial Court? If Feng Yuan is reborn, could it be that in his previous life, I opposed Celestial Court and was his natural ally? Because of these concerns, Feng Jioge did not tell Fairy Myrtle about the situation. What moved him more was the Song of Destiny proposed by Feng Yuan. Song of Destiny. Feng Jioge vaguely felt some inspiration, but this inspiration was too ethereal and agile, he could not grasp it at all. But he understood that it would be a direction. He kept exploring, and soon there were many fragmented insights. Finally, one day when he stopped under the embroidered tower, he saw the embroidered tower and the 3 bloody skins of reckless savage demon Venerable. His recent comprehension had undergone a sudden qualitative change. Feng Jioge's soul was deeply touched, and he could not help but smile. It seems that my next song will be Song of Destiny. The Battle of the River of Time. Feng Yuan and Feng Jioge met again. How is the creation of Song of Destiny going? On the surface, they were fighting fiercely, but Feng Yuan was secretly transmitting his voice to Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge. Feng Yuan, what do you know? Take a look in the River of Time. You will find that comprehending here will be of great help to you in creating Song of Destiny. But the most helpful thing is the Red Lotus True Inheritance on the Stone Lotus Island. Feng Yuan said. What do you mean? Feng Jioge asked. According to my guess, that should be the true inheritance that Red Lotus Demon Venerable left for you, it will be of great help to you. Feng Yuan said. Feng Jioge hesitated for a moment before replying, I won't owe you a favor for nothing. Then let me tell you, in the sky above embroidered tower in Celestial Court, there are 3 true inheritances left behind by reckless savage demon Venerable. Each true inheritance has a primer, they are Attitude Gu, Mutation Gu, and Adaptation Gu. Oh! Feng Yuan's eyes shined with brilliance. He did not feel that Feng Jioge was lying, the things were inside Celestial Court, there was no need to deceive him. Back then, in order to repay him for saving his life under the winds of assimilation, Feng Jioge blocked Wu Yong's pursuit for him. Now that he told him the true inheritance, it was something that Feng Jioge could do with his personality. In this battle, Feng Yuan still went easy on him, while Feng Jioge survived. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention started, several battlefields were created, Gu Immortals fought intensely. At this crucial moment, Feng Jioge entered the River of Time. That is really the Stone Lotus Island? Feng Jioge's body and mind shook, the Stone Lotus Island in the fog appeared in front of him, just like what Feng Yuan had said earlier. He entered the island and saw Red Lotus Will. Red Lotus Will smiled, You are finally here, Feng Jioge, this true inheritance of mine is for you. Feng Jioge frowned, No matter how much you give me, it will not change my stance. Red Lotus Will shook his head, I have never thought of bribing you, your choice is up to you. I just feel that this true inheritance should be given to you. Of course, it is up to you whether you want to accept it or not. Even if you destroy it, I will not resist. Feng Jioge believed in himself. After thinking for a while, he decided to accept this true inheritance. He immersed himself in a certain part of Red Lotus memories. Red Lotus was undergoing tribulation, trying to advance to rank 9 Venerable Realm. The power of the tribulation made Feng Jioge extremely shocked. The tribulation passed, but only half of the Celestial Court Gu Immortals who helped Red Lotus survived. What made Red Lotus feel the most pain was Lu Shuxian's death. This was the woman he loved the most. Don't leave me, Shuxian. Red Lotus hugged Lu Xian tightly, tears streaming down his face. Lu Xian smiled. It is useless, I was struck by the tribulation, it is already a great fortune for me to have left a trace of my soul to see you for the last time. How can I ask for more? I am useless, I am useless. I came to undergo tribulation, but I implicated you. Hong Ting lowered his head, tears rolling down his cheeks. No, Hong Ting. Only someone with a special constitution like mine can withstand such a calamity. Even if you gave up your lives, there would only be failure. I was born with one of the 10 extreme physiques and met you, it was all fate's arrangement. At the moment when you were on the brink of death, I suddenly understood that the greatest meaning of my life was to protect you, to block the tribulation for you and help you ascend to the immortal venerable position. But I have done it. No. Xianxia, I would rather not be an immortal venerable, I only want you to live, I only want you to live. Hong Ting screamed helplessly, his face was covered in tears as his body trembled. All living beings have their own destinies, they all have their own destinies. Hong Ting, you cannot think like this, you need to live on, your destiny is to become an immortal venerable, to lead the celestial court and shine the light of the righteous path over the 5 regions. Do you know, I have always been looking forward to such a scene, looking forward to standing by your side and accompanying you invincibly in the world, bringing blessings to the world. It is a pity that I cannot see it anymore. Lu Xian's aura dissipated, she died completely. Hong Ting's head was lowered, his back was arched like an old man, a heavy shadow shrouded his face. At this moment he seemed to have lost all signs of life. He was in unbearable pain, there was no sorrow greater than a dead heart. Regret goo was produced in Red Lotus Immortal Aperture. He decided to change this reality. For this, he did not hesitate to break off relations with Duke Long and the Celestial Court. Going in the opposite direction, Red Lotus used Spring Autumn Cicada to revive over 100 times. The tribulation dissipated. This time, even though Lu Xian was heavily injured, she still had one breath left. Xianxia, you are still alive, you are still alive, this is great. Red Lotus was overjoyed. Lu Xian suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, she took her last breath. Xianxia. Red Lotus was stunned, he looked at Lu Xian's corpse in a daze, his eyes turning red. I can still do it, I can see hope. As long as I continue to work hard, I will definitely become strong enough to protect Xianxia's life. Red Lotus's gaze was fierce, he muttered like he was possessed. Revive, revive, revive again and again. Using the advantage of rebirth, he became stronger, he could handle all kinds of matters with ease. He had rich experience, he used every resource to raise his strength to the maximum. However, it was like one cycle after another, he had to face the venerable ascension tribulation every time. The type and power of the calamities and tribulations changed according to Red Lotus. This caused the outcome of the calamities and tribulations to never change. Those damned goo immortals would all die. Among them was Lu Xian. Red Lotus continued to try, he was not discouraged. 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. He analyzed, calculated, and carefully planned every cultivation resource he had. At the same time, he tried his best to ask for help from the heavenly courts. Xianxia. Red Lotus hugged Lu Xian. Lu Xian took one last look at him. It's great that you are fine. Saying so, she stopped breathing. Xianxia. Red Lotus hugged Lu Xian again. Lu Xian did not have the strength to speak, she mustered all her remaining strength to touch Red Lotus's face, but she did not succeed. Halfway through, her hand fell down powerlessly. Xianxia. Red Lotus shouted angrily, his eyes were wide open as he watched Lu Xian turn into powder in the lightning. Xian. Red Lotus looked at the poisoned Lu Xian. His footsteps slowed down. Lu Xian's entire body was blackish purple, poisonous blood oozed out of her 7 orifices. She smiled bitterly. Hong Ting, don't be sad for me. All of these sacrifices were worth it. You have to become a venerable, you have to lead the celestial court, you have to lead humanity. These were her final words. Red Lotus stomped his feet, looking at Lu Shuxian's corpse turn into a pool of poisonous water. He clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. She died again. I need to continue working hard. Shu Xian. After the tribulation, Red Lotus flew towards Lu Shuxian. Lu Shuxian shook her head, her expression was pale. I am going to die. It seems that I cannot accompany you anymore, my true love. Whether you die or not depends on the situation. I will check first. Red Lotus was unresigned. I know my situation, listen to me, at the last moment of my life, I want to tell you. Lu Shuxian's aura was weakening rapidly, her words were intermittent. Red Lotus ignored her, he focused on checking. The result of the check made him lose all hope of treatment. When he reacted, Lu Shuxian, who was in his arms, had already stopped breathing. There must be a way I can continue to improve. Red Lotus reminded himself. He tried again and again, he failed again and again. Hong Ting felt like he was trapped in a dead end. No matter what method he used, even if he did not undergo tribulation, Lu Shuxian could not escape death. Feng Jioge watched as Red Lotus failed again and again. He tried again and again. An intense feeling of sorrow accumulated in his chest. He watched as Red Lotus roared, he watched as Red Lotus gritted his teeth in indignation, he watched as Red Lotus left with hatred and rebirth again and again. Every time, Red Lotus would be filled with hope and disappointment. The calamities and tribulations of Venerable Ascension could not be avoided, they could not be given up, they could not be controlled by others. Lu Shuxian's death was like a wall that could not be crossed. Every time Red Lotus was reborn, he had to accept such a cruel outcome. Every time he tried, he would see his most beloved woman die a horrible death. He was injured time and time again, the pain in his heart was greater than the pain in his body, but Red Lotus would rebirth of his own accord every time. It was like he was holding his heart and slamming it against a sharp blade. Even though Feng Jioge was filled with sympathy and respect towards Red Lotus, he warned himself not to be overly sympathetic. This might be the method of a venerable. As a spectator, Feng Jioge maintained his calm. He gradually realized, at the initial stage of rebirth, Red Lotus would curse the heavens at such an outcome, he would wish he was dead. But at the next stage, Red Lotus was indignant. He analyzed calmly with a dark expression. At the final stage, Red Lotus became more and more efficient. Whenever he realized that Lu Shuxian could not be saved, he would choose to rebirth without hesitation. Finally, there was one time. Lu Shuxian fell to the ground, her entire body was fractured. She was lying in a pool of blood, she was on her last breath. Red Lotus quickly landed on the ground and rushed over. Red Lotus. I'm going, you have to. Lu Shuxian smiled as she watched Red Lotus walk towards her. Red Lotus had a cold expression as he looked at her plainly. There is no saving her. This time, it failed again. But it is fine, I will not give up, I will try again. Lu Shuxian was shocked. Hong Ting, what are you saying? Red Lotus turned around and left. Lu Shuxian's final call could be heard. Hong Ting. Red Lotus was initially moving quickly, but when he heard Lu Shuxian's desperate call, his footsteps became slower and slower before he stopped. He lowered his head and looked at his hands. In the dead silence, Red Lotus stared with wide eyes. His body started to tremble. Chapter 1977. But why did I end up in such a terrifying state? In the past, Hong Ting was filled with grief and regret towards Lu Shuxian's death. He would hug Lu Shuxian's corpse tightly, kneeling on the ground while crying in his heart. But now, facing Lu Shuxian's death, facing Lu Shuxian's final wish to spend her final moments with her lover, Red Lotus actually turned around and left. Was this Lu Shuxian not the real Lu Shuxian? Of course she was. Red Lotus was very clear about this. She was still her. She was still that Lu Shuxian. No matter how many times Red Lotus rebirthed, her decisions and actions would not change. That was to protect her lover. She would rather sacrifice herself, using her life to resist the Venerable Ascension tribulation. However, Lu Shuxian was still Lu Shuxian, but Hong Ting was no longer Hong Ting. When did it start? When did this change begin? Red Lotus asked herself. This was not a difficult question, he soon found the answer. That was countless rebirths, countless attempts, countless times Lu Shuxian died, countless times he was disappointed in his gains. His heart was injured time and time again, bleeding time and time again. Before it could form a scab, Hong Ting would tear it apart. He was injured too many times, he felt pain too many times, he felt regret too many times. Too many times, he gradually got used to it, he gradually became numb to it. Thus, he started to scheme. Thus, he started to analyze calmly. He used every resource at hand to strengthen and equip himself as best he could. He tried different methods, finding the most probable and powerful method to protect Lu Shuxian's life during the tribulation. When he started to calm down when facing Lu Shuxian's death, even if it was just forcing himself to calm down, he had already changed. Then, gradually, step by step, he finally turned into a stranger. This appearance made him realize something. It was horrifying. Then he was powerless. This scene left a deep impression on Feng Jioge. Red Lotus stood on the spot, he lowered his head, his young back was bent like an old man with one foot in the grave. He was silent, 2 streams of tears flowed down his cheeks. Silent crying. Behind Red Lotus was the dying Lu Shuxian. She was still calling out to him, hoping that he would turn around so that she could see her lover in the final moments of her life. But Red Lotus did not turn around to look at her. Red Lotus no longer loved her. If a person was the person he loved, would he coldly turn around and leave when his lover was dying? Of course not. Even if his goal was to rebirth and try to save Lu Shuxian, that was just an intense habit. His starting point was no longer love. It was truly laughable. She clearly wanted to save him out of love, but as she walked, Red Lotus lost her love. No matter how many times Lu Shuxian died, she did not betray him, she chose to sacrifice herself for him. But Red Lotus himself betrayed Lu Shuxian. He wanted to be reborn to change the reality, but he didn't expect that the reality of his rebirth would change him. Then what's he do now? Since he did not love Lu Shuxian anymore, why did he need to rebirth and keep trying? Of course, he's with his die with him. But would he dare to try the Red Lotus? He already knew the result. After witnessing the death of his parents time and time again, he would get used to it and become numb to it. Then, he would calmly accept the result of this fate. Red Lotus didn't dare. Then, should they accept this result? After his rebirth, he had to pretend that he didn't know anything and follow the path of fate to become a venerable. Then, he would become the venerable celestial of the celestial court that everyone looked forward to. He didn't want Red Lotus either. There was still love in his heart, love for his parents and love for his master. Because there was love, there were regrets. He still had hatred in his heart, hatred towards fate, because he no longer loved Lu Shuxian, and hatred towards himself. There were many emotions in his heart that even Red Lotus himself could not figure out. Red Lotus questioned himself deeply, examining his heart. He still wanted to destroy Fate Gu. However, his starting point was already different. He began to study it, discovering more and more of the profundities hidden in the legends of Renzus. When he realized the crucial point of Love Gu, he used Love Gu to save Lu Shuxian's life. Of course, the price was that although Red Lotus succeeded in transcending the tribulation, she did not become a venerable one. As a spectator, Feng Jioge knew clearly, this was definitely a huge breakthrough. Venerable calamities and tribulations could not be controlled by humans. No matter how Red Lotus delayed it, he had to undergo the tribulation. Using Love Gu, he finally changed the past reality. That was Lu Shuxian's death. Now, Lu Shuxian finally survived. Of course, the consequence was that Red Lotus did not become a venerable. This was also the truth. Both facts had changed. Shuxian, you are still alive. You finally survived. Red Lotus, who succeeded, was very excited as he hugged Lu Shuxian. Lu Shuxian, however, was very gloomy. What is going on? Hong Ting, you actually did not become a venerable? Red Lotus laughed loudly. That is because I used Love Gu. Do you know how many times I rebirthed to save you? You should have died in the tribulation. But through my continuous experiments and research on the human path methods created in the Legends of Renzuch. Red Lotus was extremely excited. He continued to talk about the hardships he had gone through and the effort he had put in. Every guess and verification was filled with setbacks and difficulties. But I finally succeeded. I finally succeeded. Red Lotus raised his arms and cheered. Even though it is only a small change, this is the correct direction. One day I will succeed completely. With a crisp sound, Lu Shuxian slapped Red Lotus. Red Lotus immediately froze. His cheering stopped as he stared at Lu Shuxian. Lu Shuxian's eyes were filled with tears. Hong Ting, are you really you? You actually had such a rebellious thought? You wanted to change the past through rebirth. You went against fate. No wonder you did not become a venerable after the tribulation. And you did all of this just to let me live? What about those celestial court Gu immortals who helped you undergo the tribulation and sacrificed themselves for you? You said you did all of this for me. Have you considered my feelings? I, Lu Shuxian, was born with one of the 10 extreme physiques and met you. It was all fate's arrangement. When I resisted the tribulation for you, I suddenly realized that my greatest purpose in life was to protect you, to block the tribulation for you, to help you become an immortal venerable. But you did all of this. You gave up your most precious chance to become a venerable for me. If you cannot become a venerable, what will happen to the celestial court? What will happen to the world? What will happen to humanity? You forgot your master's teachings. You let down the expectations of your dead parents. I am truly heartbroken, extremely heartbroken. I would rather sacrifice myself. Our love is just a small love. But greater love is for the entire human race, for all living beings in this world. Hong Ting, you disappoint me too much. Lu Shuxian cried bitterly. Red Lotus looked at Lu Shuxian in a daze. After a long while, he let out a breath of air. So that's the case. Red Lotus had a calm expression. His gaze also became deep and eerie. Lu Shuxian grabbed his arms. Quickly think of a way. You must have a way, right? Let everything return to the path of fate, even if I have to sacrifice myself. How can our love compare to the great love of heaven and earth, or the grand cause of the celestial court? Lu Shuxian's body suddenly froze. She lowered her head and looked at her heart. Red Lotus' hand had pierced into her heart. This was a fatal blow. Lu Shuxian looked at her lover in disbelief. Maybe killing you can return everything to the right path. Red Lotus looked at Lu Shuxian's eyes and said plainly. Lu Shuxian immediately showed a happy smile. Hong Ting, I was not wrong about you. Please, become a venerable. At the next moment, she died again. It was no different from the countless deaths that Red Lotus had experienced. Lu Shuxian died again. However, compared to the countless deaths that Red Lotus had experienced, there was one point that was completely different. Lu Shuxian really died. She had completely died in Red Lotus' heart. From then on, she did not come back to life. Red Lotus looked at her corpse that had fallen. His heart was completely calm. There was not even a ripple. The woman that he had once loved deeply, the woman that he was willing to give up everything for, the woman that had been reborn time and time again, the woman that had never given up hope. Now he had killed her. With his own hands. Red Lotus did not feel any regret. Instead, he had a trace of realization. The source of this tragedy was the celestial court. It was Fate Gu. At this moment, his determination to destroy Fate Gu was unprecedentedly firm. The scene in front of Feng Jioge changed. Celestial Court. The battle had already ended. The surroundings were in ruins. At the top of the damaged heaven overseeing tower, Duke Long and Red Lotus were facing each other. Duke Long had clearly gone through a huge battle. His body was covered in blood and injuries. He looked at Red Lotus and sighed deeply. Oh Hong Ting, one wrong step leads to many wrong steps. To think that you have already made such a mistake. You want to destroy Fate Gu? Then please do it. Saying so, Duke Long actually took the initiative to give way. Red Lotus was slightly stunned. He walked towards Fate Gu. Most Gu worms were very weak. But no matter how he used strength, Fate Goo was like the toughest thing in the world. Red Lotus could not break it. No matter what method you use, you cannot destroy Fate Goo. Hong Ting, not just you, even limitless Demon Venerable and reckless Savage Demon Venerable came here back then and used all sorts of methods, but they were unable to do anything to Fate Goo. In this world, only a complete otherworldly demon can truly destroy Fate Goo. But once an otherworldly demon comes to our world, they are not complete. Thus, in this world, no one can destroy Fate Goo. Duke Long said this and showed an extremely tired expression. Hong Ting, come back, it is not too late to turn over a new leaf. Although you have committed so many sins and mistakes, I am willing, and the Celestial Court is willing to atone for your sins and give you a chance to start anew. At this point, Duke Long was still trying his best to persuade Red Lotus. He was not willing to give up. Red Lotus was silent for a long time. He turned towards Duke Long and smiled. Master, since the two demon venerables could not destroy Fate Goo, why didn't you directly put Fate Goo in front of me from the start? Let me try and make me give up? Duke Long was speechless. Red Lotus smiled again. So, you are also afraid, right? You are afraid that I will find a new method to destroy Fate Goo. Duke Long smiled bitterly. Of course. Times are constantly changing. Goo cultivation paths are emerging endlessly. Many of the conclusions of the past are no longer appropriate in the current era. Even I cannot guarantee that there will not be a new method to destroy Fate Goo. But at this point, since I cannot stop you, I can only take a risk and try. You saw the result, didn't you? Red Lotus pondered. Fate Goo arranged the path of life for all living beings in the world. You and I are all part of it, even a rock or a wave is included in it. But Master, have you thought about this? Man is not a rock, nor is he a wave. Man has his own thoughts. If a person is not satisfied with the life that Fate Goo arranged for them, what should they do? Duke Long stared at Red Lotus. You have also read U003 CU003 The Legends of Rinza 003 U003. Rinzu encountered Fate Goo and wanted to break free from its restraints, chasing after Freedom Goo. What happened to him? He did not grasp his freedom. He lost it, he went crazy, his thoughts were all over the place. This is the outcome, it is a warning. A person needs to accept their life, they need to bear it, they need to shoulder the responsibility that fate gave them, they need to do what they should do. Red Lotus laughed loudly. I understand, thank you for your guidance, Master. Duke Long saw his abnormal expression and felt something amiss. At the next moment, extreme fear appeared on Duke Long's face. He was shocked to find that when Red Lotus exerted strength in his 5 fingers, Fate Goo was letting out a soft cracking sound. Cracks appeared on the surface of its body. Red Lotus! Duke Long was furious, he attacked fiercely. He was going all out. Red Lotus did not dodge, he was hit by Duke Long's attack. This was a fatal injury. Duke Long was shocked. He suddenly realized that Red Lotus was purposely provoking him to kill him. At the final moment of his life, Red Lotus still smiled at Duke Long. Master, I have always respected and loved you, even after rebirth countless times. My respect for you has never decreased. But I need you to understand something. Look at me. Fate gives such preferential treatment to a person like me, it arranged such a noble status and achievements for me. But I do not feel happy, I want to resist. Then let me ask you, those people in a worse situation than me, what do they think of fate? Humans are not rocks, they are not waves, humans have their own thoughts. Thus, a series of events happened. He was unexpectedly saved by Feng Yuan. In southern border, he repaid Feng Yuan's kindness by blocking Wu Yong. After repaying the favor, Feng Jioga started to pursue Feng Yuan. Until now, Feng Yuan spared Feng Jioga's life. He even gave him many pointers, guiding him to the Stone Lotus Island and obtaining Red Lotus true inheritance. If my previous life was arranged by Fate Goo, did I do it willingly? Feng Jioga shook his head. He preferred to think of it this way. This was all my choice. Back then, I stood up for the two immortals. I gave up my peaceful, secluded cultivation life. It was because of the anger in my heart. I wanted to seek justice. I had a daughter with Fairy by Qing because I loved her. I taught my daughter, Feng Kim Hong. I raised her because I loved her. It was not a rule set by fate. If fate wanted me to lose by Qing and Feng Kim Hong, would I learn from Red Lotus? If there's a very good opportunity right now, and I only need to make a slight move to destroy destiny, would I do it? Destroying fate seemed to go against his own benefits. After all, Feng Kim Hong was Fate Gu's great dream Immortal Venerable. But does Feng Kim Hong really want to become Great Dream Immortal Venerable? Feng Jioge suddenly realized, just like how no one asked him if he liked his Dao Guardian status, no one asked Feng Kim Hong if he liked becoming Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Even he himself was one of them. It was as if this was a matter of course. There was no room for doubt. Feng Jioge asked himself an even sharper question. If Huang Er really wants to become Great Dream Immortal Venerable, but Fate Gu is right in front of me, I can easily destroy it. Would I do that? This question made Feng Jioge hesitate. He was at a loss, he was perplexed and confused. But reality did not give him the time or space to think about it. The battle to repair Fate Gu was already in full swing. Feng Jioge had no choice but to join the battle. On Hairy Foot Mountain, he saved Feng Kim Hong and sang Destiny Song. Rank 8 Future Self made him one of the strongest Gu immortals in the world. Destiny Song's power even caused Di Zongxing to suffer setbacks. On the battlefield, Feng Jioge finally met with Feng Yuan again. Feng Yuan transmitted secretly, "Oh Feng Jioge, you finally created Destiny Song. What do you think of this killer move?" Feng Jioge was silent. He had to admit, this was a song that belonged to him. It was a song that he should have created based on his personality. This song contained his inner thoughts. Yes, he did not want to admit the existence of fate, but he sighed at the mercilessness and mysteriousness of fate. He saw the trajectory of countless lives, sometimes in dire straits, sometimes in glory. He saw those people's hopes, struggles, laughter, happiness, pain, and despair in their lives. If fate is fixed, luck is a variable. Then I desire for life and all living things to change. This change should come from one's own choices. Feng Jioge understood his true feelings. I did not create a Destiny Song, it is Destiny Song. That's what I really think. He realized at once, he understood Feng Yuan and Red Lotus Demon Venerable's scheme. They knew his personality, so they did not persuade him. They only returned Destiny Song to Feng Jioge and let Feng Jioge persuade him. Feng Jioge sang this Destiny Song loudly. He sang for the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals. He wanted to strengthen them. He sang for his enemies. He wanted them to weaken. But the truth was he sang for himself. He wanted to understand his own heart. Thereupon he understood. He loved Fairy by Qing. He also loved his daughter, Feng Kim Hong. But he, Feng Jioge, did not live for them. His wife and daughter were only the results of his choices. They were a part of his life, but not everything. Chapter 1979. Feng Jioge. Duke Long shouted as he charged at Feng Jioge. Immortal Killer Move, Dragon Claw Strike. Immortal Killer Move, Spiraling Dragon Fangs. Claw marks appeared over 100 feet in length, tearing apart the air. They were unstoppable. Dragon fangs flew like sharp blades, dancing in the air with intense killing intent. Feng Jioge slowly retreated as he continued to sing Destiny Song. Several clones appeared around him. They all looked like him, but each had their own abilities. It was Immortal Killer Move, Song Warrior. Green Jade Song Warrior could turn everything into jade. Heaven and Earth Song Warrior had suppression power. Submission Song Warrior could enslave living beings. Separation Song Warrior could disassemble killer moves and counter immortal Gu houses. Acquisition Song Warrior could refine wild immortal Gu. Heaven-facing Song Warrior could easily cross two heavens. Immortal Demonic Song Warrior could seize all kinds of killer moves and immortal Gu's power for their own use. Only Assimilation Wind Song could not be turned into a Song Warrior. The Song warriors fought for Feng Jioge, not only blocking the dragon claws and dragon fangs, they also fought with Duke Long. They were extremely agile. After several rounds, Duke Long finally destroyed the Song warrior. But soon, a brand new Song warrior rushed to the battlefield and fought with Duke Long. Duke Long immediately understood that killing these clones was pointless. The wisest battle tactic was to directly attack Feng Jioge's main body. Immortal killer move, Dragon Gate. Duke Long crossed a huge distance, approaching Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge did not break through. He activated Yang Pass Tune and pulled apart some distance. Duke Long could not fight Feng Jioge in close combat. He could only use Chi Path killer moves to attack from afar. Feng Jioge was fearless. Destiny Song continued to weaken Duke Long. At the same time, his hands changed. He used Bell Palm, Drum Fist, and Whistle Finger to form 3 extreme sounds. Feng Jioge fought Duke Long. Both sides were evenly matched. There was no clear victor. Rank 8 Future Self gave Feng Jioge a qualitative change in his battle strength. The 3 regions Gu Immortals were hesitating on whether to help Feng Jioge, but they were shocked to find that Feng Jioge did not need help. In an instant, the battle prowess that he displayed stunned everyone. Duke Long could not deal with Feng Jioge. He was shocked and furious. He realized that even though Feng Jioge had been fighting and attacking, he had been concealing his strength. He did not use his full strength. Right now, Duke Long wanted to foil Red Lotus's plan. But Feng Yuan was a tough nut to crack. Duke Long knew Feng Yuan's strength and had Reckless Savage's defensive methods. But this was not because Duke Long was afraid of Feng Yuan. He was considering how to destroy the enemy's plan. As long as Feng Jioge was disrupted, Destiny Song would not work, Feng Yuan would not have the Immortal Gu recipe, he would not be able to continue his plan. But Feng Jioge's strength far surpassed Duke Long's imagination. Duke Long hesitated for a moment before deciding to attack fiercely. He wanted to deal with Feng Jioge as soon as possible. But Feng Jioge's strength far surpassed Duke Long's imagination. Duke Long hesitated for a moment before deciding to attack fiercely, hoping to deal with Feng Jioge as soon as possible. Duke Long was stalled by Feng Jioge. Wu Shuai controlled Dragon Palace to guard Feng Yuan's main body, while Calamity Luck Altar resisted Demon Judgment Board. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals launched a frenzy of attacks, but they were blocked by the other 3 regions Gu Immortals and Di Zongxing. The battle was clearly leaning towards the 3 regions Gu Immortals, but Feng Yuan had some problems now. The human wills were like the sea, surging violently. Using these human wills as the main Gu material to refine Destiny Gu was simply wishful thinking. But this method worked. Under the effect of Destiny Song, these human wills and flames converged and refined into a mystical Gu material that was formless and formless. But Feng Yuan was in charge of this Gu refinement. He had to endure the terrifying impact of the human wills. He had to pacify the human wills, like subduing a raging flood, allowing them to flow according to the channels. Feng Yuan's expression soon turned sinister, veins popped on his forehead, thoughts were produced rapidly in his mind, but they could not keep up with this terrifying expenditure. His thoughts were dwindling rapidly, they were about to dry up. At the periphery of the battlefield, Spectral Soul and his servants had been paying attention. Fairy Myrtle saw Feng Yuan's expression and analyzed. Oh no, Feng Yuan's situation is not good. I know his wisdom path foundation. His strongest wisdom path method is to prevent others from deducing and conceal his true location. The Gu refinement now is testing his thoughts and thinking ability. The scale of these human wills is too terrifying, even I might not be able to last long. But Spectral Soul chuckled lightly. He had a calm expression. Don't worry, a venerable has already made preparations for this. Feng Yuan should know what to do. Spectral Soul could not help but recall his past life. Back then, his main body was still alive. He entered 88-point Shenyang Tower to explore. There, he found Wisdom Gu. He also saw the Giant Sun special will left behind by Giant Sun Immortal. He immediately wanted to make a move and take Wisdom Gu for his own use. Spectral Soul, please don't take Wisdom Gu. Giant Sun special will had no choice but to appear and stop him. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable smiled coldly. You cannot stop me. Giant Sun special will nodded. Of course, you are the current generation demon venerable, you are invincible in the world, I cannot stop you. But you also made a deal with Red Lotus Demon Venerable, right? Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's expression changed slightly. Before this, he had indeed obtained a Red Lotus true inheritance, he had made a certain agreement with Red Lotus Demon Venerable. You mean? Spectral Soul Demon Venerable hesitated. That's right, this wisdom goo has been tampered with by my main body. When the crucial person appears, he will destroy 88-point Jinyang Tower, wisdom goo will follow him. Giant Sun Special will speak frankly. So that's it. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable took a deep look at wisdom goo. He did not make a move. Right now. He went all out. It seems that I still need to use wisdom goo. Fang Yuan sighed. At this point, he had already guessed the methods of many venerables. Wisdom goo was Giant Sun Immortal's method, but it was different from Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable and Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's methods. It had been activated long ago. It was just that Fang Yuan did not notice it back then. She stared at Giant Sun's incoming attack, but she was entangled by Limitless Silhouette and could not deal with it at all. Giant Sun's attack surged and instilled into the sea of human wills and fire. The three converged and instantly formed a mountain-like golden ball of light. Flames danced in the ball of light, countless human wills were colorful and dazzling. Fang Yuan did not move, he was at the center and presided over the situation. Pale white threads of light gradually appeared in his clenched hands and spread out. These threads of light were so familiar, Fang Yuan had a deep impression of them. His heart shook. These are Heaven Path Dao marks. Dozens, hundreds of Heaven Path Dao marks stretched out from the gaps between his fingers. Fang Yuan opened his palms completely. With a loud sound, countless Heaven Path Dao marks flew in the air, coiling around each other. Dao marks coiled around Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan grunted. Intense pain assaulted him, shaking his body and soul. Heaven Path Dao marks have appeared in my body? Wait, not just me. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He acutely sensed that many Heaven Path Dao marks were disappearing for no reason, tracing back to the source of human wills. As expected. At this moment, Fang Yuan finally confirmed Red Lotus Demon Venerable's plan. Red Lotus Demon Venerable wanted to refine Destiny Goo, but he did not truly want to refine it. Fang Yuan grabbed hold of this chance and started to collect these Heaven Path Dao marks. Every Heaven Path Dao mark coiled around his body, causing his sovereign immortal aperture's accumulation to increase by a level. This was an extremely rare and huge fortuitous encounter. Every complete Heaven Path Dao mark could cause a qualitative change in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture world. After experiencing Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan knew the immense value of this fortuitous encounter. Furthermore, the more Heaven Path Dao marks he had, the more he could guard against Spectral Soul's possible tricks on Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo. It was just that the fusion of Heaven Path Dao marks was extremely painful. Even someone with a firm will like Fang Yuan would feel dizzy after fusing 10 complete Heaven Path Dao marks. The pain was excruciating. But he was in charge of the Goo refinement now, he could not use other methods. Otherwise, if the Goo refinement was disrupted and he failed, it would be even worse. Fang Yuan could only rely on his willpower to endure it. He was not the only Goo immortal enduring the pain, he was one of billions. At the same time, in the vast 5 regions, countless mortals started to scream in pain. The Heaven Path Dao marks traced back to their source, they were imprinted on their bodies. Every mortal could not endure even 1/10,000th of a Heaven Path Dao mark, many of them fainted from the pain. And those who were clear-headed were blessed, they could bear more of the Heavenly Dao marks. Pain. The intense pain of being torn apart was unbearable. Fang Yuan quickly bit his lips, his eyes subconsciously widening until the corner of his eyes broke and blood flowed out. He was sweating profusely, his body was trembling, but he still tried his best to fuse the complete Heaven Path Dao marks. Soon, the Goo immortals in the 5 regions also started to endure it. The battle in Celestial Court stopped. The Goo immortals' expressions changed, They gritted their teeth as their faces turned red. The Heaven Path Dao marks were added to their bodies. They were caught off guard and could not endure it. Wu Yang's body shook intensely, his battle strength fell to rock bottom. He could only barely fight. Shen Songxing continued to groan. Bing Sai Chuan gritted his teeth. He could only maintain Calamity Luck Altar. Inside Demon Judgment Board, Fang Zheng and Qin Dingling were already lying on the ground. Their bodies were twitching, they were rolling on the ground in pain. No! Heaven Path Dao marks were added to his body. Duke Long cried out in pain. At this moment he finally understood Red Lotus' scheme. Duke Long was extremely anxious, seeing that he could not defeat Feng Jioge. He could only turn around and try to attack Feng Yuan with a sliver of hope. But the intense pain also affected him. Feng Jioge was still using Destiny Song. Seeing that Duke Long was moving, he immediately attacked and stalled him. Heaven Path Dao marks were added to their bodies. They were still fighting. As they fought, there was a loud sound, golden water splashed, the mountain-like human will scattered. Mission accomplished. O people of the world, I have handed fate to you. Every one of you holds a part of life in your hands, mixed with a portion of luck. From now on, Fate Gu will still exist, but there will no longer be fate in the world. Red Lotus True Meaning's words were transmitted to everyone in the 5 regions through the human wills. The 5 regions' humans cried out in pain. They were in so much pain that they wanted to die. Because of the unbearable pain, many committed suicide on the spot. Red Lotus! Duke Long shouted. He finally got rid of Feng Jioge and charged towards Feng Yuan. But it was too late. The final trace of Red Lotus will barely condensed and blocked in front of Feng Yuan, facing the approaching Duke Long, Master. The young Red Lotus smiled. I really succeeded. Fate Gu has already been split into countless parts and distributed to everyone in the world. It still exists, it has not been destroyed. Moreover, it has fused with luck. It cannot be used by Providence anymore. Duke Long was enraged, his eyes were bloodshot and his hair was standing on end. Traitorous disciple! He shouted as he charged even more fiercely. With a loud bang, he completely destroyed Red Lotus' will and charged towards Feng Yuan. At this moment, Duke Long's aura broke through the limit again, reaching an unprecedented peak. It was so strong that Di Zongxing and Feng Jioge felt suffocated. Feng Yuan did not move, he did not take a defensive stance. Duke Long's aura was extremely fierce, but when he was one step away from Feng Yuan, his expression suddenly changed. His aura froze and his charge came to an abrupt stop. His lifespan was over. It was even earlier than in the previous life. Feng Yuan was not surprised. He caught hold of the aura that had dissipated earlier and discovered the truth. In fact, back in Eastern Sea, when he impersonated Qi Si ancestor and used Steel Life on Duke Long, it was effective. But the effect was weak and not obvious, and Duke Long's disguise was quite outstanding. After that, to avoid fighting with Qi Si ancestor, Duke Long even took out Primordial Origin's true inheritance to deceive everyone. Because Duke Long did not know that the number of times Feng Yuan could use Steel Life was extremely limited. This also caused Duke Long's performance to surpass the previous life at the same time. A great talent of a generation, the pillar of Celestial Court, Red Lotus Master, the creator of the Dragon Man race, Duke Long. Finally, at this moment, his life stopped. At the moment of his death, he was still charging forward. Regardless of whether he was respectable or despicable, for the sake of Celestial Court, for the great cause, he truly sacrificed himself until his death. The intense fighting and killing had made him forget the limit of his lifespan. Thus, at the moment of his death, other than anger and killing intent, there was also a trace of shock on his face. Lord Duke Long, you must be very indignant. Damn it, Lord Duke Long, you cannot die. Celestial Court still needs you. Senior Duke Long. Celestial Court's Immortals screamed, their morale rose sharply. This was the will of a mourning army. Intense fighting and killing unfolded again. The 3 regions Immortals were actually suppressed by Celestial Court's side, which had fewer people. Feng Yuan, however, did not participate in the battle. He was still enduring the intense pain. His gaze seemed to pierce through Celestial Court, looking at the 5 regions. The earth shook, emitting waves of deep rumbling sounds. At this moment, the regional walls that surrounded the 5 regions vanished, the earth veins connected, the 5 regions that were originally isolated were now one. Without the obstruction of the regional walls, the 5 regions could move freely. At the same time, the difference in heaven and earth chi would gradually disappear, there would be no more obstacles to the unification of the 5 regions. The bloody cloak on Fang Yuan's back started to dissipate. He raised his head and breathed in deeply. The air of freedom. From now on, he finally had the possibility of pursuing eternal life. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's lips curled up into a smile. Chapter 1981. Wake up. Hey, wake up, kid. Peng De struggled to open his eyes. In his blurry vision, he saw a human face. It was a middle-aged man with a full beard, a pair of triangular eyes revealing shrewdness. His head was wrapped in a white bandana. Peng De was shocked. He clearly remembered that he was sleeping in his own bedroom. Why would a stranger barge into his room? He immediately used his strength to sit up. In the next moment, he was stunned again. Where am I? He was shocked to find that he was in a desert. The sky was clear and the clouds were thin. The sun was high in the sky. The heat was rising. This kid is confused. He's lucky he was attacked by a pack of sand wolves in the desert, but he's still alive. The middle-aged bearded man was not the only one around him. There were a few others, all surrounding him. Not far away, there was a camel team lying on the ground to rest. Kid, this is a wolf desert. When we found you, your companions were all dead. The sand wolves were eating your corpses. We chased them away. Only you were still breathing. I'm Mo Li, the leader of this caravan. I was the one who saved you and healed your wounds. You're lucky to have met us. Do you remember anything now? The middle-aged bearded man introduced. Peng De sat on the desert in a daze. The hot sand and the scorching sun made him gradually come to his senses. This was not a dream. I transmigrated. Damn, there really is such a thing as transmigration in this world, and it happened to me. But how did I transmigrate? Last night I was clearly modifying the program code, but the next day I ended up here. Looking at their clothes and language, they're obviously from another world. Also, why do I know this world's language? It's like speaking another world's language has become an instinct. Peng De couldn't help but feel parched, his heart beating wildly. This sudden change caught him off guard. He couldn't help but fall into panic, secretly groaning. But beside him, there were a few strong men staring at him. Peng De could only force himself to calm down, holding his head with both hands, shaking his head. I only remember that my name is Peng De. As for the rest, why can't I remember? No way. Did you lose your memory? How disappointing. He is not a Gu master, he is just a mortal. Is it so important whether he remembers or not? The surrounding people were discussing spiritedly. The middle-aged bearded Mo Li took a deep look at Peng De, a glint flashing in his eyes. Since you can't remember clearly, then forget it. I hope you can remember it one day. What do you plan to do next? Are you going to travel with my caravan? Peng De hurriedly nodded. He did not dare to stay in the desert alone. Uncle Mo Li, I will definitely repay you for saving my life. No matter where you go now, please take me with you. Because I don't know where I should go. His face was blank, but it came from his heart. When he first arrived in this world, he really didn't know what to do. Then follow us. Mo Li nodded and turned to instruct the people beside him. Arrange a camel for Peng De. Yes. Someone immediately accepted the order. Kid, come with me. Peng De was led to the camel. He couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. This is a camel? The Gu master who led him here was baffled. Kid, are you from Western Desert? You don't even recognize the Fire Kong camel? The Fire Kong camel did not have a hump. Its back was instead sunken, forming an oval pit. The person riding the camel was lying in the round pit. It had soft fur and a suitable body temperature. It was very comfortable. The Goo Master quickly put away the goods in the round pit and set up a tent on it. A portion of the goods was tied to the side of the camel, below the tent. Peng De could only continue to pretend to be in pain, saying, "I don't remember, damn it, I can't remember." That Goo Master glanced at him. "I don't care what you forgot, but you have to remember, your life was saved by our leader. Since you joined the caravan, you are eating our food, drinking our water, and living in our place. You have to work, remember?" Peng De quickly nodded. "Of course, please instruct me. I will do my best." The Goo Master lightly nodded, showing a barely satisfied expression. But at this time, the bearded Mo Li's voice came from afar. "Don't make things difficult for him, let this young man rest and recover. Being able to meet in this huge desert, it is a kind of fate. It is not easy to make a living in this desert." The Goo Master leading Peng De aside, saying, "Leader, you are still so kind." Peng De heard this and had an even better impression of Mo Li. He could not help but reply loudly, "Uncle, thank you so much, I will definitely repay you well." Mo Li laughed heartily. "All right, kid, you should rest on the camel for a while." Next, he shouted to everyone, "We have rested enough, let's continue our journey." Thereupon, the camel bell rang and this caravan started moving again, trekking on the vast desert. Peng De laid on the Fire Kong camel's back, feeling very comfortable. Being alone, he was shocked to find that his body was no longer the original one. He was clearly a native of another world. His skin was tanned brown, his limbs were rough and his joints were bulky. So my soul only transmigrated and borrowed the body of a native of another world to revive. No wonder I can speak in the language of another world. It is a pity I did not fuse with this native's memories. But this is also good. My original body lacked training, my limbs were weak, but this body has a strong physique and is also very young. Peng De could not sleep. After inspecting himself, he started to look around and observe this other world. There was nothing to see in the desert, but the people traveling with him broadened his horizons. The Fire Kong camel's food was actually some burning red charcoal. The caravan could actually create water out of thin air. They did not need to look for oases or water sources. Walking in the desert was a great guarantee of safety. At dusk, when they were about to set off, a Goo Master in the caravan directly planted a seed on the surface of the desert. After a dozen or so breaths of time, trees grew and fruits grew. Peng De did not know what this fruit was called, but its flesh was very white and tender, it tasted sweet and fragrant, it was very appetizing. Peng De was amazed by every little detail in his life. During dinner, he could not help but ask the caravan leader Mo Li, "Lad, it seems you really lost your memories. We are Goo Masters. These are all Goo Master methods." Mo Li looked at Peng De with a strange expression. "Goo Master?" Peng De was hearing this for the first time. Mo Li's expression became even more strange. He pointed at Peng De. "Lad, you are also a Goo Master, and a rank 2 Goo Master." Peng De was surprised. "We were too slow, Lady Cold Ash." Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord smiled bitterly, pointing at the opened Grotto Heaven entrance. "Those variant human Goo Immortals have already entered. I waited for you to enter together, otherwise, as a human rank 8, I would be ostracized." Lady Cold Ash nodded, showing a solemn expression. "In this meeting, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was the one who communicated with us. He is a snowman Goo Immortal to begin with. He also opened his Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven. It will naturally become the territory of variant human Goo Immortals. Let's go in and take a look." Lady Cold Ash quickly arranged for 2 rank 7s to stay behind and look after the Soul Beast army. She only ordered several immemorial soul beasts to enter the Grotto Heaven's entrance with her. Spectral Soul had already possessed one of the immemorial soul beasts without anyone noticing. He also followed them in. Once they entered the Grotto Heaven, the temperature fell sharply. It was a world of ice and snow. Looking down at the ground, it was a vast expanse of whiteness. The tall mountains were made of frost crystals. It was very rare. At the peak of the frost crystals, there was an ice and snow palace. Lady Cold Ash and Night Heavenly Wolf Lord came to the palace. After placing the immemorial soul beasts and immemorial Night Heavenly Wolves on the square of the palace, they entered the palace together. Spectral Soul waited for a while. He successfully saw through the details of the ice and snow palace. He immediately found a loophole and entered the palace. At the main seat of the palace sat a snowman Gu Immortal. He had a Fangzheng face and a majestic aura. He was likely Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Other than them, there were 3 variant human rank 8s. They were Rockmen, Hairy Men, and Eggmen. To think that in this Black Heaven, variant human forces actually have the upper hand. They have 4 rank 8s while the humans only have 2. Spectral Soul thought about it and understood. After humans became the rulers, variant humans could not survive in the 5 regions. They were chased to the edges of the world, struggling at death's door. Black Heaven and White Heaven were naturally the first choice for variant humans to roam. This place was extremely vast. Grotto Heavens were hidden. Even venerables could not find them, unless they had a definite clue. Thus, variant humans were the first to establish their foundation in Black Heaven and White Heaven. They continued to develop. Even though human Gu Immortals entered Black Heaven and White Heaven, they mostly explored and gathered resources. Only a small portion of rank 8 Gu Immortals placed their Grotto Heavens in Black Heaven and White Heaven. Human Grotto Heavens were different from variant human Grotto Heavens. The latter were taken care of by Providence. Their calamities and tribulations were weak, but the former were different. As time passed, human Grotto Heavens continued to be established and eliminated. Only a small portion managed to survive. But variant human Grotto Heavens had a long history. Their forces continued to grow. The 6 rank 8 Gu Immortals discussed. If the 5 regions are united, Chi tides will invade the world. Our Grotto Heavens will be exposed. I propose to unite and resist the 5 regions. How can we resist the 5 regions? Even though our Grotto Heavens are plentiful, how can we compare to the 5 regions in terms of resources? Even if we unite, we will not be the match of the 5 regions humans. Furthermore, even if we unite, we might not trust each other. After all, there is a difference in our identities. Don't worry, even though we are humans, Ancestor Pacifying Soul was forced to escape to Black Heaven. He has already severed ties with the 5 regions. More directly, my Night Wolf Grotto Heaven does not want to expose our identities. After all, we have a deep grudge with Northern Plains Longevity Heaven. Fellow Immortals. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch spoke. Do you only want to work together? Have you not thought of taking a step forward? Now that Fate Gu is destroyed, the situation of humanity's dominance has been completely broken. The 5 regions Gu Immortals need to rest and recuperate. This is the best chance for us to act first. We are born in Black Heaven. We are the least affected. We can barely move. If we do not make use of this chance, we will regret it in the future. Immortal Monarch, what is your plan? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch sighed, saying with a heavy expression, the 5 regions are huge and rich in resources. Even if we combine our Grotto Heavens, we cannot compare to them. The world will descend into chaos. If we do not move forward, when the 5 regions settle down, we will be exterminated by the 5 regions Gu Immortals. Only by taking the initiative can we have hope of survival. P.S. Last night, I received an encouraging message from Fang Yuan, congratulating him for becoming the first alliance leader of this book. In fact, these last 2 days I have been very moved. The response and enthusiastic support from all my readers made me feel that writing this book was the right thing to do. Today, I want to respond to everyone's strong support and sincere encouragement. Thank you. The Gu Immortal team has a high ranking. I welcome more friends to join. Join method, Chidian app, click on Discover, enter Activity Center, find the fan team activity, drop down, join, Gu Immortal team. Because everything had changed, Celestial Court was no longer the Celestial Court of the past, the enemies were no longer the enemies of the past, even the world was changing. After resting for a while, Qin Ding Ling continued to deal with matters. She held an information path Mortal Gu in her hand, showing a slightly surprised expression. Night Wolf Grotto Heaven? Night Heavenly Wolf Lord did not want to be on the same boat as variant humans, he wanted to side with the stronger 5 regions. Among the 5 regions, even though Celestial Court lost, it was still the number 1 force of humanity for millions of years. Night Wolf Grotto Heaven and Longevity Heaven were enemies. In the current 5 regions, only Celestial Court had the confidence to deal with the brute and vile members of Longevity Heaven. In this information path Gu Worm, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord had described the devious intentions of the variant humans in detail. As expected of those who are not of our race. Fate Gu has just been destroyed, but these variant humans already want to jump out. Qin Ding Ling snorted coldly, intense killing intent surged in her heart. After calming down, Qin Ding Ling started to think about this problem. Qin Ding Ling knew very little about Night Heavenly Wolf Lord and Night Wolf Grotto Heaven. Thus, with just an information path Gu Worm, she could not tell if Night Heavenly Wolf Lord was sincere in joining them, or if he was just pretending to surrender. If this Night Heavenly Wolf Lord is sincere in joining us, how will we face the Grotto Heaven variant humans and Longevity Heaven? Night Heavenly Wolf Lord's letter clearly told her ancestors' origins. He did not conceal their hatred towards Longevity Heaven. Qin Ding Ling felt troubled. The current Celestial Court was in an unprecedented state of decline. Qi tides swept the world, heaven and earth qi converged. The Celestial Court Gu Immortals with phantom apertures could move more freely than the black and white Grotto Heaven Gu Immortals. But the Celestial Court could not do that. Firstly, most of the Celestial Court members had limited lifespans. Secondly, they had to support star constellations' will. Thus, a portion of the Celestial Court members would continue to hibernate in the Immortal graveyard to help star constellations' will and prevent her from being assimilated by Providence. This way, the Celestial Court's battle strength would fall by another level. At this moment, Qin Ding Ling could not make up her mind. If only Fairy Myrtle was still here. Qin Ding Ling sighed. This was another thing that she was worried about. Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Zheng Yuan were enslaved by Spectral Soul, their whereabouts were unknown. The former too knew the secrets of the Celestial Court, while the latter had the soul of a demon venerable who dared to underestimate them. Qin Ding Ling thought about it. She felt that this was an important matter. She summoned Zhou Xianxia and the rest to discuss it. Zhou Xianxia suggested, "This is important, but the current situation is not clear. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord and these 6 Gu Immortals are only rank 8s in the Black Heaven above Central Continent. What about the Black Heaven of the other 4 regions? We do not know how many Grotto Heavens there are, or how many rank 8 Gu Immortals are in these Grotto Heavens. I am willing to personally go to Black Heaven and White Heaven to investigate secretly." Zhou Xianxia cultivated information path. He knew the importance of information. He had a phantom aperture. He did not care about the fusion of heaven and earth qi. Qin Ding Ling accepted his suggestion. She decided to maintain contact with Night Wolf Grotto Heaven for the time being, while she investigated the details. Chapter 1985. Central Continent, Lake Heart Mountain. The headquarters of Spirit Affinity House's public Blessed Land was located here. In the Blessed Land, there was a place called Quiet Rain Valley. When Feng Kim Hong walked into the valley, it happened to be raining. Drizzle. The rain fell quietly, without a sound. Bathed in the rain, even Feng Kim Hong unknowingly slowed down his footsteps. The air was filled with the fragrance of fresh grass. There was a thin layer of green. This rain was not cold. It was like jade. It had a reserved warmth. Feng Kim Hong knew This was quiet rain. When this rain fell, any sound would be absorbed. The world was silent. It was so quiet that people could hear their own breathing and heartbeats. Quiet rain was a rank 6 immortal material. This valley was the resource point of quiet rain, thus it was named Quiet Rain Valley. After Feng Jioge betrayed the celestial court and went missing, his wife, who was also Feng Kim Huang's mother, Fairy Bai Qing, applied to be transferred to Quiet Rain Valley to collect quiet rain. She did not leave the valley at all. Every time the quiet rain fell, the sound of a zither and flute would be heard in the valley. It was like Fairy Bai Qing's mournful cries. Feng Kim Hong heard this rumor and could not help but worry. He came to the valley to visit his mother. Now that the quiet rain was falling, the sound of a zither and flute could be heard from the valley. The zither sound was ethereal. It was like the clouds in the sky. It was ancient and pleasing to the ears. But the flute sound was high and resounding. It rose and fell abruptly. It was like an eagle flying in the sky. It tore through the wind and tore through the mist. At first, the zither sound resounded, the flute sound echoed. It was like both sides were talking, one after the other. Next, the zither and flute sounds started to interact. They played together bit by bit, gradually merging. White clouds were ethereal, eagles were flying in the clouds. The two abrupt sounds continued to merge. There was an indescribable sense of beauty. Eventually, the zither and flute sounds became one. They formed a mixed sound. It had the melodious sound of the zither and the sharp sound of the flute. One of a kind, too beautiful to behold. Feng Kim Hong is captivated by the beautiful music and can't help but reveal an intoxicated look. She went deep into the valley and successfully met her mother. Fairy Bai Qing sat in a bamboo pavilion. Two goo worms that resembled white jade pearls were flying around her. They were two sound path mortal goo, zither goo and flute goo. When Feng Kim Hong walked into the pavilion, the music gradually stopped. Fairy Bai Qing already knew of Feng Kim Huang's arrival. She slowly turned around. This immortal and demonic union song was created when your father and I were in love. It was our song of love. I still remember back then, when your father performed for me for the first time, he said, "Immortal and demonic are of the same family. Primordial origin immortal venerable was originally called primordial demon venerable by many variant humans." The meaning of this song is extraordinary. Your father had always kept it in his collection and never used it, but during the Fate War he used it. Saying so, Fairy Bai Qing's tone changed as she looked at Feng Kim Hong. This time, the name list has already been approved. Feng Kim Hong nodded. I know. Last time, the sect recommended me, but there was no news from the Celestial Court. This time, the sect replaced Sun Yao, and the Celestial Court quickly approved it. Fairy Bai Qing said plainly, originally, the sect still wanted to recommend you, but Li Junying and Su Hao obstructed it, so it was changed to Sun Yao. How do you feel about such an outcome? My daughter. Feng Kim Hong smiled. Her smile was as bright as a flower. Instantly, the bamboo pavilion was bathed in bright sunlight. Su Hao had a ruthless expression. The hatred between him and Feng Jioge could be said to have existed for a long time. In the past, he wanted nothing more than for Feng Jioge to die. He suppressed the crucial information and did not report it. Feng Jioge's methods were also very forceful. He pushed them to the edge of Spirit Affinity House's authority. Most of the time, the two immortals were at a disadvantage against Feng Jioge. They could only rely on each other. To them, Feng Jioge's betrayal at the last moment was a pleasant surprise. This. Zhao Lianyun hesitated. Feng Jioge has already betrayed Celestial Court. Seniors, you have enmity with him, but why do you have to implicate his wife and daughter? Oh Lianyun, we cannot be soft-hearted. Think about it, the scene when you fought with Feng Kim Hong for the position of Spirit Affinity Fairy. Li Junying urged, if you do not grasp this chance, it will be too late to regret it in the future. You do not need to worry too much. Let me tell you another piece of news. The sect's recommendation list was originally Feng Kim Hong, but it is no longer her now. Seniors, you should forgive and forget. Zhao Lianyun urged. She was still not too willing. As the saying goes, It is better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Furthermore, when she and Feng Kim Hong competed for the position of Spirit Affinity Fairy, they were all positive moves. Feng Kim Hong had a deep background and never used any despicable methods. Even though Zhao Lianyun and Feng Kim Hong were opponents, Zhao Lianyun secretly admired Feng Kim Hong's character. She did not have any ill will towards her. Su Hao did not listen to her advice. Back then, did that demon Feng Jioga spare us? You're too kind, Lianyun. Lianyun. Li Juning frowned. Zhao Lianyun sighed inwardly. She changed her path and continued to persuade, "Seniors, this matter still needs to be analyzed." Even though the sect recommended someone else, the Celestial Court did not directly strip Feng Kim Hong of the spot. From this, it seems that the attitude of the Celestial Court's higher-ups towards her is still wavering. It is precisely because the Celestial Court is wavering that we have to give it a push and settle this matter. The struggle for power will never end, only when the victor is determined will it stop. Li Juning said with deep meaning. Zhao Lianyun sighed again. She had no choice but to agree. She had no choice. She owed Su Hao and Li Juning too many favors. Even though she was unwilling, in the pugilistic world, she had no choice. These two had helped her so much. If she rejected them, what would others think of her? Zhao Lianyun was half an otherworldly demon. Even though she became the current generation's fairy, she was still ostracized by Spirit Affinity House. If she lost her relationship with Su Hao and Li Juning, she would become completely alone. Whenever a sand wolf was stung by a golden scorpion stinger, it would immediately foam at the mouth and fall to the ground, eventually dying. The golden scorpions also could not resist the claws of the sand wolves and were often torn to shreds. The two groups of wild beasts fought with low intelligence, ignoring Mo Li and Ping Da who were close to them. Peng Da's face turned pale as he watched in fear. This world was too dangerous. No matter which side won, they would definitely target him in the end. We have to break out. Mo Li gritted his teeth with a determined expression. But, uncle, we are surrounded by golden scorpions and sand wolves. Peng Da wanted to cry but had no tears. Do you want to wait to be eaten? Mo Li said and was about to move. Lad, can you fight? I can't, I lost my memory. These sand wolves and golden scorpions don't care if you lost your memory or not. Follow me and do your best to protect yourself. There is still hope to break out. Mo Li said this and laughed. If we fail, you will have to fill the stomachs of wild beasts. But don't worry, you are not going to die alone, there is still me. Peng Da could not help but roll his eyes. Rather than dying like this, he would rather be buried alive. Mo Li started to break out. Peng Da shouted, Uncle, wait for me. He could only follow behind Mo Li with all his might. It was fine if they did not move, but once they moved, they alerted the scorpion group and the wolf group. Almost at the same time, several golden scorpions and sand wolves charged towards them from the left and right. Mo Li shouted and activated Mortal Goo, but he only managed to repel two wild beasts before the two were surrounded by the beast group. We failed to break out. Mo Li sighed and gave up on resisting. Peng Da clutched his head and fell into despair, his legs were trembling. Am I going to die? Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. At this moment, be it Mini-5 regions or Mini-9 heavens, they were in chaos. Mini-southern borders mountains collapsed and the terrain was unstable. Mini-central continents rivers changed directions and flooded. Mini-western deserts sandstorms engulfed oases and cities. Kokidahara. A fierce snowstorm blew. Pure white flames swayed in the wind and snow. Wherever the flames touched, they would burn that place. This was an exceptional fire immortal material, frost ice flame. Places with dense ice and snow Dao marks had a certain chance of producing such a mystical flame. This flame was mostly filled with ice and snow Dao marks, but the core of the flame was filled with dense fire path Dao marks. We cannot let these frost ice flames spread. Snowman Gu Immortal Shui Air was controlling the situation and doing her best to provide disaster relief. She was appointed by Fang Yuan to manage 3 sacred mountains. She was in charge of the snow crystal formation and focused on the snowman race's growth. The frost ice flames spread in 3 sacred mountains. Once the flames touched them, be they snowmen or snow monsters, they would scream in pain as they were burned to ashes. The snowmen were in chaos, running for their lives, trampling each other to death. Among the chaotic crowd, only a few snowman-gu masters were trying to maintain order. But unfortunately, with their cultivation level, they could not do anything to these immortal materials, frost ice flames. Oh no, the frost ice flames are attached to the ice path crystal essence. Xue Er's expression was pale, she was extremely anxious. In order to save more snowmen earlier, she lost sight of the situation and allowed the frost ice flames to appear in the snow crystal formation. The ice path crystal essence was the core of the snow crystal formation. Fang Yuan used the formation to spread the frost energy emitted by the ice path crystal essence to every inch of the surroundings, changing the surroundings into a suitable environment for the snowmen and snow monsters to live in. Xue Er was filled with regret and hatred. She could do nothing as she watched the frost ice flames burn the ice path crystal essence. Xue Er held back her tears as she blamed herself. The snow crystal formation was given to her by Fang Yuan. It was the foundation of the snowman race, but because of her mistake, it was destroyed. She felt that she had let down the snowmen. She had let down Fang Yuan's expectations. But right at this time, a figure appeared. Fang Yuan. Xue Er was stunned before she showed joy on her face. Fang Yuan grabbed at the air. Grabbing several times, he took all of the frost ice flames in the formation. Fang Yuan suddenly gave a muffled groan, his body shook, and pale white lines appeared all over his body. From these pale white lines, Xue Er felt a majestic might that could fill heaven and earth. These are Heaven Path Dao marks. Oh heavens, so many Heaven Path Dao marks, there are at least 1,000? Xue Er covered her mouth in shock. I will leave the rest to you. Fang Yuan smiled at Xue Er as he vanished from Xue Er's sight along with the frost ice flames. Xue Er's heart felt empty as she felt deep worry. Fang Yuan actually has so many Heaven Path Dao marks on him. No wonder he went into hiding after the Fate War and rarely took action. Sigh, I am so useless, I could not share his burden at all. Even this snow crystal formation was not protected well. Fang Yuan appeared to help Xue Er. He resolved the crisis of the snowman base in Kokitahara. He returned to his secret room and continued to cultivate. When refining Fate Gu, Fang Yuan's position was extremely advantageous. Together with his full effort in collecting Heaven Path Dao marks, he had more than 3,000 Heaven Path Dao marks on him. All of them were complete. It could be said that he was the biggest beneficiary of Red Lotus Plan. But this benefit was too huge. Fang Yuan could not digest it in a short period of time. The sovereign immortal body's Dao marks did not conflict with each other. With the addition of Heaven Path Dao marks, it meant that Sovereign Grotto Heaven had gained more than 3,000 Heaven Path Dao marks. These Heaven Path Dao marks had a huge influence on the entire Sovereign Grotto Heaven. The influence range was huge. It involved many aspects. From the rise and fall of mountains, to the change of a small mountain stream. The Tao of Heaven is to reduce surpluses and replenish deficiencies. All living beings are balanced and restrict each other. Even in an extreme environment like the snow crystal formation, the Tao of Heaven can change and create fire path Tao marks from the ice and snow Tao marks. Once the frost ice flames wreak havoc, Kokitahara's environment will change beyond recognition. Of course, if I ignore it, my sovereign grotto heaven will benefit from it. It will become a perfect ecosystem with great prospects. Emoli opened his eyes wide. He took a look and laughed. Ha, we are saved. This is not a natural disaster, it is at most a hurricane. Let's go. P.S. Thank you Alliance Leader for the Cultivation Broccoli reward. Thank you Alliance Leader Yenshin Tianyu Yen for the amazing reward. Plump Lady took out a goo worm and communicated with jewel yellow skies. All sorts of information appeared in jewel yellow skies, a large number of wills were talking and countless divine senses were communicating. With the changes in the world, goo immortals could not move around freely. On one hand, they had to breathe in heaven and earth chi frequently to keep up with the world. On the other hand, they had to take care of their immortal apertures and repair them like Plump Lady. It was rare for Zhao Lianyun to ignore them. Thus, goo immortals needed immortal materials, they needed help from goo immortals of other paths. Thus, the communication in jewel yellow skies became very lively. There's another wave of chi over here. Everyone is in a terrible situation. When is this chi tide going to end? Damn it, my fishery in the sea is completely destroyed. The most annoying thing is not being able to move freely. The stronger the foundation of the immortal aperture, the longer it takes to adjust the heaven and earth chi to keep up with the changes in the 5 regions. The goo immortals sighed as they discussed all the information about the chi tides. Other than that, there was a warrant for Fang Yuan's arrest. A mysterious force described Fang Yuan's predicament and offered a huge sum of money to buy the latest information on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had the sovereign immortal aperture. The sovereign immortal body's Dao marks did not conflict with each other. More terrifyingly, he could devour other people's immortal apertures and skip calamities and tribulations, raising his cultivation level. But now, Fang Yuan had obtained too many heaven path Dao marks, his strength had fallen to rock bottom. Whoever discovers his exact location will be rewarded handsomely. The secret of sovereign immortal fetus goo was completely exposed. This was not the doing of the celestial court. Fairy Myrtle and old man Zheng Yuan were ordered by Spectral Soul to issue an arrest warrant. Too strong. This sovereign immortal body is truly terrifying. He can actually cultivate all paths. I finally understand why Fang Yuan's cultivation level rose so quickly. No wonder he became a rank 8 great expert in the blink of an eye. Who could have such a fortuitous encounter? Why does heaven favor an otherworldly demon? If I could receive such treatment, I might also have his achievements. The goo immortals were filled with envy and jealousy. We cannot let him grow, he devours other people's immortal apertures, he is the bane and enemy of us goo immortals. Let those tall people have a headache. I am just a minor character, how could I encounter Fang Yuan? There are so many immortal materials as a reward, I wonder which lucky person will obtain them. Lucky person? Exposing the location of the great demon Fang Yuan and offending him, how lucky can he be? We have all seen Fang Yuan's battle strength, even if it has fallen, how low can it be? No matter how weak a person is, it is easy to crush an ant. In Mo Li's house, after taking a quick bath, the two lay on their respective beds and slept soundly. They slept from noon to night, when Pengda was woken up by Mo Li and had a feast. After eating and drinking, Mo Li said to his wife, "We still have a lot of money left, although the caravan was destroyed this time, as long as I am here, I can rebuild a caravan." However, his wife looked hesitant. "Husband, I haven't had time to tell you about this yet. I was hesitating, but fortunately, you came back alive." "What is it?" Mo Li asked curiously. "Not long after you left, the city lord issued an order to select goo masters with a grade aptitude who are loyal to Mo clan. It is said that this is an order from the higher-ups to nurture these goo masters into goo immortals." "Oh, there is such a thing." Mo Li hesitated. "The city lord personally issued an announcement? I was in a hurry when I passed by the city gates and did not see it." Mo Li's wife continued, "Our son heard this news and wanted to join." Mo Li laughed. "It is rare for this kid to want to improve himself. Unfortunately, he only has B-grade aptitude." Mo Li's wife smiled. "Aptitude is not important. What is important is his loyalty to Mo clan. As long as he shows loyalty, our son will have a chance to be recommended." Mo Li immediately realized and asked, "How much?" Mo Li's wife said a number, causing Pengda to open his mouth in shock. Mo Li's wife frowned. "Even if we use all of our remaining money, it is still not enough." "Master, you make the decision. Li was silent for a moment before saying resolutely, I will borrow. It is rare that our son is no longer a glutton and wants to improve himself. This is a good thing. Even if I throw away my face, I will definitely be able to borrow enough yuan stone. Husband. Li's wife was extremely moved but also worried. But our caravan is completely destroyed, I am afraid. Chapter 1988. The sky was light purple, there were large patches of gray-white clouds in the sky, they were like thick fog that accumulated in the air, causing soul-pacifying grotto heaven's vision to be limited. But the layout of this place was very good, even Spectral Soul could not help but praise it inwardly. He disguised himself as a soul beast and successfully infiltrated this grotto heaven. It had already been many days. He gradually discovered many details about soul-pacifying grotto heaven. This was a soul path grotto heaven, there were large amounts of soul path cultivation resources, there were at least 10 super resource points. In history, there had been a grand occasion where 2 rank 8 soul path experts appeared at the same time, but this was a rare occasion. The greatest characteristic of soul-pacifying grotto heaven was that its soul-pacifying immortal killer move could affect all living beings in the grotto heaven. This killer move could pacify soul beasts and calm the Gu immortal's soul. It was an excellent support for soul cultivators. Soul path cultivation had 3 main aspects: strengthening the soul, refining the soul, and pacifying the soul. The most effective method to pacify the soul was the water of Bewitching Lake. It was called soul-pacifying soup. It was a supreme wine in the world. This was recorded in The Legends of Rinzu. Soul-pacifying grotto heaven's killer move, soul-pacifying, was created by imitating soul-pacifying soup. Even Spectral Soul felt that the killer move's effect was quite good. Soul-pacifying grotto heaven had the most number of soul beasts. Soul-pacifying grotto heaven originally raised soul beasts. Now that fate was destroyed and the 5 regions were unified, in order to prepare for war, soul-pacifying grotto heaven's Gu immortals actively went out to gather more soul beasts. But the higher-ups led by Lady Cold Ash felt that it was not enough. They frequently sent Gu immortals out to search for more soul beasts. Thanks to the killer move soul-pacifying, even immemorial soul beasts that entered soul-pacifying grotto heaven were very peaceful. They were not rash at all. After Sun returned to the grotto heaven and rested for several days, he received another order to go out and hunt soul beasts. This time, I will let you lead 3,000 soul beasts and 1 immemorial soul beast guard. Perform well. Before leaving, Lady Cold Ash personally summoned him. Sun was the tall and thin Gu immortal from before, Lady Cold Ash's nephew. He was the rank 7 Gu immortal with the highest chance of advancing to the next step in soul-pacifying grotto heaven. Nephew, thanks Aunt for your care. Sun said awkwardly, but nephew really doesn't have the ability to control such a huge spirit beast. Lady Cold Ash slapped with her hand. With this killer move of mine, you will be able to control this soul beast army for 20 days. You will be able to command it with ease. Sun couldn't help but be overjoyed and hurriedly bowed to express his thanks. He understood that this was his aunt personally giving him special treatment to take care of him. Even though soul-pacifying grotto heaven did not lack resources and had a deep foundation, when nurturing Gu immortals, there was a first-come first-serve rule. Lady Cold Ash secretly helped Sun because she wanted him to stand out in the competition against Chong and become the first rank 7 Gu immortal to receive support. She was his aunt after all. Sun led his army of soul beasts and left the soul-pacifying grotto heaven. Over the past few days, he had gained very little, so he couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Logically speaking, after the Qi tide, when the living beings are plunged into misery and suffering, and a large number of living beings die, their souls should be left behind to form more soul beasts. Sun really couldn't understand. Among the many paths, human path is the path that can best deal with heaven path. I wonder how many heaven path Dao marks Feng Yuan has, and how long these heaven path Dao marks can suppress him. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. the Thousand-Wish Tree was planted in mini central continent. With the Thousand-Wish Tree as the core, an immortal array had already been set up and was slowly being activated. Due to the influence of the heaven path Dao marks, sovereign grotto heaven was in chaos and calamities. But even in such a situation, Fang Yuan still expended a lot of effort to construct and maintain this formation. After observing for a while and confirming that the immortal formation was operating normally, Fang Yuan smiled. This was a human path formation, and the Thousand-Wish Tree was an ancient desolate plant of human path. Using his high attainment level in human path and formation path, Fang Yuan was able to achieve this result. The formation in mini central continent was only the main formation. There would be 4 human path subformations set up in the other 4 mini regions in the future. Let me see the effect of using human path to suppress heaven path. Fang Yuan was filled with anticipation. Chapter 1989. Immemorial Black Heaven. They're here! And Sun cried out in excitement. Under his watchful eyes, a group of more than 1,000 soul beasts slowly made their way towards the ambush. Once they entered the ambush, Sun immediately mobilized the soul beasts that were lying in ambush to attack the wild soul beasts. Sun commanded the soul beast army while activating immortal goo and unleashing all sorts of immortal killer moves. As his killer moves spread out, the soul beast's battle strength, speed, defense, and other aspects all rose sharply. This battle lasted for half an incense stick's worth of time, and Sun successfully killed more than 400 wild soul beasts, while the rest were captured by him. Master! Sun took out a pile of soul cores and offered them to Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul opened his mouth and swallowed all of these soul cores into his body. He started to digest them. Ever since the last time, when he followed Sun out and subdued him, Spectral Soul's situation was opened up. He secretly imparted all sorts of soul path profundities to Sun. He even created soul path killer moves for him based on the soul path immortal goo that Sun had. Sun's strength continued to rise. He took on missions to capture soul beasts. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable created 2 methods for this. One could detect the location of wild soul beasts. The other was a simple immortal formation that could attract wild soul beasts after being set up. With these 2 methods, Sun's efficiency in capturing wild soul beasts rose greatly. He completed all of his missions well. Lady Cold Ash saw that her nephew did not let her down. He even improved and displayed brilliance. She was very pleased. In Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven, Lady Cold Ash was the only rank 8. She was the leader. Below her were Sun and Chong. Last time, when Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch opened his grotto heaven and invited Lady Cold Ash, Lady Cold Ash brought the 2 of them along. On one hand, it was to increase their knowledge. On the other hand, it was to give them a chance to show themselves and get to know goo immortals of the same level. While Lady Cold Ash was discussing in the grotto heaven, Sun and Chong were outside the grotto heaven's entrance, they became familiar with the rank 7 elites of other grotto heaven forces. Lady Cold Ash did not know that Sun had already become Spectral Soul's servant. In fact, the whole of Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven, including her, was shrouded in the shadow of Spectral Soul. The future was dangerous. More and more missions were completed, and the results were getting better and better. In the competition between Sun and Chong, Sun clearly had the upper hand. Lady Cold Ash saw this. The other Grotto Heaven goo immortals also saw this. On this day, Lady Cold Ash summoned Chong and instructed. Ever since Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch summoned us to discuss, he has been pushing for it. He wants to quickly form an alliance among the Grotto Heaven's local forces. But in Central Continent's Black Heaven, there are many variant humans, but we only have 2 rank 8s. Thankfully, I have already contacted Granny Skeleton. She is a rank 8 goo immortal from Eastern Sea's Black Heaven. Your trip to the East Sea is to represent the Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven to contact Granny Skeleton and express our sincerity in working together. Chong accepted the order, but his heart was filled with bitterness. He knew Lady Cold Ash's intention. Sending him on this mission was to completely help Sun secure victory, so that he could become a person that the Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven would focus on nurturing. If Ensun's performance was about the same as his, Enchong would naturally feel indignant and angry. But Ensun's performance was extremely good, far surpassing him. Even Enchong knew that he had no hope of winning. Chapter 1990. Lord Gu Masters, please come in, please come in. The waiter bowed as he welcomed Hua Song and Enchong into the shop. This is a famous tea house in the capital. It is very lively. I have been here many times. Hua Song transmitted to Enchong secretly. The two Gu immortals disguised themselves as Gu Masters and came to profound literature Grotto Heaven's capital. Enchong would rather sit on a cloud and look at the capital. But since Hua Song had such interests, he could only go along with the host. I want a private room on the 5th floor. Hua Song was very familiar with the place. The two came to the 5th floor and entered the room. Opening the window, they saw a huge crowd on the street. The first venue was at the end of the street. The bronze door was filled with people. These are the current generation scholars of profound literature Grotto Heaven. They are also the future hope of profound literature Grotto Heaven. Please take a look. Hua Song sighed as he gave Enchong a rank 5 investigative Gu worm. It could observe the target's talent chi. Enchong looked at it and used it. His vision changed immediately. He saw that there were talent chi above the heads of countless scholars. These talent chi were colorful. They were of different shapes and sizes. It was an eye-opener for him. Since there is such a Gu worm that can detect talent chi, why is there a need to hold such a selection? Enchong asked. Hua Song chuckled. You do not know. Talent chi is like cultivation level. Even if you have a lot, it is useless if you cannot use them. Furthermore, in this selection, you have to compose poems on the spot. They cannot be faked. It also tests the attainment of the scholars. Many scholars with high talent chi might not have the inspiration to compose poems of the highest standard. Enchong nodded. I see that the formation here is not only connected, it can also nurture the scholar's creativity? Hua Song nodded. That's right, venerable wisdom. In this immortal formation, scholars can often perform exceptionally well. They can display their talent and aptitude. While they were talking, the door was knocked. The waiter obtained Hua Song's permission and brought in a basin of delicious wine and food. 8 treasure wild duck, golden thread crispy sparrow, panda crab meat. These are our tea house's signature dishes. Please enjoy. The waiter said. Hua Song casually rewarded him with an yuan stone and sent the waiter away. Hua Song introduced to Enchong. Envoy, although the tea here is mortal tea, it was created by old man Hua Yu when he was young. Back then, he was a rank 4 Gu master and became the top scorer. Thus he named this tea as the top scorer tea. Enchong's interest was piqued. This was the work of a young rank 8 Gu immortal. Then I'll have to taste it properly. Enchong drank a mouthful, closed his eyes, and savored it carefully. In a trance, a slight feeling of excitement rose up in his heart, as if he had finally succeeded after smiling bitterly for more than 10 years, and the complacency of life was close at hand. Goody goody. Enchong praised sincerely. Although this tea is mortal tea, it actually has a trace of human charm. During the Fate War, Central Continent's Celestial Court used several human path killer moves consecutively. Each move had unparalleled power and shook the world. The might of the human Dao could be said to be known to all. While the two immortals were sipping their tea, the bronze door of the first venue slowly opened. The crowd in front of the door immediately roared. It's open, it's open. Don't squeeze. Quickly let me in. The crowd surged into the door one after another. Li Xiaobai was also in the crowd, but he was at the back. He followed the crowd while trying to figure out the rules of this selection. The scale of his talent did not belong to the first-rate level. If he were to take out a famous piece of work that had been passed down for generations, it would definitely arouse suspicion. If he was lucky, Li Xiaobai might be slightly more aggressive. But now that his luck was low, Li Xiaobai decided to play it safe. While Li Xiaobai was thinking, many scholars had already created new poems. All kinds of lights shone. The lights were colorful, strong or weak. Every time the halos dissipated from the bodies of the scholars, they would reap some benefits. Some obtained goo worms, some gained a breakthrough in cultivation level, some recovered primeval essence, some recovered their fatigue. This was the killer move aid literary talents. The creator of profound literature Grotto Heaven, the original owner, had set up this killer move before he died. Because of this killer move aid literary talents, more and more scholars were encouraged to study hard, eventually forming profound literature Grotto Heaven, which had a flourishing literary style. Li Xiaobai finally decided on his poem. He coughed lightly and started to recite. Moonlight. Deeper in the night, the moonlight is half a house. The north dipper is hanging down, the south dipper is slanting. Tonight is the warm spring air. The sound of insects can be heard through the green veil. Li Xiaobai had just finished reciting when he heard a soft sound. His body started to shine with a green light. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The scholars around Li Xiaobai all felt a formless pressure. The green light forced them to scatter, leaving behind a large empty space. Only Li Xiaobai was left standing in the center. Such a powerful light. A classic has appeared. To think that a classic would appear so quickly. I wonder who created it? Many scholars' thoughts were interrupted. They looked at Li Xiaobai with envious and probing gazes. Li Xiaobai had a calm expression, but he was internally conflicted. Sigh, I copied too much, the effect is too good, I attracted a lot of attention. He glanced around, hoping that some people would stand up and not let him be the only one in the limelight. The green light continued to enter his aperture, causing his cultivation level to rise. A classic has appeared. Let me read it. Inside the tea house, Hua Song had some thoughts. After reading Li Xiaobai's work, Hua Song nodded in satisfaction. Amazing, amazing. This Li Xiaobai is so young, but he is an experienced poet. Normally, Wing Chun poems are mostly about green and peach blossoms. But this poem goes in the opposite direction, using the night sky to hide the spring scenery. It is truly ingenious. The last line of the poem must have been dug up by Li Xiaobai from his own life. It exudes a refreshing, joyous, and lively feeling. Reading a poem is like reading a person. This Li Xiaobai's state of mind is excellent. Hua Song praised as if he had tasted the best delicacy in the world. He looked at Chong and smiled. I wonder what esteemed envoy thinks of this poem? Chong felt a headache coming on as he complained. If you did not mention it, I would not have known that this poem had so many benefits. Sigh, now that you want me to comment, what should I do? Chapter 1991. Li Xiaobai's expectations did not go to waste. After he recited the famous poem, 3 people stood out. A muscular man wearing a golden mask, his body was covered in a dazzling golden light. An old man wearing a bamboo hat and holding a walking stick, green chi coiled around his body. There was also a woman with a graceful figure. She wore a pink dress and a veil. After she recited the poem, countless light butterflies flew around her. It was a beautiful sight. These 3 had created famous poems. They were on the same level as Li Xiaobai's Moonlit Night. Li Xiaobai let out a sigh of relief inwardly. This world has goo worms that can assist in creation. Moreover, goo masters can extend their lifespan. They can gain more experience and accumulation in life. Thus, compared to Earth, famous poems are more likely to appear. On Earth, Moonlit Night was a rare masterpiece. But in profound literature Grotto Heaven, it could not be compared to others. Including Li Xiaobai, the 4 of them looked at each other in different directions. The muscular man, the old man, and the woman all placed their gazes on Li Xiaobai. They had guessed and understood each other's identities, but Li Xiaobai suddenly appeared. Who is this young man? Even though he has talent, he is not very deep. He actually created a famous poem? An interesting young man. Li Xiaobai's teacher, Teacher Jiang, also saw his student's performance. He nodded in satisfaction. Very good, Li Xiaobai, It seems that you performed exceptionally well this time. Continue to work hard. There were no abnormalities. Li Xiaobai successfully advanced and was transported out. When he calmed himself down, he found himself in another venue. This is the 5th venue, scholars. Please wait patiently. A voice entered Li Xiaobai's ears. Li Xiaobai immediately understood. So there are differences in advancement. The poems I came up with were enough for me to skip 3 venues and jump all the way to the 5th venue. This rule is quite reasonable. But this way, all the Gu masters who could reach here would have created famous poems. Among these people, half of them advanced. The pressure has increased by several times. Li Xiaobai frowned as he looked around. He saw 2 familiar faces. They were the muscular man and woman from before. Noticing Li Xiaobai's gaze, the woman nodded at him. Her face behind the veil seemed to be smiling. But that muscular man was very arrogant. After taking a glance at Li Xiaobai, he closed his eyes to rest. There were only 3 of them in the entire 5th venue. I wonder which venue that old man has been promoted to. I'd better pretend to be resting. When scholars compose poems, all of them try their best to come up with a good idea. Only he, on the other hand, was only looking for a suitable poem. This was too easy, and he needed to conceal it a little. Li Xiaobai waited in the 5th arena for a few minutes before the 2nd round of the competition began. He had more than 20 competitors in total. This made Li Xiaobai feel a lot of pressure. The topic of the 2nd round was out. 2 words, travel. The time limit was still 5 minutes. Travel? This topic is the same as spring. It's broad and easy to write, but it's difficult to create a masterpiece. The burly man sighed in his heart. The woman was thinking, I'm not good at this topic. What should I do? Li Xiaobai was also thinking, which one should I copy? He thought for a while. He felt that he could not find something that was too classic or the effect would be explosive, but he could not find something that was too inferior either. He was so close to failing and falling out of the 5th venue. This made Li Xiaobai feel troubled. It was not easy to grasp the degree of difficulty. He understood himself, but he was not familiar with the others. He did not know what kind of poem he should use to win without being in the limelight. It will definitely be able to greatly increase its production. Of course, this was his future plan. Fang Yuan came to the 1,000-wish tree for another matter. With a thought, cooking luck pot appeared above his head. The 7 revolutions cooking luck pot was as big as a basin. It was golden in color and was enveloped in a pure white halo. It was indescribably noble. The sides of the pot were thick, and it was as thick as a thumb. There were 8 dragons carved on the outside of the pot. The dragon tails gathered at the bottom of the pot and intertwined with each other before extending downwards, forming an 8-clawed frame. The pot's mouth was wide open, and inside was Fang Yuan's providence. However, it was gray in color. Cooking luck pot was only at the 7 revolutions, and its level was a little low, so it couldn't contain all of Fang Yuan's providence. But one could see a big picture through a tube. Fang Yuan's majestic providence was almost completely consumed in the Fate Grand Array. After the battle, his providence was very low. This was the 3rd biggest worry apart from the heavenly Dao and Qi tides. Fate was fixed, and providence was a variable. If his providence was bad, it meant that something bad was going to happen to him. But the current Fang Yuan was very strong. He had pseudo-venerable battle strength. No matter how bad the change was, he had the ability to resist it. This was not a big problem for the main body. What he was worried about was the providence of his clones. Outside cooking luck pot was the providence of his clones. The time path clone's providence was still the river of time, but the river was no longer flowing. The water flow was chaotic, and the front of the river was suddenly cut off. It was a worrying sight. Jean Budu's providence was previously an eagle that spread its wings and soared. Now that the eagle fell into the water, it was surrounded by a water-like providence that was making things difficult for him. Li Xiaobai's providence was like a blooming flower. The petals were bright red, burning with a layer of scarlet fire. Within the scarlet fire, the petals were blooming beautifully. It looked good, but there was a huge worry. If he was not careful, he would be playing with fire and die. Wu Shuai's providence was that of a coiling dragon. There were 3 dragon claws that each held a dragon pearl. One of the dragon pearls had the miniature image of Dragon Palace, another contained countless ants, and the 3rd dragon pearl had Di Zongxing's figure. Wu Shuai's dragon providence was the strongest, but there was saber qi surrounding him that pressed towards him from all directions. Fang Yuan's main providence was not good, the providence of his clones was not good either. Fang Yuan had already noticed the situation of his clones. It was not that he did not try before, but he always failed. The Heaven Path Dao marks restricted him. Every time he used a killer move, they would interfere and cause Fang Yuan's killer move to fail. Even if he succeeded occasionally, the power would be greatly reduced. But this time, it should not happen. A bright light flashed past Fang Yuan's eyes. Fang Yuan was multitasking. He activated the formation around the 1,000-wish tree while activating Cooking Luck Pot. The 1,000-wish tree continued to sway its branches. The formation shot out resplendent rainbow lights that entered Cooking Luck Pot. Cooking Luck Pot started to change the providence of his clones. Suddenly, intense winds blew in the surroundings, thunder rumbled in the sky. One after another, Heaven Path Dao marks appeared. Some covered the surroundings, some appeared on Fang Yuan's body. The way of heaven, take away surpluses and replenish deficiencies. The way of man, take away surpluses and replenish surpluses. With the help of the human path Immortal formation, Fang Yuan forcibly improved the providence of his clones to a certain extent. The Time Path clone's providence river became stable, it was no longer chaotic. Zhan Budu's providence eagle started to shed its feathers in the water, as if it was turning into a fish, it was adapting. Li Xiaobai's providence flower's petals showed a glazed color under the burning flames. It was no longer in danger of being burned by playing with fire. Meanwhile, Wu Shuai's providence dragon was still coiled up. There were no changes to his providence body. The surrounding saber qi, however, was greatly reduced. It was as if the thick fog had turned into a thin mist. This meant that he would still have to fight, but the scale of the battle this time was much smaller than before. The problem of the clones has been resolved. The true problem is still the Heaven Path Dao marks. Fang Yuan increasingly felt the depth of Red Lotus intention. P.S. There is an urgent notice. I am also speechless. I only found out about this when I was writing. Thank you, friends, for your timely notice. Someone is scamming in the Gu World group. Please take note. I hereby solemnly declare, the crowdfunding campaign for the physical book has not started yet. Anyone who uses this as a reason to try to get book friends to send money is a scam. The crowdfunding campaign for the physical book will start in the future. There will be a special notice at that time, just like this notice. Using the price of the simplified version of the physical book to buy the hardcover edition, with Venerable Gu's signature, please take note. Xianxia said solemnly, Immortal Monarch, if you want to fight, you can do it now. We will show you the magnanimity of our merfolk race. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch waved his hand. Don't misunderstand, I have never thought of becoming enemies with you. We are both variant humans. In the current situation, humans are dominating the world. I hope that we can ally with each other. Variant humans are friends, not enemies. I am here to seek an alliance. Why would I make enemies? I understand that you do not want to ally with each other. But think about it, as long as I spread a rumor that you have treated me with great hospitality and want to ally with Black Heaven's variant human forces to attack the 5 regions' human forces. Think about it, what kind of situation would happen? The 3 mermaids looked at each other. They could see the seriousness on each other's faces. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's words were soft but firm. He clearly wanted to force an alliance. If the 3 mermaids rejected him, he would spread a rumor that the merfolk had the intention to ally with each other. After all, everyone in the world knew about the Fate War. Duke Long's final rebuke of Fang Yuan made everyone in the world aware of the great secret of the rise of variant humans. Once the news of the Merman Imperial Court and the variant human forces working together spreads, it would challenge the sensitive nerves of the humans. They would become the target of everyone. By then, according to the nature of the humans, they would form an alliance and destroy the Merman Imperial Court first. The human forces had been eyeing the Merman Imperial Court for a long time. It was only because of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's influence. If the mermen wanted to harm the humans, regardless of whether the humans believed this lie or not, they would use it to deal with the Merman Imperial Court. If the Merman Imperial Court was forced to resist, they could only ally with forces like Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch to have a chance of survival. This way, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's goal would be easily achieved. The three mermaids felt troubled. They knew about the situation of the world. They were actively selecting Gu Immortal seeds and nurturing them. They were mermen. They had the identity of variant humans. This identity was already very awkward in the past times of peace. In the future, during the 5 regions chaotic war, it would be even more awkward and sensitive. Thus, the entire merman race felt a deep sense of danger. The 3 mermaids did not have much ambition. They only wanted to preserve their race in the changing times. Thus, they did not want to offend Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, but they also did not want to stand on the side of such an ambitious person and fight against the 5 regions humans. Seeing that the 3 mermaids were silent, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch smiled. How about this, everyone? We are both variant humans. I do not want to force you. How about we make a bet? The 3 mermaids looked at each other as Yuzi asked, "What bet?" We will compete in 3 rounds, no matter what methods your race uses. As long as I lose in any of the rounds, I will forget about inviting you to ally with me. I will not leak the secret after I leave. I will not harass you. If I win 3 rounds by luck, the merman race will not even be able to defeat a rank 8 Gu Immortal like me. They will be in a dangerous situation. It would be better to ally with me. This will ensure the safety of the entire race. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch said confidently. The 3 mermaids were helpless. They could only nod and agree to this bet. In the first round, the 3 mermaids decided to go all out. They gathered all the merman Gu Immortals and set up the Merman Wave Sacred Spirit Formation. Good formation, good formation. It actually has the effect of trapping enemies. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch took a look and praised. Immortal Monarch, do you dare to enter the formation? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch laughed heartily as he entered the formation. After a few moves, the waves turned into ice and shattered. He broke out of the formation. The Merman Gu Immortals suffered from backlash. They were either lightly or heavily injured. Their expressions were ashen. It is a pity that there is no rank 8 formation owner. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch commented plainly. In the second round, the Merman Imperial Court used Immortal Gu House Floating Fragrance Boat. After 100 rounds, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch won again. The 3 mermaids discussed anxiously. There is only the 3rd round left. What do we do? If we lose again, we will have to cooperate with Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. What do we do? Why don't we use that thing? Xianxia suddenly suggested. Lian Kexen and Yuzi were stunned. They shook their heads. No. If we use that, the impact will be too great. Even without Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch spreading the news, our Imperial Court will become the target of everyone. We will be exterminated. If we don't use it, what do we do? Do we get Eastern Seas human forces to help? No. Right now, we are all affected by the chi tides. Why would those human forces come all the way here to help us? Even if they do, they will ask for a high price. I thought of someone. Let's ask Gu tribe's leader for help. Xianxia suddenly said. Lian Kexen sighed, rejecting the suggestion. He is Gu tribe's leader, even though he has rank 8 cultivation level. Because of his beastman identity, he lives in seclusion. We have a close relationship with him, but asking him to help us is making things difficult for him. He might not be able to defeat this Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Yuzi's eyes suddenly shined. I remember, someone might be able to help us. He can definitely defeat Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. That's right, at this crucial moment, who else could it be? Yuzi blinked her beautiful eyes. Did you forget that right now, a great expert is a guest in Gu tribe's headquarters? It's him. Lien Kuxian realized at once. The three mermaids were dumbfounded. They did not know what to do. Come, make your move. Wu Shuai crossed his arms as he said to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch in a plain tone. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch looked at the Grand Dragon Palace before looking at the huge and ferocious evil dragon. He felt that he had become extremely tiny. As a snowman, he was extremely resistant to cold, but now he felt a bone-chilling chill spreading all over his body. After a long while of silence, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch cupped his fists. Senior is mighty, Junior admits defeat. Senior has won this bet. The three mermaids were silent. Right now, Wu Shuai only had rank 7 cultivation level, but Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch admitted defeat to him. Nobody found it strange. Not to mention Dragon Palace. Just the evil dragon alone had killed 2 transformation path members of the Celestial Court. It was an existence that a group of Gu immortals could not defeat. In the Fate formation, the evil dragon had only lost to Feng Jioge and Duke Long. Little guy, you are quite smart. Wu Shuai chuckled as he put away Di Zongxing and Dragon Palace. Next, let's talk about the alliance. Wu Shuai landed and said, Senior Wu Shuai. The three mermaids were shocked. What? Do you want to stay out of this? Wu Shuai raised his eyebrows, showing an unhappy expression. The three immortals did not dare to retort. Ice Crystal Immortal Wang De was overjoyed to think that there would be light at the end of the tunnel. He stuttered, Say, Senior, you mean? But the first 2 times he mentioned Celestial Court and Divine Emperor City, the immortals found that compared to the first 2 targets, Eastern Sea's Xia clan was much more acceptable. Wu Shuai continued to analyze. Among all the superforces, Eastern Sea's Xia clan has the shallowest foundation. It is the weakest righteous path force in Eastern Sea. Not just that, Xia clan is at the easternmost part of Eastern Sea. It is very secluded. It is the most suitable place for us to establish our foothold. Even better is that Xia clan shares a border with the Merman Imperial Court. And the Merman Imperial Court is already our ally. They will provide us with a lot of help. Saying this, Wu Shuai did not give the immortals a chance to discuss. I have decided. Our target will be the Xia family. The immortals were very disgusted by such a domineering alliance leader. But against the evil dragon and Dragon Palace, they could not do anything. Most importantly, they were caught in the middle of the situation. They knew that if they did not grasp this chance and did not have the upper hand, the 5 regions would not let them off in the future. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, the alliance leader position should have been yours. Are you really going to give it up just like that? Afterwards, some Gu immortals were unhappy. They secretly transmitted to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch snickered internally, replying, The tallest tree attracts the most wind, the tallest tree rots first. So what if we let this Lord Wu Shuai charge and shout for us? What's the big deal about giving up the position of Alliance Master? We have the help of the Evil Dragon and Dragon Palace. Chapter 1997. These variant human Gu immortals have rank 8 cultivation level, but their battle strength is not high. Only Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch can accept it. And even though Eastern Sea's Xia clan does not have a rank 8 Gu house, they can rely on a rank 7 Immortal Gu house to fight. Wu Shuai stood at the entrance of the Dragon Palace, overlooking the battlefield. He watched the battle quietly and did not make a move. Previously, when he attacked the 3 resource points, he couldn't tell because of the difference in cultivation. But now that they were in a stalemate, they could immediately see many details. Wu Shuai analyzed in his heart and quickly figured out the reason behind it. The only reason why the mutated tribes were able to survive until now and develop so well was because of Providence's generous support. Providence was disrupted by star constellation's will. It could not allow Fate Gu to unleash the power of variant humans. However, Providence could affect calamities and tribulations. Undergoing tribulation was the greatest obstacle to a Gu Immortal's cultivation level. The more prosperous the human race was, the more Providence would take care of the alien grotto heavens. The tribulation of these variant humans was many times easier than ordinary human Gu Immortals. Even the human Gu Immortals of Black and White Heaven, because of their enmity with the 5 regions' human forces, were more or less taken care of. This was probably Providence's plan to divide them. It was clearly recorded in history. Back then, the outsiders were the overlords of the world. Providence manipulated Fate Gu and gave the instruction that humanity would reign supreme. On one hand, the heavenly Tao favored the primordial beginning and helped him become an immortal venerable. It took care of the human clan in all aspects and helped the human clan develop and grow. On the other hand, Providence also affected the other races, dividing them and causing them to fall into fierce internal strife. With the addition of the black and white skies, the area is vast. Every day covered the 5 regions. That was why there were so many rank 8 Gu Immortals in Black and White Heavens. Apart from the part around me, there is still a small part left in the black and white skies. Thinking of this, Wu Shuai started to move. The Dragon Palace began to move. Xia, who was in the Golden Star Tower, felt his heart rise to his throat. Right now, it was very difficult for her to deal with these rank 8s. She seemed to have the upper hand, but she could not last for long. It wouldn't be strange even if the tables were turned in the next breath. All right, Lord Wu Shuai is about to make his move. I'm looking forward to it. It is a pity that our grotto heavens do not have immortal Gu houses. As expected of a superpower's foundation, only after clashing with it did I realize that it truly is worthy of its name. The rank 8 Gu Immortals showed expressions of joy and anticipation. However, under everyone's watchful eyes, the Dragon Palace slowly flew away from the battlefield. The rank 8 Gu Immortals were stunned. What was going on? At the next moment, Wu Shuai's cold voice could be heard. More than a dozen of you rank 8s, if you cannot even take down a rank 7 female immortal and a rank 7 immortal Gu house together, what face do you have left to live? The rank 8 Gu Immortals were tongue-tied. They were speechless. In the end, they could only watch as the Dragon Palace flew away. Oh no, he's flying towards the sea of people. Xia Ying's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. Xia Ying was extremely bewildered. How did Marshal Wu know that there was a sea of people hiding in the Xia family's headquarters? No, the human sea had hidden itself very deeply. Perhaps he just wants to plunder resources. Wu Shuai flew away from the battlefield and arrived above a lake. He hovered the Dragon Palace slowly. Chapter 1998. Facing Wu Shuai's domineering attitude, the 2 Heavens Gu Immortals lowered their heads, not daring to look at him. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch saw this and cheered internally. Wu Shuai's actions were going to disappoint them. On the other hand, he was envious. When would he have such great battle strength, to be able to make everyone submit to him? After a while of silence, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch stood up and said respectfully, Lord Alliance Leader, allies, the most important thing now is to chase after Xia Clan's survivors. Most of Xia Clan's Gu Immortals have already escaped on the whale fishing boat. If we do not chase after them now, we will not be able to catch up. That's right, that's right. The Immortals nodded. They started to discuss this topic. Many people looked at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch with gratitude. His words gave these rank 8s a way out of this embarrassing situation. Wu Shuai laughed loudly. Chase? Why should we chase after them? Wu Shuai continued. We were able to take down Eastern Sea's Xia clan headquarters because we acted quickly. We caught them off guard. If we want to expand our territory now, it will be hard to invade other super forces. From now on, Eastern Sea and even the 5 regions' Righteous Path forces will be extremely vigilant. But if we let these Xia clan Gu Immortals escape, they will invite other Eastern Sea Righteous Path forces to help them reclaim their lost territory. That way, Eastern Sea's Righteous Path forces will leave their territories and come to us to die. Isn't that a good thing? The Immortals were stunned before nodding. They had to admit that Wu Shuai's analysis was reasonable. Lord Alliance Leader has a broad vision. We cannot compare to you after all. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch sucked up to him. Wu Shuai's expression sank. I do not care about these Eastern Sea super forces. But there is one person that I am wary of. That person is Qi Si Ancestor. This old man went against Duke Long. He once held the Qi Si Banquet and the Fate War. He did not help Feng Yuan or the Celestial Court. His attitude is very important. Next, he will be persuaded by the Righteous Path forces to deal with us. That is very likely. Of course, it is not strange if he continues to cultivate in seclusion and does not fight us. I released Xia Clan's people to probe Qi Si Ancestor as well. The 2 Heavens Gu Immortals listened to Wu Shuai's analysis and nodded, their expressions turning grim. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch glanced at Wu Shuai secretly, thinking, Wu Shuai is Wu Shuai after all, he cannot be underestimated. He has both foresight and skill, it's just that he disdains to use it on us. But then he thought, Qi Si Ancestor's attitude is indeed ambiguous. On one hand, he had once worked with Feng Yuan to make things difficult for Duke Long, but later he reconciled with Duke Long. On the other hand, he held the Qi Si Banquet and entertained the Celestial Court's Gu Immortal Jun Xinguang. He also allowed demonic Gu Immortals to openly sell Blood Path Immortal Gu. Done. Wu Shuai waved his hand, interrupting the Immortals' thoughts. We've chased the Xia clan away. It's time to split the spoils of this battle. As a result, the atmosphere quickly changed, and it became in full swing. The Eastern Sea was the most prosperous region in the 5 regions. As a superpower in the Eastern Sea, the Xia family naturally controlled many resources and had a rich treasury. Xia family's assets were distributed by Feng Yuan one by one. Each Gu Immortal had a considerable amount of wealth. The 2 Heavens Gu Immortals were overjoyed. They sighed with emotion. The 5 regions are so rich. This is just the foundation of an Eastern Sea superforce, but it is already so deep. Xia clan is useless. If such resources were placed in my grotto heaven, it would be much better than before. Wu Shuai stared at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch with a deep smile on his face. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's heart shuddered. He gritted his teeth and said bitterly, This subordinate thanks you. Wu Shuai saw that he lowered his head, but he did not feel joy, he felt some disappointment instead. These 2 Heavens Gu Immortals had been in seclusion for too long. In order to hide themselves, they did not dare to move around, not to mention competing against each other. Without competition, there would not be enough tempering. No matter how biased Providence was, it could not nurture true Gu Immortal elites. Wu Shuai looked at the 2 Heavens Gu Immortals. Only Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had decent battle strength and mental fortitude. The others were simply a disgrace to their rank 8 cultivation level. No wonder in the 500 years of Feng Yuan's previous life, these 2 Heavens Grotto Heavens did not cause any commotion. Thus, the entire world's attention was focused on the Qi Si. Almost all Gu Immortals were waiting for Qi Si Ancestor's reaction. The human Gu Immortals hoped that old Ancestor number 7 could step forward. As a rank 8 senior who could resist Duke Long, he should be able to take responsibility. But many people had pessimistic thoughts. Because Qi ancestor was a secluded cultivator, he had an ambiguous relationship with the righteous path and demonic path. He had even cooperated with Fang Yuan in the past. From this aspect, it was quite possible that Qi ancestor did not care about the outside world. Qi ancestor reacted very quickly. He immediately expressed his opinion in jewel yellow skies. Those who are not of our race have different intentions. We have primordial origin and Qi now. We cannot let these variant humans with ulterior motives grow stronger. Once he said that, the entire world cheered. Chapter 2000. Celestial Court. The damage caused by the Fate War here was already gradually recovering. The losses had also been tallied up, and it could be said to be disastrous. Conference Hall. Qin Dingling looked at the surrounding Gu immortals and wills. Most of the members of the Celestial Court returned to their slumber in the Immortal tomb. Fang Yuan had destroyed more than half of the Immortal graveyard, but there were not many members of the Celestial Court. These members of the Celestial Court did not have much lifespan left. Rather than dying of old age, it was better for them to enter the graveyard and hibernate to maximize their value. However, what worried Qin Dingling was that even though these Gu immortals went back to sleep, she did not obtain any sign of the will of the stars. It seemed that the Fate War had caused great damage to the constellation's will. This had become Qin Dingling's sore point. The will of the constellation could interfere with the operation of Providence, but Providence could also assimilate the will of the constellation. If the constellation's will lacked reinforcements and was assimilated by Providence, it would be a huge nightmare for the human race and the Celestial Court. But this time, the reason Qin Dingling came here to gather the immortals was not because of star constellation's will. Qi tides are rampaging, and the two heavens are acting strangely. Wuxia led the allied Gu immortals of the two heavens and attacked Eastern Sea's Xia clan. Now that Xia clan sought help from Qi ancestor, the two sides were now enemies. What do you think the Celestial Court should do at such a juncture? Qin Dingling asked. She was a luck path Gu immortal, not a wisdom path Gu immortal like Fairy Myrtle. Thus, Qin Dingling could not make a decision on such an important matter. She had to gather the Gu immortals to discuss it. Without a doubt, the allied forces of the past 2 days are mostly foreign races. They are the enemies of our Celestial Court and must be eliminated. In this aspect, Qi ancestor is quite responsible. Right now, the confrontation between Wuxia and Qi ancestor is also a confrontation between variant humans and variant humans. But in fact, the key isn't the outcome of the battle, but rather the outsider, Fang Yuan. That's right. Be it Wuxia or Qi ancestor, they were related to Fang Yuan. Wuxia claimed that he was only cooperating with Fang Yuan, that he was the reincarnated Wuxia of the past, and that he was determined to strengthen the Dragonman race. As for Qi ancestor, he had an agreement with Fang Yuan to fight against our Celestial Court, but his attitude changed after Lord Duke Long used half a Qi path true inheritance. During the Fate War, Qi ancestor did not appear. This shows that Lord Duke Long's decision is wise and correct. But I have a different opinion. Qi ancestor might be Fang Yuan in disguise. Previously, we did not think of this possibility because we thought that Fang Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation level. Now that we know the secret of the sovereign immortal body, Fang Yuan likely had rank 8 cultivation level back then and disguised as Qi ancestor. Don't forget, during the Fate War, Fang Yuan used Qi path methods to destroy the Qi wall. His Qi path method was unlimited Qi. It was the signature killer move of Southern Border's Heaven Surveying 5 Xiangs, Qi Xiang. But the Qi path method that Qi ancestor used when fighting against Duke Long was very different from unlimited Qi. If they are the same person, the possibility is not high. But we cannot eliminate this possibility. Speaking of which, Wuxia is far more suspicious than Qi ancestor. He might not be Fang Yuan in disguise, but he might be Fang Yuan's clone. After all, Fang Yuan became the leader of Shadow Sect. He definitely inherited a portion of Spectral Soul's foundation. Wu Yong nodded. These people are our future hope. They have experienced sufficient setbacks and trials in the Gu Master stage. If they become Gu Immortals in the future, they will definitely be elites. Impart the Immortal Ascension method to them, make detailed preparations and provide them with resources. I want Wu Clan to gain more than 10 Gu Immortals in the next few years. Yes, Lord. Wu Bachong did not have any doubts. The 5 regions' chaotic war in the future would definitely be a long and drawn-out war. It was not something that could be resolved in a day. In that situation, all the forces would have to consider their foundation and long-term plans. There is one more thing, it is related to Chi Path. Wu Bachong said as he handed an information path Mortal Gu to Wu Yong. Wu Yong probed with his mind and quickly browsed through it. This information path Mortal Gu recorded all sorts of immortal materials. They were all Chi Path. They were all new changes brought about by the Chi tides. It seems that Chi Path is going to prosper again. Are the Chi harvest fruits inside really so effective? Wu Yong sighed as he asked. Wu Bachong said, currently, many Gu Immortals have used them. They are indeed so. These fruits are the crystallization of Chi Path. They are in harmony with the 5 Chi. They are extraordinary. When placed into the immortal aperture, they can turn into turbulent Chi currents and cause the heaven and earth Chi to transform much earlier. Whoever can obtain more Chi harvest fruits will be able to get out of this recuperating situation earlier. Then gather more of these immortal materials. Also, gather the treasuries of the clan and organize a Chi Path inheritance. We will try to use it to nurture Chi Path Gu Immortals. Wu Yong instructed. Wu Bachong immediately accepted the order. Wu Clan was proficient in Wind Path. They had little knowledge in Chi Path. But such a huge clan naturally had some foundation in Chi Path. With all sorts of inheritance fragments, they might be able to nurture 1 or 2 Chi Path Gu Immortals. Of course, even if these Gu Masters became Chi Path Gu Immortals, their future achievements would not be great. But since Wu Clan needed to make up for this weakness, these Gu Masters could only sacrifice their potential to become Chi Path Gu Immortals. Southern Border, Luo Clan. 3 Gu Immortals went deep into Chi Ju Grotto Heaven. I broke through. Luo Ran was extremely excited. His face was pale, he had a cold expression. He was a general of Luo Clan, famous in Southern Border. He had peak rank 7 battle strength. While the whole world was recuperating, Luo Ran secretly led 2 other Gu Immortals from Luo Clan to explore Chi Ju Grotto Heaven. He did not care about the development of his immortal aperture. This effort was not in vain. They finally broke through their bottleneck. There was a vast expanse of land ahead of them. If they went deeper, they would reach the true central area of Chi Ju Grotto Heaven. Chapter 2002. Rumble. With a loud sound, heaven and earth shook like thunder. Endless air currents surged, Dragon Palace shined with a bright light as it retreated. Chi Si Ancestor did not chase it. The air currents around him piled up again like a mountain or a sea. Both sides had fought for a day and a night. They exchanged blows but could not do anything to the other party for now. Around the battlefield, countless pairs of eyes were watching. Eastern Sea's Righteous Path, Demonic Path, and Lone Cultivator Gu Immortals came to watch the battle, not to mention the Gu Immortals of the Two Heavens Alliance. Senior Chi Si Ancestor is truly amazing. His methods are grand and imposing. Wu Shuai's attacks are all in vain. Hua Clan's first Supreme Elder Hua Kai Yun sighed. Qing Yuan, who was beside her, said, "But Wu Shuai cannot be underestimated. Don't forget that he only has rank 7 cultivation level, but he can actually resist Chi Si Ancestor." Hua Kai Yun sighed. Wu Shuai has been reborn. He is also an old monster. His immortal Gu House Dragon Palace is truly powerful. If not for it, he would not be Chi Si Ancestor's match. While the two were talking, a dragon's roar shook heaven and earth. A huge demonic dragon that resembled a mountain range appeared on the battlefield. It could be seen from 10,000 li away. Oh heavens, such a terrifying dragon. This can be considered the #1 immemorial desolate beast in the world, right? This is the evil dragon Dizongxing. Just by watching the battle, I am already shaken, my fighting spirit is gone. I can't imagine how the Gu immortals who are fighting it feel. Wu Shuai finally released the evil dragon. This proves that Qi ancestor has already pushed him to his limits. The following battle is the crucial point. The Gu immortals who were watching the battle were all shocked. Many of them did not participate in the Fate War personally, they only saw it through everybody's vision, they did not experience it personally. Now that they saw it with their own eyes, they had a different feeling. The evil dragon roared as it charged towards Qi ancestor. Qi ancestor snorted coldly, his voice echoed throughout the surroundings. He clapped with both palms as an immortal killer move flew over, creating a tsunami of Qi currents. Dizongxing rushed forward, but when he was hit by the tsunami, his momentum came to a halt. Dizongxing shook his dragon body and wanted to move forward, but the tsunami of air currents was endless and unstoppable, and he was actually crushed to the ground. Seeing this, the spectating Gu immortals were all shocked. Qin Yu and Huakai Yun, Shen Songxing, and the others cheered loudly, and their faces were flushed with joy. Zhou Xianxia and Jun Xinguang, who were specially dispatched by the Celestial Court, were also shocked and quickly looked at each other. Thinking back to the Fate War, the two transformation path great experts of my Celestial Court could not stop the evil dragon's charge and were directly crushed by it. To think that Qi ancestor actually blocked it. Jun Xinguang had a shocked expression. Zhou Xianxia squinted as he sized up Qi ancestor from afar. He had already used his information path methods to gather all the information and clues in the battlefield. Zhou Xianxia analyzed solemnly. Qi ancestor is a peerless expert who fought to a draw with Lord Duke Long. It is not strange that he could resist the evil dragon Dizongxing. But this new killer move of his seems to have traces of the primordial Qi wall. Lord Duke Long had once given half of primordial origin's true inheritance to Qi ancestor. To think that after the Fate War, he had already innovated and created an improved Qi wall killer move. Fang Jing's actions as a leader this time had been remarkable all along. Be it his choices or his personality, they made people feel that he was reliable, he had the disposition of a great general. Then I will stay here, please be careful. Baizong Shui instructed. Fang Jing nodded with a solemn expression. Senior, don't worry, I will not underestimate the enemy. And the most crucial point is that I have never forgotten. That is Wu Shuai's actions. Baizong Shui was completely at ease. She separated from the two. Eastern Sea. As soon as the air tide dissipated, the dilapidated dragon palace crashed into the blessed land of the Xia clan's headquarters. Ah, Lord Wu Shuai is back. What was the result of the battle? Lord Alliance Leader, you are injured. The variant human Gu immortals rushed into Dragon Palace, seeing Wu Shuai who was pale and covered in blood. Qi ancestor is truly amazing. I need to recuperate in closed cultivation. Wu Shuai coughed, coughing out mouthfuls of blood. The variant human Gu immortals were pale with fright and panic. Wu Shuai snorted coldly. Don't worry, I expended most of human C and used human path methods. That Qi ancestor was also heavily injured. The variant human Gu immortals let out sighs of relief. It turned out that this battle was a draw. Chapter 2005. Xia Clan's first supreme elder Xia Ji heard Qi Si ancestor's words and was shocked. After being dazed for a while, he replied cautiously, reporting to ancestor, "My Xia Clan is indeed secretly creating a human path secluded domain. It is called Human Sea. But this human path secluded domain does not have any offensive power. The reason why we created this secluded domain is to let our Gu immortals have a way to revive in the future when we face war." Xia Reiji's words were vague, but they were not lies. Xia Clan's true purpose in creating Human Sea was to revive their Gu immortals. In Fang Yuan's 500 years of memories, when Xia Clan's Gu immortals died in battle, they were not completely dead, they could be revived from Human Sea. Even though the immortal Gu and immortal aperture's accumulations would vanish, the Gu immortals could retain their cultivation level and immortal aperture itself. Eastern Sea's Xia Clan displayed their prowess and even attacked Southern Border for a period of time. Southern Border's Gu immortals fought against Xia Clan. As time passed, they learned and comprehended from Xia Clan. This caused Chai Clan to imitate Human Sea secluded domain and create Human Mountain secluded domain. Qi Si ancestor stroked his beard. It seems that Wu Shuai led the two Heavens Gu immortals to invade your Xia Clan. One of their goals was this Human Sea secluded domain. He clearly has a different way of using it. The human path killer moves that he uses are hard for me to block. The Xia Clan Gu immortals looked at each other. Xia Riji frowned, muttering softly, "Did the news of our Xia Clan being invaded get leaked? A strong enemy lured here by Human Sea secluded domain? But this Human Sea secluded domain has not been fully constructed yet." Qi Si ancestor's expression sank. If Wu Shuai does not have a complete Human Sea secluded domain, doesn't that mean that after he repairs it and obtains a complete Human Sea secluded domain, wouldn't his human path killer moves be even more powerful? Xia Riji smiled. "Ancestor, don't worry, the Human Sea secluded domain's construction method originated from an ancestor of our clan. It was perfected by generations after generations. Wu Shuai does not know the profundity behind it. If he constructs it rashly, Human Sea will only become fewer and fewer." Qi Si ancestor shook his head. "Wu Shuai is an old monster of the past. He used Fang Yuan's strength to revive. He is a crafty person who plans before taking action. Every time he made a move, it would be like a thunderbolt or a gust of wind, and he would definitely gain something. Since he knows that the Xia family is building the Human Sea secret realm, perhaps he knows the method of building the Human Sea secret realm." Xia Ruiji's smile became strained. "This possibility isn't too great. The method of setting up the Human Sea mystic realm is only known to the 3 grand elders in our clan. Now everyone who knows is here. Could it be that there's a traitor among us?" Qi Si ancestor sighed. "There might not be a traitor. Don't forget, Dragon Palace that Wu Shuai controls has a dream path killer move. Maybe he attacked you in your dreams." The smile on Xia Ruiji's face completely stiffened. If it was any other sect, Xia Ruiji would at least have some confidence. But he was not clear about dream path methods. "Lord Xia Ruiji, friends from Xia Clan." At this time, Tang Clan's Gu immortal spoke. "Is it really good to continue hiding it? There's no harm in publicizing the construction method of Human Sea to the public so that everyone can study it and find the flaw in Marshal Wu's human path method." Xia Clan's Gu immortals stared with wide eyes. The construction method of Human Sea was one of the greatest trump cards of Eastern Sea's Xia Clan. How could they casually publicize it? Tang Clan's Gu immortals were saying this because they wanted Human Sea's secret realm. Xia Ri, however, had a gloomy expression. He and the other Xia Clan Gu immortals were homeless now. They could not take back Xia Clan's territory in a short period of time. What should they do now? Qi Si ancestor smiled. "Before the army attacks, friends from Xia Clan, why don't you stay in Qi Si as guests?" Xia Clan's Gu immortals were overjoyed. Xia Riji cupped his fists and thanked. "Ancestors' kindness, Xia Clan is deeply grateful. We will definitely repay you in the future." The other clans' Gu immortals looked at Xia Clan's Gu immortals with different gazes. Other than disdain and sympathy, there was also some envy and jealousy. Maybe Xia clan obtained a blessing in disguise? They were able to interact with Qi Si ancestors so closely, as time passed, they would form a relationship, they would be able to gain Qi Si ancestors' support in the future. If they knew the truth, who knew what expression they would have? After the discussion, Qi Si ancestor went into closed cultivation. The other Eastern Sea Gu immortals also returned to their headquarters, making preparations for the army attack. Mermaid Lien Kuexen broke out in cold sweat. The Merman Imperial Court had already sided with the Two Heavens Alliance, but Wu Shuai did not expose their identities, they were sent as spies to report information. At this moment, cold winds blew from the clouds. Lien Kuexen gradually relaxed. She frowned as she thought to herself. It seems that Eastern Sea will be peaceful for a short period of time, there will be no more battles. But this is only the temporary calm before the storm. Sigh, in the future battle, where will my Merman Imperial Court go? Lien Kuexen was one of the 3 immortals in charge of the Merman Imperial Court. She had a high status and authority, but now she felt powerless and hesitant. The 5 regional walls vanished. Everyone knew that the 5 regions would be in chaos. And this chaos had just started. Lien Kuexen felt like she was in a turbulent situation. Her future was dark. She could not see any light or hope. If she was careless, not just her, the entire Merman Imperial Court would be destroyed. After receiving the report, Shen Songsheng learned of Qi Si ancestor's decision. It seems that Eastern Sea is truly led by Qi Si ancestor now. Shen Songsheng sighed. If ancestor Shenshang returns, things will be different. To let a secluded cultivator lead the entire righteous path. Shen Songsheng shook his head. He naturally had ambitions. He wanted Shen clan to become the overlord of Eastern Sea, the #1 superforce. Different from the other righteous path clans, Shen clan returned with Shenshang. They had a strong character that could compete with Qi Si ancestor. But Shenshang's whereabouts were still unknown. Shen clan had already searched for him, but there were no results. Shen Songsheng felt a headache. Oh ancestor, where are you? At the same time, Divine Emperor Palace, Painting Path World. Hong Yi and Yi Fan walked side by side on a bustling street. At the corner of an alley, a group of muscular men surrounded the person in the middle, punching and kicking the person in the middle. Stop. Hong Yi could not stand it anymore. He shouted to stop them. After Yi Fan saw the situation, he was furious. Are you not embarrassed to attack? So many people bullying a beggar? The group of muscular men turned around. Rascal, don't be a busybody. This lunatic is courting death. He dared to startle my esteemed guest's horse and almost caused her to fall. We will not rest until we kill him. Hong Yi sighed. You are really going overboard. Bam bam bam. Hong Yi and Yi Fan acted righteously and chased the group of muscular men away. The beggar was curled up on the ground, his body was covered in bruises, he was also trembling as he mumbled incoherent gibberish. He is truly a lunatic. Hong Yi sighed. Sigh, even if he is a lunatic, he is still human. This caused the danger of the two heavens grotto heavens. This is much earlier than in my previous life. Fang Yuan's main body knew about it indeed. In the 500 years of his previous life, the two heavens Gu immortals worked together and attacked many places. They caused a lot of trouble to the 5 regions. Due to the qi tides, the 5 regions Gu immortals were heavily restricted. But the two heavens Gu immortals were much less affected by the qi tides because of their origins. Moreover, when Gu immortals fought to a certain extent, qi tides would definitely appear. Even if the two heavens Gu immortals had low battle strength, they could use the qi tides to defeat the 5 regions Gu immortals. However, good times did not last long. Soon, the two heavens Gu immortals found that qi harvest fruits appeared in their grotto heavens. These qi harvest fruits absorbed the grotto heavens heaven and earth qi to grow. They could not be destroyed. If they ignored them, the threat would continue to grow and eventually destroy the grotto heavens. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch resisted the celestial court, causing the qi tides to sweep the grotto heavens. This is the reason why the qi harvest fruits appeared earlier. Fang Yuan sent this information to Wu Shuai. Suddenly, he had a thought. Inspiration flashed in his mind. Wait, maybe I can use the qi tides to deal with Providence. He was in a terrible situation now. The main reason was that he had Heaven Path Dao marks on him. He could not refine them in a short period of time. The Heaven Path Dao marks naturally manifested as Providence. The Heaven Path Dao marks had no ill intent towards Fang Yuan, but Providence wanted to get rid of him. It tried all ways to make things difficult for him and destroy his sovereign immortal aperture. And even worse, if Fang Yuan did not get rid of Providence in time, Providence would accumulate to a certain extent. Even if the sovereign immortal aperture's entrance was not opened, the grotto heavens Providence would resonate with the 5 regions Providence. Fang Yuan's location would be exposed. Once Fang Yuan's location was exposed, if he stayed in Qi Si, his identity as Qi Si ancestor would be ruined. However, it was too difficult for Fang Yuan to get rid of Providence. The sovereign immortal aperture was too huge. Fang Yuan did not know where to start. He could not predict the changes of the heavenly Tao. He could not know where Providence would appear in advance. Why don't I imitate the qi tides and sweep through my sovereign immortal aperture? Like brushes, I will sweep through all the Providence wherever I go. Fang Yuan thought about it. He felt that this method had a lot of potential. It seemed dangerous, like taking a risk, but with his Qi Path and Wisdom Path foundation, there was a high chance of success. Of course, whether this method would succeed or not, Fang Yuan did not know until the final moment. If only Wisdom Gu was still around, that would be great. Wisdom Gu's inspiration was correct. At the same time, with the help of the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan deduced that the killer move to activate the qi tides would be fast and convenient. At the same time, in Qiju Grotto Heaven. This is the center of the Grotto Heaven. Luo clan's 3 Gu immortals were injured. They finally reached this place. Good, what a good qi harvest fruit. Luo Mu Zi cried out. The other 2 immortals were also shocked. According to the 3 Luo clan immortals' deductions, the center of Qiju Grotto Heaven should contain the Grotto Heaven's most valuable treasure. Right now, the 3 immortals took a look. There was only a small and exquisite qi harvest fruit here. This fruit was almost solid. There was fluorescence on its surface. It was shining brightly. It was only the size of a gourd, but it had the aura of a rank 9 immortal material. Chapter 2011. Several days later, in southern borders Wu clan headquarters. Wu Yong stood on a mountain peak, slowly opening his eyes. In front of him, there were 3 to 5 mortals. They were all tied to the wooden stakes, unconscious and unconscious. Immortal killer move. Farewell friend wind. Wu Yong breathed in deeply. After preparing, he activated this peculiar killer move. Without seeing any wind, the 3 to 5 mortals in front of him started to disintegrate. Their hair, skin, flesh, and bones were blown away by the wind like ashes. In the blink of an eye, these mortals along with their clothes completely dissipated. Not even a trace of them was left. Wu Yong showed a satisfied smile. During this period of time, he had modified Farewell Friend Wind. The results were quite good. Farewell Friend Wind was a wind path killer move with human path effect. It originally needed to hit a certain part of the target's body while saying farewell words. But now, these flaws were all modified by Wu Yong. They were removed. The current Farewell Friend Wind still needed to befriend the target before it could be used. But its range was greatly increased, its practicality rose by a large margin. Wu Yong had used unlimited wind killer move in the Fate War, permanently expending a lot of his wind path Dao marks. His foundation was greatly reduced. However, during the period of rest and reorganization after the battle, he had gained some insights from his losses, and his attainment in the wind path had improved once again. This way, he had the ability to modify Farewell Friend Wind. Wu Yong was not satisfied with just modifying Farewell Friend Wind. The increase in attainment level would also bring about development in all aspects. Farewell Friend Wind was only one of the aspects. Next is to modify other killer moves, and even clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building. After modifying it, my battle strength will definitely rise again. It might even surpass my previous peak. Just as Wu Yong was thinking about the future, an information path goo worm flew over. Wu Yong took it and glanced through it. His brows raised and he couldn't help but reveal an expression of surprise. He had wanted to enter closed cultivation for some time, but after receiving this news, he immediately stopped his modification plan. After returning to the guest hall, he saw the two Goo Immortals who had come to see him. These two Goo Immortals were wearing the same attire, dark green short sleeves and black trousers. His head was covered with a white cloth that looked like a headband, and his calves were bound with jasper. Goo Immortals familiar with Southern Borders Goo Immortal world would know, this was the uniform of Southern Borders Luo clan. Of the two Luo clan Goo Immortals, one was an old man with a bitter expression, while the other was a middle-aged man with a pale expression. He was clearly injured. Luo Zhu, Luo Ran, greets Lord Alliance Leader. Luo clan's two Goo Immortals saw Wu Yong and immediately bowed. The Southern Alliance had already been established, with Wu Yong as the leader. Of the two Luo clan immortals, Luo Ran was a general of Luo clan, an expert with rank 7 peak space path battle strength. He was very arrogant, while Luo Zhu had a high status and was the current first supreme elder of Luo clan. The two immortals' attitude towards Wu Yong was very polite and humble. It was clear that they had a favor to ask of him. Wu Yong nodded. Sit down and talk. After the two Luo clan Goo Immortals sat down, Wu Yong asked directly, what is going on with Chiju Grotto Heaven? Luo Zhu took a deep breath and explained the sequence of events. The general idea was that a certain Luo clan Goo Immortal was using an immortal Goo house to explore in White Heaven. He accidentally found Chiju Grotto Heaven. At this juncture, Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord felt that his decision to side with the Celestial Court was a wise one. Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord had high hopes for the Celestial Court. Because the first Celestial Court's immortal king was primordial origin Immortal Venerable, he cultivated Chi Path. Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord secretly informed the Celestial Court about this and asked for help from Celestial Court. The Celestial Court had sent Fangzheng and the rest to Qiju Grotto Heaven, but Demon Judgment Board had not even entered Qiju Grotto Heaven. They did not know what was happening inside. After obtaining Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord's information, the Celestial Court understood the truth. Regarding Demon Immortal Qiju's revival as well as the two Heavens Grotto Heavens, Qin Ding Ling placed great importance on it. Because Celestial Court was no exception, it also produced a Qi harvest fruit. She immediately gathered the immortals to research and discuss countermeasures. The Celestial Court had deep foundations. Even after the Fate War, they were still the #1 superforce in the 5 regions. Especially when they had primordial origins Chi Path true inheritance, they had a huge advantage in Chi Path. They could be said to be at the top of the world. And most importantly, the Celestial Court's research on Heaven Path had great results. Even Limitless Demon Venerable had made a bet with Star Constellation in the past to obtain this Heaven Path research. Heaven, Earth, and humans all have veins. Humans have human veins, Earth has Earth veins, and Heaven has Heaven veins. The two Heavens Grotto Heavens are almost always located on Heaven veins, thus they have endless benefits. The Grotto Heavens can be nourished by Heaven veins and produce more resources. But now, Heaven and Earth are changing. Chi tides are appearing frequently. The reason for Chi tides is the unification of the 5 regions and the merging of Earth veins. But the truth is, Heaven veins are also showing signs of merging. It is just that it is not obvious yet. The Celestial Court's immortals discovered that Heaven and Earth were merging into one. The 5 regions were just the beginning. The 2 immemorial heavens would merge into one soon. The 5 regions were separated by the 2 heavens. Their Heaven and Earth Chi were different. But now that Heaven and Earth Chi had completely merged, Chi tides would appear at the places where they converged intensely. Wherever the Chi tides went, all sorts of rich Chi Path immortal materials would be produced. Chi harvest fruits were the essence of them. The reason why the 2 Heavens Grotto Heavens had Chi harvest fruits was because they were located on Heaven veins. They were at the heart of the storm. That is to say, as long as we move these Grotto Heavens away from the Heaven vein, we will be able to resolve the Chi harvest fruit disaster? Qin Ding Ling asked. In theory, at least, once we move them away from the Heaven vein, the Chi harvest fruits in the Grotto Heavens will stop growing. The Celestial Court's immortals replied. Your safety is not only related to Eastern Sea's situation, it also concerns the overall situation of humanity and variant humans. He was a little worried that Qi Si ancestor would cooperate with the Celestial Court and put Xia clan's matter aside. Qin Ding Ling laughed. Xia clan friend, don't worry, I will talk about the Two Heavens Alliance next. Wu Shuai is a current demon. He is a sinner who invaded the Celestial Court. The Celestial Court will not allow him to continue developing. We came here this time to ask for ancestors' help, and also to deal with this variant human force. Saying so, Qin Ding Ling paused. The Celestial Court is willing to take out immortal materials to support Ancestor and Xia clan friend, to help Xia clan recover their lost land. When war breaks out in the future, the Celestial Court will definitely send reinforcements to help everyone resist the variant humans. Xia clan's first supreme elder exclaimed in shock. He immediately bowed. The Celestial Court is righteous. It is indeed the #1 human force. I am extremely grateful. Xia clan is extremely grateful. Qin Ding Ling had a smile on her face as she chatted with Xia clan's first supreme elder. Their relationship quickly became closer. Even though the Celestial Court lost in the Fate War, they did not lack resources. What Celestial Court lacked was manpower. This time, the Celestial Court came to Eastern Sea to entice Qi Ancestor, while also targeting Xia clan's Gu Immortals to rope in Eastern Sea's local forces and build a foundation for the 5 regions' chaotic war. This was a long-term plan. Unfortunately, the Celestial Court and Xia clan's Immortals did not know that Wu Shuai and Qi Ancestor were one. This was a huge scam. Fang Yuan did not hesitate. He nodded. I will not allow the Two Heavens Alliance to exist in Eastern Sea. I will definitely drive them away in the future, or even exterminate them completely. Qin Ding Ling stretched out her hand. In my opinion, there are human forces in the Two Heavens Alliance. It is just that the variant humans are firmly controlling the Two Heavens Alliance. These human forces are not different from us. We are all humans. We should be united as one. So to deal with the Two Heavens Alliance, we need to divide them first. Fang Yuan immediately heard the hidden meaning. Don't tell me there are human forces in the Two Heavens Alliance that have joined your side? Qin Ding Ling shook her head. That is not the case. Instead, we secretly captured a rank 8 Gu Immortal earlier. She is called Granny Skeleton. She is the owner of Shattered Bone Grotto Heaven in the Two Heavens. Granny Skeleton was persuaded by Enchong and wanted to join the Two Heavens Alliance, but was ambushed and captured by the Celestial Court. This information was naturally provided by Night Heavenly Wolf Lord. Lady Cold Ash wanted to unite the Two Heavens human forces and fight for authority in the Two Heavens Alliance. She had already recruited Night Heavenly Wolf Lord as one of her supporters. But she did not expect that Night Heavenly Wolf Lord had already joined the Celestial Court. Granny Skeleton? Fang Yuan paused before asking, is this person here? Qin Ding Ling shook her head. My Celestial Court has always won people over with virtue. After persuading Granny Skeleton, we let her go. Xia clan's first supreme elder heard this and stared with wide eyes. Feeling anxious about the Celestial Court's naivety, he wanted to say something but stopped. Fang Yuan, however, looked at Qin Ding Ling with deep meaning and smiled. It seems that Granny Skeleton is the key person now, and the opportunity to lure her to join us should be the Qi harvest fruit. Qin Ding Ling laughed and raised her cup, praising, Ancestor is very perceptive, you can see through everything. Their many days of teaching were about to bear fruit, but the greatest future potential of profound literature grotto heaven was destroyed in this one attack. Completely destroyed. Wu Shuai, my profound literature grotto heaven adheres to neutrality. We have never made things difficult for you. But today, you actually attacked our territory and slaughtered the innocent. You are truly unreasonable. You have committed heinous sins. Old Immortal Hua Yu was alarmed. His face was flushed red from anger. His furious voice resounded throughout the world. What should we do? Shen Songsheng said solemnly. I have already discussed this with Song Qiyuan, Hua Kai Yun, and the other First Supreme Elders. Qi Si Ancestor is an expert of Eastern Sea. We cannot allow him to be roped in by Celestial Court. We will activate the clan's treasury. Each clan will take out a portion of resources and gather them into a huge gift to befriend Ancestor. Shen clan's Gu Immortals nodded. They had no objections. Qi Si Ancestor was the most worthy person to rope in, other than his battle strength. It was also because he cultivated Qi Path. Right now, all of Eastern Sea's super forces wanted to exert their strength in Qi Path. If they could borrow Qi Si Ancestor's strength in this aspect, it would be much easier. Especially after Fang Yuan's earlier performance, everyone in the Gu Immortal world felt that Qi Si Ancestor liked to guide juniors. This made Eastern Sea's super forces feel that there was a lot of potential in this matter. Western Desert, Fang Clan. Fang Gong's expression was grim. We offered such a high price, but Celestial Court still refuses to release Fang Dichang? The reporting Fang Clan Gu Immortal lowered his head. First Supreme Elder, in my opinion, Celestial Court is not sincere enough. They are only trying to stall for time and keep us hanging. Fang Gong clenched his right fist and slammed it on the table. He was very angry, but there was nothing he could do. In the Fate War, Fang Clan suffered the greatest losses. Not only did they lose Divine Bean Palace, even Fang Clan strategist Fang Dichang was captured. There was no news of him until now. Fang Clan naturally thought that Fang Dichang was captured by Celestial Court. Thus, they secretly contacted them, wanting to pay a huge price to exchange for Fang Dichang. But Celestial Court was only delaying and acting perfunctorily. Fang Dichang was too important to Fang Clan. Without him, Fang Clan would lack a brain. After Fang Clan refined Divine Bean Palace, they had the possibility of becoming the leader of Western Desert's righteous path. But the loss of Divine Bean Palace and Fang Dichang made Fang Clan's dream of becoming the leader of Western Desert's righteous path. Fang Gong was in a bad mood, especially after hearing about Qi Si Ancestor's actions. Qi Si Ancestor is already leading Eastern Sea, but what about me and Fang Clan? We are stuck at a standstill. Fang Gong felt helpless. The only thing that made him happy was that Fang Dichang had already prepared for this. He gave Fang Clan's Wisdom Path inheritance to Fang Yun in advance. Since Celestial Court is not willing to release Fang Dichang, we can only nurture Fang Yun first. Fang Gong made a decision. He could not wait any longer. Time waits for no man. Nurturing a Gu Immortal, a capable Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, required a lot of time. Central Continent, Celestial Court.